61. Beneath the sands. The four of us surround the hole seemingly built by the Amok that leads underneath the bone dunes. It's unlike most caves made of rock or granite, but instead of hardened sand and bits of roots entwined with mud, the signs of an Amok, as Virgil described. I'm thrilled we don't have to fight that young Urayuli, as Virgil thought might be nearby. Something able to kill a dozen third-sigiled as an adolescent is not something I want to meet. Once in front of the cave, we discuss our plans a bit before we enter the beast's den. Virgil opens up the planning with some knowledge and then asks for any ideas. Normally, dens have between 5 to 6 Amok, with the largest or eldest being the highest sigiled. Seeing as we likely have an abnormal Amok, we can expect a bit more, but as they normally hunt during the day, all of them should be in here. Based on that, I can speculate we'll have about 3 or 4 first sigiled, maybe 1 or 2 second sigiled, and a third sigiled within here. Any ideas on how to do this? We all ponder any possible strategies. We will be outnumbered when we go in and likely outgunned as well. Knowing this, I look around for anything that might give me an idea of how we go in and kill these things to prevent a future threat. Nothing comes to me at first, and neither does an idea come to Virgil or Vernon. But as we stand there, Dakota, the orange, still-growing fox, sniffs the hole's edge into the earth dug by Amok, and his bright, fiery fur gives me an idea. Are the Amok flammable? Virgil turns to me and gives me an affirmative nod. Yeah, most things are. Fire is a powerful tool. My plan comes a bit more together in his words. And a weapon. Vernon, can you use kindling and coat the inside of the cave? Then, we can go in and lure them out, and when they follow us out, you can light the fire and burn them. Vernon nods at this idea, and so does Virgil, but the older man has something else to add to the picture. That's a good idea. I hadn't thought of fire. I thought we just go in and fight them, but that's not ideal because it's their home turf. But how about instead of luring them out, we light the fire first? Vernon, you can create a bubble and keep the smoke in, right? If we do that, the smoke will suffocate them, and they'll rush out at us. The addition from Virgil is genius. Even if they don't rush out to escape the smoke and dig out, they will likely still be weak from suffocation. These lizards breathe air, not smoke, after all. And using the skill bubble, something Vernon learned when he was a first sigil that can seal off air, smell, or sound to keep the smoke inside the cave, should work perfectly. Virgil told me about nearly every skill he and Vernon know while I was practicing braided strand ether. Virgil only knows 6 skills: Dark Sphere, Night Whip, Wedding, Physical Enhancement, Farsight, Flicker, and Vigilance. Or at least the ones he's willing to share. Some he refuses to talk about, but I don't press the issue. All but Wedding, Farsight, and Physical Enhancement are sigil skills. Virgil wasn't lying when he said he was terrible at learning new sigil skills. Most of the skills are self-explanatory as well, and I want to learn Farsight, but Wedding is more pressing. Another advantage in combat would be huge. He also has many passive bonuses from his sigil, like night vision, speed, dexterity, short naps, and many other amazing things. Vernon knows nearly a dozen skills from his training with the hunters and 2 that Virgil taught him. Light Ray, Kindling, Physical Enhancement, Farsight, Bubble, Alarm, Ignition, Radiance, Mirror, Spark, Puddle, Purity, Sync, and Bear Trap. His skills are much more expansive and with less direct combat applications. Vernon also has fewer passive bonuses than Virgil, but his primarily include good memory, pattern recognition, navigation, and the ability to pick up skills easily, both ether and not. While I think about the bubble skill being used among the other types, Vernon, however, has a warning about the skill. It's a decent idea, but doing both will drain me heavily. To do both at such a scale to be useful is taxing. Bubble is meant to close off the gaps in doors, not entire caves, and again, kindling is for a small fire. I would also have to stand very close to use bubble. Making skills happen from far away is a 6th sigiled thing, not a me thing. Vernon, while admitting his limits, does have another idea. However, instead of using bubble and draining myself, how about we cover the entrance with our sleeping bags and blankets? If we go deep enough, the fire shouldn't reach the clothes, only the smoke. I can make a few bear traps on the inside with ether, or some other kind of trap to catch them on their way out. Virgil agrees, and so do I. This sounds solid. That'll work. I'll start setting up the wall of cloth. Wyatt, go in with Vernon to ensure he's safe while using kindling. No problem. The plan begins to develop. Fighting living, breathing, and corporeal things is much easier than ghosts, for they are incredibly hard to prepare for. Too many unknowns and resistances, especially the Bakwas. Usually, you can try and keep the spirits out during sunrise and weaken them, but Bakwas disappear back into their realm before that. With input from each person, we start our plan. Virgil starts nailing sleeping bags, blankets, and other large pieces of cloth to connect them and cover the front of the cave, sealing it off. At the same time that he does his job, Vernon and I work our way into the den of Amokuks. We're both dead silent, well as quiet as you can be when the sound of dripping liquid constantly rings and echoes against the walls of the burrow. Hopefully, the Amokuk just interpret what we're doing as rain. Virgil said they're relatively bright, but intelligent lizards are still really dumb. Shallow and light steps are taken through the dark cave. We both have to crouch down as well because of the low ceiling of the cave made for the Amokuk. The lightest feet that touch the ground are Dakota's fox paws. I brought the little guy in to be a threat detector. It's far too dark for either Vernon or me to see anything, but Dakota's nose doesn't have that issue. And the little guy has proven to be quite valuable in sensing danger. He was the first to notice the Bakwa when they appeared. I'm sure he would have also perceived the short-horned serpents had they not been sealed underground. So, slowly we make our way deeper as Vernon releases highly flammable liquid into the cave. I'm the defender in case of us running into an Amokuk, Dakota is the spotter, and Vernon is our charge. The dribbles of kindling continue for a minute or so until Dakota begins to growl lowly at the bend of a corner. At the sign of danger, Vernon stops using his noise-making skill of ether. I quickly reach to Dakota and pat his head, trying to get him to understand to be quiet. Dakota does understand, thankfully, and stops growly, but I can feel all the hair on his head where I patted him stand up. The boy senses danger. A lot of it, too. Vernon and I are so close that even in the almost pitch-black darkness, we can see each other. I mouth to him, utterly silent. Let's go back. The man, only a few years older than me, shakes his head. Then, he mouths back to me using only his lips. Not enough. We need to go deeper. The smoke won't be enough. Fuck. Whatever Dakota growl that is nearby. Probably just in front of us around this corner. Damn it. Okay, I got this. Nodding to Vernon so that he can see, I slowly move past him, careful not to make any noise. Once in front of him, I begin moving forward around the corner and peek around, looking for a sign of anything in this darkness. But I can't see anything within my small range. Where is it? Slowly, I continue onward, looking at every nook and cranny of the cave with paranoia. Several steps later, though, I see and hear nothing. Dakota, however, moves up close to me and starts sniffing around in search of whatever he sensed earlier. Quietly, I whisper to him, "Where, boy? Is it up ahead?" I stay close to him as he smells around the cave and its sides. Eventually, he stops at a patch of mud about waist high. Then he backs up behind me and growls. Is the Amokuk in the mud? They can move through mud and earth, right? That was a second sigil, too, I believe. Hopefully, the growl doesn't wake it up like last time. Unfortunately, though, the growl is much closer to the monster in question this time. Just as I go to draw my daggers, the perfect weapons for these close quarters, I hear a deep scratching followed by gurgling. Right when my hands touch the hilts of my serpentine knives, the hidden Amokuk bursts out of the mud in a shower of dirt and sand. The lizard slams me against the other side of the cave, kicking all the air out of me with a horn to the chest. I feel warm tangs of pain flow throughout me. I worry more for the fox, though, but thankfully, Dakota, the sensitive and reactive fox he is, dodges out of the way before I slam into him with the lizard. Breathlessly, I push the Amokuk off of me with one hand and try to draw a dagger with the other. However, the Amokuk, a sizable sandy lizard, disapproves of my actions as it bites the forearm I was trying to push it off with. As I wrestle with the giant lizard, more blood drips from me onto the dry sand. But its powerful jaw is not all I have to deal with. The beast possesses sigils. Thorny tendrils of roots that should not exist in the middle of the bone dunes wrap around my limbs and fight against my strength just as I draw my knife. Not just that either, but the damned lizard begins excreting slippery mud from its scales that make it hard for me to hold on to it or push it off. Frantically, I push a large amount of ether into adrenaline surge to block out the bouts of pain and give me strength, using what I now know as mini-thread ether to activate it quickly and beyond what it usually would do. With this enhanced strength and no more distractions, I begin to truly fight back against the ambusher. Finally finding hard ground beneath me just from the effort, I push the lizard up and slam it against the opposite wall, near where it bursts out. A cough comes from the Amok as I do so, and a ball of mud phlegm flies out of the lizard and into my eyes. Screaming with fire in my pupils, I loosen my hold for just a moment, and it takes advantage. The Amok bites my right hand with the serpentine knife and severs the spot between my thumb and index finger, making me drop the weapon. Then, it assaults me once more as I am blinded and wounded already. But I am not alone. The fight might have only been a second or two so far, and Vernon has been given long enough to react at this point. The only bad part is that he can't use fire or his light-based ether skills because it might light the kindling, which would obviously kill us as we're inside the den of monsters with an enormous amount of ignition. Instead, he does the most un-Vernon-like thing I've ever seen, or more so heard and felt because I'm blind now from mud. He tackles the Amok off me and slams into it with his fists. After a single second of him fighting the Amok, Dakota joins in with the occasional grunts and bites that are audible. I wipe my eyes to help, but the mud is sticky and won't come off quickly. So instead of wasting time trying to get it off, I also join the mosh pit in the cave. Going purely by touch and sound, I find the lizard and wrap my arms around the slimy and muddy thing. Yelling to Vernon, I hold onto the creature as tightly as possible in a bear hug. Get my knife and stab the fucker. I can hear Vernon's scrambling feet, and a brief blast of light pierces through the mud, letting me know he's using his light to search. The whole time, though, the lizard is going to town on me, scratching with its claws, biting with its jaw, cutting with sandstone shards, and choking me with thorny roots. Blinded but still full of fight, I struggle against the lizard for several moments until I hear it yowl in pain and turn away from me. I take this moment of peace to draw my dagger on my left. It's hard to do with my fucked up forearm, but with both hands together, I can hold it steady. Then, purely off of sound and the vibration of the lizard, I jump onto it once more and stab it blindly. From there, Vernon and I skirmish with this Amok in the dark for a few more minutes, slowly draining it of blood and making it fall still. Dakota helps here and there by distracting the lizard with a bite or scratch here or there, but the fox is still too small to help much. I hope he either grows oversized like these lizards or keeps his small size, but grows incredibly deadly like a bullet. Either way, it doesn't matter for right now. A minute or two after the initial growl from Dakota, we all three kneel, or lay in Dakota's case, in the cave and pant for air. I release adrenaline surge once it sounds like we're safe, and that no more Amoks are coming. The air is stale but welcoming, especially after the suffocation the Amok tried to perform on me. It will be sweet to return the favor to its monstrous kind. Damn thing attacked me out of nowhere from within the wall. Despite killing the first one, Vernon and I elect to keep quiet and continue to whisper. There is always a chance that the Amoks just assumed their brethren won their bout. Phew, that was close. You good? It got you out of nowhere. Yeah, just a bit banged up. Hurry and finish your shit so we can get out. Okay, I'll get on it. Vernon follows my annoyed whisper as I attempt to wipe this mud off my face. It doesn't work. So instead, I take one of my knives and wait a few minutes for my hand to heal enough to hold the dagger and begin scraping away at the mud. It's risky and definitely something I wouldn't do if I didn't have an artifact that can heal from just about anything. If it can heal a broken spine, it can heal a stabbed eyeball. I get my right eye clear with some effort, but my left eye is much more challenging, like the side was more sticky or something. I'm not sure, though. While I'm scraping away pieces of hardened mud that are more similar to clay, Vernon returns from his short trip around me to place more kindling and knocks into me because of the dark. I barely saved my eye from being gored with the knife, precisely what I was being careful of. Thankfully, instead of losing the eye, it is only scratched and bleeding. I don't forget to go off on him about it, though I keep it to a whisper. Fuck. Watch where you're going.
Saw thee.
We're ready to go. I placed all that I think is needed. Okay, good. Give me a second to wipe the blood from my eyes. What were you doing? Breaking the clay away from my eyes that it blinded me with. You almost made me lose an eye when you bumped into me.
Shit, sorry, man.
It's fine. Let's just get out of here before another one appears.
Smon, Dakota.
Quietly, trying to not shift as much dirt or make as few vibrations as possible to not alert the Amok, we make our way out of the upper part of the den full of kindling. Eventually, we return to the entrance, where light peeks out from an opening left in the block Virgil made while we were down there. I open the flap first and see Virgil standing, looking around the bone dunes as if he's searching for something. What's up, Virgil? What are you looking for? He turns back, and he recoils upon seeing me. Holy shit, Wyatt. You're covered in blood, and your eyes. Are you guys all right? Virgil's freakout makes me look down, and I see my torn-up clothes covered in already dry blood. The Amok did a number on me, but the bloody palm has yet to meet its match, both dead or alive. A dozen long gashes sew up before my eyes, tendrils of flesh knitting them together. The bite on my forearm is no longer see-through and is mostly recovered. The lashes on my neck and hands are mostly gone as well. I pull out some meat to eat to aid my left hand in recovering me as I push more ether into Daydream, careful of the whispers that occur when I'm most hurt. I'm fine, just need a few moments to heal and eat real quick. Vernon, you ready to light the kindling? Vernon nods as he hikes up the flap before breathing in sharply at seeing me. Damn, yeah, I'm really sorry about walking into you. It was just really dark. Give me one SEC to light it up. The light eye holds up one hand as radiance begins to form within it. Then he throws a ball of fiery light deep into the cave's darkness beyond the flap of cloth. A single second passes without fanfare before a bright light emerges within the depths and briefly blinds our eyes that are used to the dark. Alongside the spark of fire, piercing shrieks and hisses of reptiles from within the bottom of the cave. Rumbling begins to approach our position from inside the now lit-up cave. Hearing these sounds, Vernon runs his hands over the edges of the cloth, using bubble to seal the gaps. Once he does, no more sound passes through the air and into our ears from inside the cave. Without the shrieks and hisses, the only thing we now feel is the approaching rumble. 62. Fire in the hole. The vibrations burst our whole group into movement, all frantically preparing for the rapidly approaching battle. We all face the mouth of the cave in sync as we kneel to get low from the smoke that will soon emerge. Virgil, on my right, pulls out his lever-action rifle from his back while kneeling and starts loading it. Running his hand over each of the 7 bullets, he puts it in. I recognize the action as wetting, which allows each shot to be enhanced by ether for a short period, something he didn't have to do previously with Vernon's Colt that did it for him. In front of me, Vernon takes a few slow steps backward, gauging how far he can hold the many-threaded bubble. Then, the expert of single-threaded ether puts out another arm and begins coalescing small white orbs on the ground in front of the blocked entrance. I do my own form of preparation, although I don't know as many skills as them that are useful before combat. I do have one, however, adrenaline surge. I spend a few moments funneling a huge amount of ether throughout my whole body, enhancing it in every way. I consider using Daydream, but I push the thought away. Only in emergencies will I let the bloody palm touch my mind. Quickly, we all finish our preparations, Virgil closing the chamber and tube, then setting it on his shoulder, Vernon placing over a dozen traps, and my skill reaching its apex for how much ether I'm willing to waste per second. Shortly after we do, the rumbling from within the cave grows even louder, and we can feel it throughout our whole bodies. I yell to Vernon to back up from the entrance with Virgil, Dakota, who's behind me, and me. Get back here, Vernon. Okay. He spins rapidly and jumps over the traps he placed before conjuring another bulb of radiance in his hand that only continues to expand as he reaches us. Then, together we all face the entrance, and now that Vernon is far enough away that his bubble broke, Smoke billows out from the cave alongside inhuman shrieks. The rumbling grows even louder until I see a flash of darkness behind the billowing flap pushed by the exiting smoke. Here they come. We all tense together and ready ourselves as the first Amok breaches, a massive sandy lizard that is badly burned. The creature is at least 15 feet long and 3 feet tall. It must be the third-sigiled one. Virgil's first action is to unleash the payload from his lever-action rifle. Bullets fly rapidly toward the lumbering lizard. I flow a bit of ether into the center of my pupils to confirm the Amok sigil. But surprise reaches me from my chain eyes when orange manacles are reflected in them. It's not the third sigil. Before I can tell either of them that, Virgil uses up all 7 of his bullets, and Vernon lets out his charged ball of radiance. It slams into the giant lizard and creates an even bigger cloud of dust and smoke than what billowed out of the cave. We're all pushed back a few feet as we stumble from the blast. Dakota is sent several feet back, even further behind me, due to his low weight. I look at Vernon in surprise at the power he unleashed and go to commend him, but he's on his knees, gasping for air with smoke coming from his hands. Makes sense. I'm sure the ether he's used in the past 10 minutes outdoes both Virgil and me twice over. I turn my attention back to the fog of war, the smoke from both the blast and the inner fire. Rumblings return after a second or two as the humongous lizard emerges from the smoke. I raise my daggers as Virgil reloads frantically. But before either of us do something to it, the lizard covered in fist-sized holes and bone-deep burns falls over, wheezing for air. We all take sighs of relief. The 2 brothers' assault was enough to drop the monster. The rumblings don't disappear. They only grow more frequently, if not even louder. I warn my team of what I see. That wasn't the third sigil. It was only a second, probably a soldier mix. Virgil nods and yells at his brother. Vernon, you got enough steam left to activate those traps on my call? The younger brother, while gasping for air, heaves out an answer.
Yeah.
Good. Wyatt, take my rifle. I'll be the bait for the traps and keep them there long enough for the effects to hurt them. Virgil tosses his rifle, and I catch it with my daggers still in my hands. Checking the tube, I see that Virgil only loaded 5 of the 7 shots in. He really likes to give me guns that aren't fully loaded. I get into the same kneeling position that Virgil did as he rushes through the smoke. His ability to see in the dark and flicker will keep him safe even amongst the troop of lizards that are about to emerge. And emerge they do, with such force that the smoke is knocked to the sides, momentarily clearing the sight of Virgil with flying mud, sand, and roots. For Amokuks come out, the largest one with orange chains once more restraining it, and 3 smaller ones with red manacles. Still no third sigil in sight. The big one creates a lash of a rooty tendril and sends it flying at Virgil with a whip-like crack throughout the air. I aim at it and pull the trigger toward its face, trying to prevent it from hitting the man. However, my effort is unneeded as Virgil steps into the vine whip and flickers right through it, the man briefly entering the realm beyond. Then, he sidesteps around it and gets the creature to turn around and face him alongside the other Amokuks behind it. Seeing this, I clutch a few shots with the lever action in my hand at the smaller ones, aiming at their faces. By the time I run out of bullets, the red-wrapped lizard on the far right falls still with massive holes in its face. In the process of me slaying the lizard, though, Virgil has to frequently flicker and phase through attacks from the other lizards. I glance at his younger brother when I see a faint line of light slowly form, connecting him to the bulbs of radiance under the lizards. That must be how he activates his traps. The plan was to save the traps for more lizards than just the large one, and while we couldn't get the third sigil with Virgil's ball of radiance, we will get the smaller ones with the traps. Vernon yells for his brother to clear the area so he can detonate the traps he placed. Get out of there, Virgil. I'm ready. A grunt comes from Virgil in understanding as he breaks away from the lizard with a clean dive and flickers through a root that sought to entangle him. The second he clears the area of the traps, Vernon tugs on the glimmering line of light he holds in his hands. Instantly my sight is filled with blinding light except for the shadow of Virgil, who stands between the traps and me, as over a dozen traps go off all at once. The sound, however, is quiet, for light alone doesn't provide an explosion. Instead, I just hear the cooking of flesh. The light is so powerful from the traps that it cooks the beings inside of it, but it also cooks Vernon's brain as he lies passed out on the dirt to my side. The guy is always running out of ether to spare, but I'm sure he'll be back up in a few. Virgil comes back to me, breathless and red-eyed. One from the physical effort of survival, and another from the mental effort of using flicker. I hand him his lever-action rifle back, and he immediately starts reloading it before using Wedding with a Curse. More rumblings come from the depths of the cave. Not all the lizards are out of the burning hole that exudes smoke. The man gives me permission to take his brother Colt and use it for now. Take Vernon's Colt. Better you use it while he's out like a light. We send a volley when they emerge, then go in together. Sound good? I nod to the man, eager to fight and let off some steam. Just shooting at them isn't enough, and I need some payback for the fucker that ambushed me. I'll grab it. Just cover me in case they breach early. I hastily run, full of power from adrenaline surge, and slide over Vernon's unconscious body. My hand goes straight for his holster, and I grab his Colt from within, mercy. Then, I feel movement behind me and see Dakota standing beside me at attention. Pointing to the unconscious Vernon, I try to convey something to the little guy. Stay with him until he wakes up. Okay. The fox just turns his head at me before moving and standing on the passed-out man. That'll do. Just don't want either to be caught in the crossfire. Good. Stay. The intelligent fox with the Comanche sigil within him listens and stays with Vernon as I hustle back to Virgil. Then, I ready my aim at the cave with the vibration that seems to be incredibly close. My chain eyes are still active, and my ether flow is still diverted into 3 streams. The one much larger than the rest is adrenaline surge, the father of physical enhancement. And this ocular skill being active makes me even more worried as the rest of the Amokuks emerge from the burning cave with the frantic rumbling from inside coming to an end. The final 3 Amokuks that exit are all first sigils and appear to be young and small compared to the rest of the lizards, only 5 or so feet long each. Not only that, but they are all severely burned and struggle to move, which makes our job of shooting them dead incredibly easy. Our ether-enhanced firearms punch through the skin of the Amokuks. Mercy, the Colt I'm firing, leaves behind trails of scorched scales wherever it goes. Quickly the 3 young lizards fall and leave Virgil and me confused. His guess about Amokuks being nearby was correct, but the thought about the 3rd sigil being the culprit was wrong. Is there really a Urayuli nearby? Virgil looks around, confused for a few moments before shrugging his shoulders, leading to a short conversation and break. Dunno. Maybe I was wrong. Damn. I was so sure. All the Amokuks should have been inside based on their hunting habits. There is a chance. No, that doesn't make sense. Never mind. We can check the inside after the fire burns out. The lizards might have brought gear from the dead people. We'll know for sure if they did it, or not when we search their inner chamber. I nod and start to move toward Vernon. Makes sense. I'll go wake up Vernon. But Virgil shakes his head at me and stops me from doing so. Let him sleep a few. Otherwise, he'll wake up useless and unable to use ether. You'll need his light to search the inside. Only I have night vision from my sigil. Fair. I'll just eat a bit more. I think that might have been the easiest fight I've ever had. Most end with me almost dying. Virgil laughs at this while he sits and reloads his lever action. Haha. Not all should be like that. A lot, but not all. You've just been punching above your weight class, Wyatt, and it never ceases to amaze. Not just that, but a tightly organized team is always better than solo. I knock into him jokingly about the fight with the Bakwas, which was near death despite not being above his weight class. Yeah, well, what about that fight in Harmony Town? Sure, I was outclassed, but what about you and Vernon? Another laugh comes from the man as he shrugs his shoulders. The relaxed tone makes me drop my ether flows and release the pressure on my mind from keeping them running. Not all enemies are the same. Undead and ghosts are some of the trickiest bastards to kill, especially ones like Bakwas that can spread. If we had found it, I don't know, 2 months ago or so, it would have been a piece of cake. But once it had the whole town turned, it became a different beast. Yeah, that makes sense. Each of the Amokuks was far more dangerous than an individual slow Bakwa, but hundreds of them were compared to the 10 or so. It's just the difference between quantity and quality. Humans outnumber demons at least 1,000 or 10,000 to 1, but look at us, so careful and nervous of running into just a single one. Our conversations continue for a few more minutes until Virgil walks over and taps his brother's head with his boot to wake him up. I guess he's had enough rest, according to the man. Pust, wake up.
Smon, Dimbas, wake up.
I need your radiant personality to brighten up a cave. Huh. What? Vernon slowly wakes up to both of us standing around him and Dakota sitting on his chest, staring straight at him. Did we win? Virgil and I laugh at the barely lucid man. Yeah, we did. The third sigil never appeared like Virgil thought, though. He sits up and feels the absence of weight in his belt. Then he looks up at us. Where's my Colt? I pull it out and hand it to him. It is his, after all, despite him using it the least amount. Here you go. Just needed a gun while you were out. I still haven't learned wedding yet. And your Colt packs one hell of a punch. Of course it does. It's mine. I sense a little bit of insecurity about other people using his weapons so often, but I let it slide and reach down a hand to help him up. Vernon accepts the offer, and I pull him to his feet. Then, we all look to the cave, primarily out of flames, only releasing a small amount of smoke here or there. I inquire as to whether or not it's good to go into it now or not. You guys think it's good to go in yet? An immediate answer comes from both simultaneously, as even the exhausted Vernon gives me a negative response.
No. Hell no.
Smoke still coming out. Okay, then. We wait for a few more minutes, besides Virgil, who uses this time to search the dead Amokuks for artifacts to no avail until the smoke reaches a trim enough level that it doesn't cloud our sight anymore when we walk in. Then, Vernon creates a small ball of light as he looks to Virgil and me. No more ether is coming from me besides this right here. Just a warning. If we need to fight, it's all you guys and my Colt. I wave him off. We already killed everything in here. No problem. Every lizard in here was already lured out and killed. He nods, and then we delve deeper into the cave from the entrance. It takes us a few moments until we reach the spot where Vernon and I killed the first of the giant lizards. The whole area is unrecognizable, though. Not only was it already hard to see and remember in the dark, but the fire hardened all the mud on the walls and made the sandy hole a genuine cave. Slowly, we make our way deeper from there, searching for signs that there may or may not be another Amokuk around. I'm crossing my fingers that there is indeed a third sigil capable of killing those people like that, because if not, that means there is a Urayuli near. In this case, Virgil and Vernon will likely leave me to escape because I have to see where the break is, or Johnny will kill me. The two up front said that they would do so when they agreed to come with me, so there won't be any hard feelings, but I'd instead head back with them after completing the mission than without. Eventually, after many twists and turns, we make it to the center of the Amokuk den deep underground. A vast cavern made of sandstone and hardened mud with a ceiling about 7 feet tall above lay before us. The single radiant light from Vernon's hands is all we have to search through this immense room covered in soot from the fiery smog. Because of this limitation, I stick with Vernon as we scour through the core of the cave. Virgil goes off on his own to look around, and so does Dakota. Both can see in the dark. I worry about Dakota going off on his own for a few minutes until I realize he's just sniffing wherever I walk and staying behind Vernon and me, not going far. Gradually, Vernon and I go through the den. Most of what we find is just bones, burnt meat, and scorched roots, but we do see some signs of human remains. A single human skull with an empty derringer, a single-shot pistol, sits underneath a large piece of hardened mud. I pick it up and turn it to look it over. The gun is absolutely wrecked, completely unusable from both age and wear, but it's still a sign that we will find something in here. Searching around the same area as I found the derringer, I find a pristine stiletto knife lodged into a piece of rock. The dagger resembles a black cross, but is ornate in its construction. I pull out the knife and peer into it with my mind, sure that it's either an artifact or a man-made claymore based on its condition. And my guess is proven right. Within is a sigil that speaks to my mind the word Isatai. No dark murmurs or whispers come at me, though, so thankfully, it's not an artifact. But not fully understanding what I found, I call over Vernon and Virgil. Guys, I found something. The two rush over and look at the slender cross-like dagger. I tell them of the sigil with Isatai. Virgil congratulates me on the find and tells me what it does. That's the evolved Comanche sigil. I believe it grants incredible reflexes, senses, and even moderately boosted healing. It even gives a slight sixth sense, like being able to sense whenever something is even just looking at you. I don't know what its sigil skills are, though. I've only ever read its abilities in gear. Curious to know how what he said is put into a dagger, I hold it up and push a bit of ether into it. Instantly, I feel my senses grow exponentially more sensitive. I can see a decent bit in the dark now, not perfectly, but much better than before. I can smell the blood of the dead Amokuks from here. The pungent odor makes me crinkle my nose in displeasure. I can feel the ruffle of my clothes grating against me annoyingly and hear the brothers breathing. But that's not all I hear. I also hear another rumbling, one louder than even when the considerable lizard escaped from the cave toward us. A rumbling of many feet. The torrential sound from my heightened senses originates from above our heads. It comes from the ceiling. 63. Nightmarish reptile. The rumbling of massive feet makes my heart quicken. The third-sigiled Amokuk, the mighty lizard, must have arrived. But why now? Why was it not in its lair? Don't they hunt during the day and sleep at night? Something must be wrong. I quickly whisper to Vernon and Virgil what I heard, trying not to just immediately give our location away to whatever is coming. The stiletto dagger gives me better hearing, and I hear something above us. Something big. I think it may be the Amokuk that we were worried about. Virgil hears this, and I can see him shake his head in the near dark, the only light being Vernon's ether burning to create luminance. The experienced fighter gives us a detailed plan of what to do. Fuck. Okay. It will probably come down here because I bet it can smell the blood of its family. So, I can see fine in the dark, and there is only one exit or entry. Obvious because that's the way they came out, but I figured I should point it out. Virgil glances around, taking in the surroundings. I'm going to assume that the Amokuk is an earth, dust, dirt, or mud-using lizard, so we must be ready to dodge whatever it can throw at us. The focus is on mobility and range, using these to wear it down and kill it. Do everything you can to keep your mobility as well. If he isn't any of those, we need to change the plan on the fly, but try to stick with the current plan and its general idea. He then looks to Vernon, giving him his role. Vernon, I'm going to give you my lever action full of wetted rounds, and you use your Colt as well. Keep far away, but try not to waste time reloading. I don't think this bastard will give us any. That, and focus on giving Wyatt some light. He can't see very well in here. Next, he turns to me. Wyatt, I'm gonna need you to be my backup. Stay near the entrance and wait until it passes you. I'll try to distract it the second I see the damn thing. Then, use your daggers to attack it from behind. Stay on the move constantly. Don't let it catch your feet or ankles. Get your fox to stay away. This will be a serious fight, and I think he will only be a liability. Finally, he speaks on his own part in the coming battle. I'll be in the front and try to distract it. Flicker is amazing at dodging attacks. I only need to move just enough so that only a part of me needs to phase through dimensions instead of all of me. I mostly learned this in our last fight and when I sparred with you, Wyatt. So, don't worry about me too much while you are fighting. Does this sound good? Any suggestions? After Virgil finishes his plan, he asks for suggestions, and I have one. I let him know that the stiletto dagger gives me a bit of night vision and allows me to see in the dark. This has him amend the plan slightly. He tells Vernon to just put a dim light on the Amokuk when it appears and focus on shooting it. If the light is ever blocked, that means we are in the way and do not fire. It sounds like a decent plan, so I follow it, and so does Vernon. I draw my dual dagger and put the stiletto in my boot, unworried about the sword, which is meant for stabbing, cutting me. I worry about losing my night vision while not holding it, so with great effort, I focus a stream of ether into the stiletto dagger from my ankle. This stream keeps its effects going and my slight night vision running. An effort is also made, though, to ignore the feeling and scratchiness of my clothes that come with the enhanced senses. It truly is quite distracting. The itchiness irritates me constantly as I move and prepare for the fight, but I solve this with a dose of adrenaline surge, The ether that flows through me helps me ignore not only pain but all forms of discomfort. After I draw my weapons and stabilize my ether, I move toward the side of the entrance to hide and ambush the coming Amook. And it will be here soon. I can hear the rumbling growing increasingly louder. Whatever is coming is huge, far larger than the 15 or so foot-long one that first emerged from the den toward us. I see Virgil prepare bullets in his lever action before giving it to Vernon. Then he goes and stands in the open in front of the entrance to the chamber. Vernon gets behind one of the medium-sized rocks and uses it to lay the front of the lever action to help his aim and stability. Then, the man creates a small orb of light that he directs in front of Virgil, like the opposite of a lighthouse, something that calls forth danger from the dark instead of pushing it away. While the two brothers prepare, I tell Dakota, the little fox who follows me almost everywhere, even in this corner I am hiding in, to hide. He doesn't listen, though, or maybe he just doesn't understand. He is still young and growing, after all. The growing fox's intelligence is supposed to rise significantly, but I doubt he will reach human levels of wisdom anytime soon. So instead of speaking to him, I pick up the little guy and move him over to a corner as the rumbling grows louder. Dakota gives zero resistance and just lets me grab him as he looks at me. I genuinely think it has been imprinted on me like I am his father or mother, or both. I'm not sure how it all works. I tell him to stay put and move away. He tries to follow, but then I push him back and give him a small treat to distract him. It works, and he stays still eating the piece of bread I gave him. After getting him situated and away from the coming danger, I move back to my corner and lie in wait. The rumbling grows incredibly loud. It gets to the point that dust and small pieces of rock scatter on the ground and fly into the air slightly. Whatever is coming is huge, and it's angry, very angry. I only have to wait a few more moments until I see it. A massive head, one the size of an entire in-width table, emerges from the entrance. Through my night vision, I cannot see color, but it appears to be much darker than the surroundings, as if its scales are tinted black like nightmares. A tongue flicks out from the creature as its head enters, and I see it immediately lock onto Virgil, covered in light and in the middle of the room in front of its path. The lizard roars with such a deafening noise that it dazes me and sends my vision into a tremble. With shaky vision, though, I see the massive Amook charge forward toward Virgil. As it does so, the light covering Virgil moves as well to meet the lizard and show what it looks like entirely as it is both bathed in light and fully enters the room. The lizard is even broader in its torso, but all along, the creature is still short. It reaches to about my ribs. If it was as tall as me, I would have zero confidence in killing the reptile, even with the help of the two Boone brothers. I now understand why the cavern is so broad, yet relatively low in every part. If it wasn't, the Amook wouldn't be able to enter its own home. Trying to force myself to recover from the rattling roar that left me dazed, I take a few shambling steps in an attempt to reach the lizard as it goes after Virgil. While I do so, gunshots ring out, and I hear small grunts of pain from the lizard, the work of Vernon and his firearms. The Amook just ignores this offense, however, and focuses on the man in the light. Pieces of stones shift from the ground and are sent flying at Virgil from multiple directions. The man just ducks and goes straight to the floor as he moves to the side to dodge the giant lizard's charge. He barely moves far enough to evade the attack as the Amook goes flying past him, but what none of us expected was the shadows that emerged from the side of the lizard and grabbed Virgil's boot as he jumped out of the way. A yell of panic comes from the man that finally breaks me out of my shamble, the haze leaving my mind in favor of adrenaline and focus. My body still moves slowly, though, as I realize that a dark fog is within my body, similar to mud. Foreign ether is slowing down my muscles and preventing me from moving. I think this effect came from the roar. It doesn't look like Virgil or Vernon is that badly affected, though, so it must be proximity. I was the closest to it, after all, with me hiding next to the entrance. To combat the ether within me and move toward Virgil to help him as he is fighting the tendrils of shadow that stick to him like mud, which are a bit reminiscent of his own. I flow ether through my body massively with a vast deluge that gives me a tremendous headache. But it only helps a little bit. I move just a tad bit faster, my faltering shamble to a slow shuffle. Fuck. I need more ether to clear out my system and combat the dark mud within me, and there is only one good way to get it. I take a deep inhale. The air around me and the ether within the cavern siphons toward me quickly. Bit of the shadow tendrils that are grabbing Virgil fly off like they are being pulled away from it. The vacuum that is made of ether being powerful enough to affect the tangible ether. Along with that is an unbelievable amount of ether that never ceases to amaze me every time I see it, that flows through me and into the chains. The struggler's gasp fills me full of ether as usual, and I feel the chains that restrain me loosen. The ether that streamed through my body toward my restraints cleared most of the muddy darkness within me and restored my whole movement and so much more. I dash toward the lizard to help Virgil as he is finally grabbed by the Amok fully. His efforts are not enough to escape its clutches. He is then swung through the air with the shadows from the Amok and then slammed into the ground. Cringing with the pain that is sure to reach Virgil and expecting a crack of Virgil's spine to resound throughout the air, I move as fast as I possibly can. Vernon also does what he can to shoot the enormous lizard that is at least 20 feet long and 5 feet wide, but the creature shrugs off his blows. The sheer mass of the beast makes most pointless. Neither of us is able to help Virgil before he is slammed into the ground, but the man flickers just before impact, and he appears to be just fine as he immediately retaliates with his own shadows that emerge from him. Most of the force from his brutal slam into the hard rock beneath our feet must have been negated because of his weight disappearing from the use of his ethereal form. Seeing Virgil fight for his life as the Amok grapples him with shadows and goes to bite him, I realize the plan, while mostly fucked, can still work. I've seen the man fight for nearly 10 minutes without being hit against a much faster opponent. I've got faith he can get out of this grapple. It is shadow versus shadow, after all, and Virgil is part ghost now. I flit with incredible speed onto the back of the Amok and take advantage of Virgil's distraction. My boots land stably on the lizard's back, and I drop onto my knees for more. Then, I begin to stab the oversized desert reptile with my bloodletting daggers. The serpentine daggers have issues entering the thick scales of the Amok at first, so I have to peel off scales before digging deep into it. Each scale I pull off is the size of my full size, and the blood I make falls from it with a dozen short shanks, similar to a small river of blood. After doing this to several scales, the lizard takes notice of me and turns away from Virgil despite it almost getting him. The man barely escapes its jaws, claws, and shadows and backs away for a quick breath. Gunshots continue to resound, and I can feel the impact hit the face of the lizard. The bullets aren't in vain because of the ether channeled into them, but the mass of the reptile beneath me makes it hard to even notice the force of all of them together. The Amok takes a quick pause in the assault of Virgil as it stands still briefly. Then, mud and sand fly through the air toward me alongside a shadow that grabs onto me from beneath me. Virgil sees this and runs back to meet the Amok, shadows lashing at his feet as his own shadows shift to defend him. In response, the Amok rushes to him, but the lizard's ether is already being channeled toward me. Blasts of sticky mud, blunt stone, and cutting sand hit me from the lizard's machinations of ether. I attempt to dodge them, but the shadows that emerge from each shower of debris prevent me from doing so. Not only that, but each dark physical cloud that touches me sends a pulse of tainted ether into my body, trying to both slow me down and hurt me from the inside out. Luckily, I am so full of ether from struggler's gasp and adrenaline surge that the sheer quantity of ether within me holds the line. The taint is at first unable to affect me as I continue to stab the lizard, but the ether within my veins quickly dwindles through its usage as each pulse of tainted ether consumes 3 or 4 times as much ether of mine. This must be braided ether. All third sigils can learn how to do it. Apparently, even lizards can with their tiny brains. I guess it truly is easy once you reach the required stage. While stabbing the lizard, I attempt to try to braid my ether once more to fight against its ether, and while I make a bit of progress, reducing the 1:3 or 4 ratio to a 1:2, I do not succeed fully. I do this by compressing the ether using the mass amount that is flowing within me rapidly, and using the twisting of my arms with knives to twist the ether to gain further momentum. This is a realization that I only make from the unique way I am stabbing the lizard. It is so big that each puncture with the dagger is almost useless, but the bloodletting that my serpentine blades inflict over time will add up. So, to further accentuate this, I twist the edges as I stab them, which makes me think of how to perform the braided strands of ether. It works similarly to when you want to rotate your fist just a bit to increase its stopping power. All I need to do is learn how to do it exactly. The perfect amount of torque and inner pressure. Quickly, though, I stop this experiment of ether and keep it how it was going as it slowed my rate of peeling off scales and attacking the Amok heavily. So, I just keep the 1-to-2 ratio as is and focus on bringing this big bastard down. I can practice this discovery later. The stone and sand hitting me ramp up rapidly the more damage I do to the Amok. Rocks hit me with so much force that I can feel bones crack and organs shift within me. Amidst the mighty rocks are streams of sand that cut through my clothes and deep into my body, making my blood fall and join the lizard's fallen crimson liquid on the cavern's floor. All the while this occurs, I continue to attack it as the bloody palm struggles to keep us both alive. Virgil is stuck in the act of dodging the Amok, while only getting a thrust in here or there with his bowie knife. The man is being prudent not to get hit, as one swipe of the claw or a clamped jaw would end him, so he only gets a few good hits in. On the other hand, Vernon is going to town just firing bullets nonstop, only reloading here or there so that he can continue. His light sits up above the lizard, giving him the perfect profile to shoot at. The younger brother is forced to move from his spot, though, as the Amok starts showering him with masses of stone and mud from far away. So, now he runs around dodging rocks while firing lead. At this point, a large amount of blood from the Amok has been spilled, so much so that the flow is covered in red blood that can only be seen near the light. This loss of blood makes the lizard roar once more in pain, and with such proximity, both Virgil and I are fully affected by the roar. The dark wave of ether that comes from the lizard infiltrates my body once more and consumes much of the ether within me already, making my strugglers gasp both weaker but also easier to hold on to. I slow significantly in my attacks as the damage of the stones and sand multiply in number. I am staggered multiple times and even almost knocked off the massive lizard's back. But I am not the one who is worst affected. Virgil is. The man didn't have my sheer quantity of ether running through him, which no one else seems to be able to do, to defend against the infiltration of the Amok's tainted ether. Virgil is instantly frozen right where he was before he was hit with the roar. Unable to move his body, I can see his eyes flicker to and fro in panic, eventually meeting mine. Not only that, but I see the Amok rear back a massive claw to swipe at the frozen Virgil. A claw that is the size of the man's entire torso, and that appears to be full of power. This situation runs through my brain in a split second, and I make a quick plan. One that, as usual, ends with injury and the hope that the bloody palm wants a living body more than a dead one. 64. Dream the demons away. The giant nightmarish-colored lizard's claw swings toward Virgil with so much force I can hear the air whistle through its movement. Virgil is helpless and immobile from the Amok's roar, the ether being too insidious and infectious to hold off without preparation. Upon seeing the incoming strike, I immediately redirect my daydream that guards my mind and instead turn it to amplify the bloody palm from which the dream defends me. I'm going to need its healing badly for what is to come. I take 2 significant steps with as much power as possible. Squelches and lizard blood go everywhere from the force of my movement, and I jump toward Virgil, placing myself between him and the claw as I push him out of the way. Then, I turn quickly as the deadly claw of incredible size comes flying toward me and breathe out my struggler gasp. The air that comes out of my lungs full of ether is powerful and pushes against the claw with tremendous might. The might of a miniature sandstorm or tornado. But it's not enough. Not nearly enough. The Amok's claw moves through the air toward me, beset by a deafening zephyr. It only slows a little bit before it impacts my body, the palm of the claw slamming into my torso. The air from my lungs mostly just moved me to meet the palm's momentum, partly diffusing the damage to my body by moving with it. But again, the effect was not enough. A heavy crack comes from my body at the moment of impact, and I feel my vision go dark. Wind sweeps over my body until my back bashes into hard stone, and I roll over the rocks limply. Surprisingly, no pain is felt from the attack. Gunshots and yells grow louder in my ears after I am hit, but I can barely recognize them. The shock from the claw that struck me is all-encompassing. My legs are numb. My arms are numb. My chest and torso are numb. My brain must have been rattled by the hit. A few moments pass until my vision returns, and when it does, I see a worrying sight. One that does not reflect the lack of pain I feel. My torso is bent and misshapen, and a considerable dent sits in the center of my chest, barely missing my heart. A spike of stone that the Amok must have created or shifted with its ether pierces through my stomach, pinning me to the ground. My legs are fine, just roughed up, but my right arm is ruined. It looks more like a zigzagging lightning bolt than a limb. Blood rapidly pools around me, fountains of it emerging from my wounds. The telltale sign of the bloody palm keeping its host alive. I can see my body shift and heal toward the ideal state in real time. The ether of the bloody palm intertwines with mine and regenerates my body at an unseen rate. It seems as though the longer I'm bonded to it, the more effective it becomes in every way, healing my body and infiltrating my mind. The inner demon I've come to know quite intimately constantly nips and bites at my mind as it heals me. I accept the bloody palm's help but refuse every attempt it makes on my soul. And to further condense my focus, I need to move. Staying still and numb is terrible for focus, at least for me. I'm most concentrated on something in the heat of combat. I've learned that quite quickly these past few months. Or weeks. I'm not sure. I've never been good at keeping track of time. It is almost winter, though, so that is at least a decent tracker. It doesn't matter, though. Not now. I command my numb arms to move and lift me off of the spike that impales me. I need to return to the battle and help however I can. Slowly, my arms move amidst the cracks and shifts occurring throughout my body to recover. I'm on my back, so I move my arms to my left to work together in unison. Eventually, my roughed-up palms touch the stone beneath me to my left. I take one short and limited gasp of air. My pain still numbed from the lungs that are particularly crushed, and I push. Only when I push is the numbness overwritten. And it is overwritten with blinding pain that sends flashes of black and white across my eyes. The pain so great it physically affects me. The demon within also lashes out at me harsher than usual. I'm unsure if it is trying to stop me from killing us or merely taking advantage of the distraction. But the reason doesn't matter, as this tantrum of whispers and dark murmurs finally breaks through. At my weakest and most desperate for the poison well that is the bloody palm, it truly enters my mind. I can feel invisible fingers touch my very mind and move me. Fingers that scream with harsh sounds of survival, desire, and unending hunger for blood. For a few moments, I lose control of my own body, and the hand that is not mine takes control of the reins. Watching like a passenger in my own body, I see myself push off the spike of stone and stand steadily despite the injuries. It almost looks like the bloody palm is so used to near-death injuries that nothing will phase its balance or coordination. The second I realize that I am no longer the master of my own fate, I fight against what locks me within my own body. I rage against the dark rhetorical chains that it has placed on my soul that try to not only keep me from my own body but also devour me wholly. Like being trapped in a small box in the dark with only a small light to see out, I go berserk and attack the jail. The bloody palm takes a few more steps toward where Virgil, Vernon, and the Amok are fighting to the death, and while it does so, my body heals at an unbelievable rate. I watch its powers with amazement. After one step, the hole that was punctuated entirely through my torso with the spike closes. The wound closes like the shutter of a camera. After 2 steps, the dent in my chest fixes itself, almost bouncing back. It heals so fast and returns to normal. After 3 steps, the internal injuries fade, and I feel myself breathing normally once again. Better than expected, actually, almost as if each and every breath imbibes ether into my body. After 4 steps, all the wounds over my whole body disappear, even the ones from previous fights that have not yet wholly faded. All the scars I've ever had sink away and are replaced by fresh skin. After the 5th step, I realize that something awful is happening to my body. I look just like I did in the forest way back then. So malnourished it's almost as if I'm a starving zombie. It's devouring me to recover so that it can fight and consume more. Like a banker, it's thinking, lose some flesh now, make it back later. The thought of it makes me sick. And on the 5th step, it only gets worse, as the bloody palm creates a spear of blood from the tip of its fingers on my left palm. At this point, my entire left arm is just bones with skin over them. No muscles, fat, or even tendons really exist. All the things that can be quickly devoured have been for more power. The being that only seeks to feed aims at the most vulnerable target, Vernon, who has his back to me and who doesn't expect to be stabbed in the back. Virgil has recovered at this point and is still fighting the Amok, both of them being heavily wounded. Every single step in action it took only made me fight harsher, more frenzied against its control, but the sights weren't enough for me to truly fight back until I saw this. I will not betray someone. I will never stab a friend in the back. I refuse to be a traitor. Traitors deserve the red court of suffering, the deepest part of the underworld, the one where the red judge punishes the dead himself. I not only wish to never meet the devil, but I also don't want to ever hurt a companion. So, I fight with the greatest impetus yet against the bloody palm, one more important than even my life. I'm not against dying. I'm only against breaking before I've done what I wanted to. There is much for me to do, and if I kill a friend along the way, what's the point? As I, puppeted by the bloody palm, raise the bloody spear in my left hand, I push back into my mind with all I got. The whispers create an almost impenetrable cell to hold me in. I take a split second to recognize what is holding the mental me. I'm being chained up. It might only be mental, but I know a way to loosen chains. Not only that, but I realize that my daydream is still faintly active, the bloody palm unwilling to turn it off because it enhances the artifact. Using my mind and connection to my own stream of ether, I force it to reach me. A daydream of an indomitable mind, one that cannot be touched in any way, one that cannot be overtaken or chained. My inner demon might be very real compared to others, but that doesn't mean I can't dream it away, too, with enough willpower. If even the cabin says the world will shift to my dreams, then, even so, will this damned artifact. I can feel the daydream that is releasing me from the prison I am placed within, slightly resonating with my sigil. A slight vibration comes from the back of my mind like a pulse of approval. I take this as a sign that what I'm doing is right, and using this stream of ether, I rage against my mental prison just before the bloody palm releases the spear made up of my own congealed blood. A shamble occurs in my moving body as the fight for dominance over it reaches a pivotal point, both inside and out. Right as I break out of the mental prison and meet the bloody palm once more in a contest of fortitude, the spear is released from my hand. But thankfully, the stumble and shift of positioning from my attempt to regain control over my body make the deadly spear of crimson essence change its destination. Instead of hitting Vernon, who was diagonal from me, it is sent soaring through the air as fast as an arrow into the side of the Amok. The spear of my own life sinks deeply into the giant lizard before disappearing entirely within its body, and the creature immediately pauses in its assault on Virgil to look at me. After seeing that not only did it not kill its prey, but that the victim of its strike attacked it once more, it becomes outraged. The dark lizard that is the length of over 5 adult men charges at me with fury and another roar full of murky ether that eats into my body. Giant thunderous steps resound throughout the inner core of the Amok den as it charges at me with primal might. Each slam onto the ground shifts the rock and sand beneath my feet and urges me to win the contest of wills against the damned artifact. I command my limbs to move, and the bloody palm does the opposite, doing everything possible to stay in control, but I don't allow any of it. A low growl comes from my core as I try to move before the Amok reaches me and either crushes or eats me. I don't know what the spear of blood is meant to do, but it doesn't appear as though it is doing anything right now. I'm unsure what's more worrying, to be honest, an attack that would have straight up killed Vernon, or one that would have insidiously entered his body. Either way, it's good that I was able to stop it, but I won't settle for just that. This is my damn body and not the fucking artifact's body. The sheer force of my mental resistance against the bloody palm makes my body finally move, teeth gritting and hands clenching. Minor effects but noticeable signs of progress. Yells from Vernon and Virgil reach my ears, telling me to move, but I cannot act on them, my own left hand keeping me still despite the danger that approaches. Only when the nauseating breath of the lizard bears down on us and the imminent threat of death touches our senses does the bloody palm relent. The main thing it seeks is survival, after all, and if I don't move now, we both die. From what I've sensed from the palm, it seems as though if the artifact loses a host, it will die too. So, the palm subsides its attempt on my mind temporarily, allowing me to jump to the side just before the lizard bites off my entire torso. Instead, a lack of feeling in my right foot emerges alongside waves of pain in my brain. I look down to my right foot, which is now missing several toes and half of my boot, as I see the lizard slam into the spikes it had created for me to slam into earlier. Most tips merely cushion it, but some break off scales and draw blood. The stupid lizard must have assumed me unable to dodge because of its roar and didn't even try to restrain me with its tendrils, mud, or roots, instead focusing them on Virgil and Vernon. After the close encounter with death, the bloody palm reemerges and attacks my mind. But now that I have control over my body, I also have control over all my ether. And while I may be exhausted after using Struggler's Gasp, it seems as though the bloody palm made an effort to clear some of the ether from my body when it was healing my body with its own. I guess veins, muscles, bones, and organs fully saturated by ether slowed down the effects of its own abilities. It appears as though the connection can be symbiotic, each of us clearing the other's system partially with our own ether. Too bad the palm doesn't want symbiosis. That might be something good to know for later. A sufficiently saturated system can repel foreign ether. I guess that actually makes perfect sense because of how I pushed away the Amok's roar. That foreign ether can partially remove ether saturation. I suppose that what causes the breakdown of the body is too much ether of the same type? Do different kinds of ether get expelled at different rates? Who knows? I'm sure I'll figure it all out eventually. I use this advantage of having some ether cleared from my body and being pushed away from the ether saturation limit to force everything I possibly can to daydream against the bloody palm. I change it from using probably around 10% of the maximum ether I can reasonably handle at a single time to 50, which also makes it almost impossible to keep up adrenaline surge as well without just killing myself from ether saturation at the moment. To solve this, I would need to get better at braiding, condensing, or infusing ether with my will to become more efficient, none of which I can do at the moment. So instead of being able to do anything at all without fighting for my very own body, I release the flow of adrenaline surge, feeling the wave of even more lethargy and weight from the restriction of daydream flow through me. This act does save my mind, although it weakens my body significantly. The whispers and constant assault on my mind recede as the chains around my whole body tighten into a vice except for those on my mind. Those I feel loosen, more than ever before. Gritting my teeth and cursing while looking at the Amok that is now turning back to look at me, I crawl toward the approaching Virgil, who is dripping blood and sweat in equal amounts. The Amok sends over a dozen tendrils of shadow to grab me and prevent me from escaping. Unable to resist, I am restrained once more, only this time. It's a physical restraint that will lead to my body's death and not the end of my mind. I thrash and fight futilely against the shadows that bind me as they slowly force their sickly ether into my system and make me slow and fall even further into the depths of lethargy. After a few seconds, I lay limp in its grasp as it lifts me toward its mouth. A cascade of bullets impacts the lizard's face near where I am heading. Vernon does his best to help, but the lizard shakes them off. 6 fist-sized holes are just not enough to make the lizard flinch or retreat in what it is doing. Virgil also tries to help me as he reaches the lizard, takes 2 quick steps, flickers entirely through a claw, and climbs onto its head. I see him stumble and hold his head with one hand after the flicker. The jump into the Bakwas' incomprehensible realm damaging his mind. But Virgil is not a man to be stopped by mere pain, even if it's to the soul. He flips his Bowie knife into a reverse grip and stabs it into the right eye of the Amok. Both of their efforts are not enough to make the Amok drop me, for it seemingly just wants to devour me like a nighttime snack. The moment that the shadow tendrils place me into its open jaw, something incredible happens. A rush of flesh, gore, viscera, and blood exit its throat and goes flying straight toward me alongside a cry of pain from the Amok. I open my eyes as wide as possible with the lethargy affecting me, unwilling to face my death like a coward. If I am to be claimed by death, I will do it as my teacher did, unfaltering in my resolve. But my resolution against death fades slightly as I feel something familiar within the flying massacre. I feel the ether of the bloody palm. 65. Unknowns. The mass of flesh before me exiting from the Amok mouth like vomit has the same feel of degeneration and desire as the bloody palm. It makes your fingers clench and toes curl just at the sensation. Still paralyzed, I try to move my head away from the flood of blood, viscera, flesh, and many other organic substances that leave the Amok's mouth and stream toward mine. The paralysis doesn't allow me to dodge the disgusting compound, and I hear the Amok roar once more, but this time in pure pain and suffering as its body begins to shake and convulse. While trembling, the innards and entrails that exit the Amok flow straight into my face, covering my whole head. Unwilling to let it seep into me, I close my eyes and mouth and hold my breath, but it's not enough. The blood seeps into my ears, the flesh slithers in my nose, and the entrails force open my mouth. I can feel slimy, iron-tinged pieces of dissolved organs enter my mouth and then sink into my body through the flesh inside my mouth. With the blood that goes into my ears, I can feel a weird tingling and itching sensation until the inside of my skull feels wet, my brain likely being covered in the blood. And the flesh that enters my nose goes down into my lung and makes me unable to breathe without sputtering and coughing, allowing even more of this gore to enter me. The world around me is muffled in sound from the blood in my ears, so I only just barely hear the dying throes of the Amok as I am let down from the shadow tendrils and dropped to the floor. Whatever the bloody palm did, it took some time, but damn, was it effective and disgusting. Now I just have to hope it isn't similar to taking me over. The streams of the innards continue for a dozen seconds or so until I feel full and like I'm about to burst, not from being pulled apart by the things that entered me, but more like eating way too much food. Ultimately, it seems as though all the bloody palm craved was to satiate its hunger, even if it does so in the most disgusting and traumatizing ways. Slowly, the innards that seep into me fade and drop onto my body instead. It is an incredibly odd feeling in every way, from the blood that entered my ears to even just the viscera that remains covering my frame. I just want to immediately get up and clean my body off. The feeling makes me feel sick. When the viscera ends its conquest over my paralyzed body, I open my eyes and see Virgil and Vernon standing over me. Virgil sweating profusely and covered in many wounds that seep blood. Vernon has much fewer wounds on him, only a few cuts here or there, but he is also sweating just as severely as Virgil, showing that the younger brother put his work in too. I look down at my body, curious as to what the effects of the bloody palm had with its bloody spear made of my own life essence, and what I see is just as surprising to me as it is to the two brothers looking at me. My once thin and wiry body built solely for speed that frequently loses weight, mass, and nutrition from the bloody palm has changed entirely. Muscle, more prominent than I have ever had before, which, to be honest, is not saying all that much, now covers my body. It is easy to see through the torn and ripped clothes and the massive hole in my shirt from being impaled. Eyes go wide all around at the effects of the bloody palm. Virgil and Vernon immediately ask what the hell happened. Sadly, even I don't know fully. Damn, what happened? Wyatt? I thought you were dead after you saved me. Was that your artifact? How did you control it like that? Can you do that again? Your artifact must be incredible to hold power such as that. I wave them off for a second as I sit up and push the viscera off me. Once Vernon notices all the blood, organs, and other parts of the lizard that covers me, he turns away and walks around the Amok, searching for any items or lost gear that we might have missed earlier. A small chuckle comes from both Virgil and me at the sight of Vernon being squeamish. Once I get most of the disgusting stuff off of me, I realize I feel better than ever physically. My frame isn't sore or hurting. Instead, It feels full of power, even though it is still restrained by my daydream more than usual. The only thing that isn't good is my mind and state of ether. I feel as though I am constantly on the brink of insanity and loss of my own body to a hungering artifact full of incomprehensible desire. I push past this and answer Virgil, focusing on the human-to-human interaction. I'm not entirely sure what happened. I took the hit because I figured I could heal fast enough with the artifact attached to me, and while I was right, the bloody palm decided it was an excellent time to assault my mind again. I had to use one of my skills to enhance the artifact enough to heal me fast enough so that I wouldn't die, and it took advantage of that. I paused for a second before simply admitting it and cursing the lizard. For a few moments, for just a few steps toward you guys, the bloody palm was in control of my body. It rapidly healed me and then created a spear of my own blood, siphoning flesh and blood from me so that it tried to throw it at Vernon, but I could regain control fast enough that it instead went into the Amok. Then, I guess the spear took some time within the Amok to deal enough damage to bring it down. That fucking lizard was insane. What were all those shadowy tendrils and infectious roars about? Virgil takes in my rant with a few nods until, in the end, he puts his hands on my shoulders and speaks to me while looking me in the eyes. You must be supremely careful, Wyatt. I know not a single person who has ever returned from the edge. You are the first. Once an artifact takes control and puppets the person it is artificed to, it is said that the body now belongs to that artifact and the sigils within. Rest. Do whatever you can to regain your resolve. You've been pushing yourself too far. Rest. Vernon and I will take care of what's left here. Sleep. You need to recover as much ether, mental, and physical strength as possible. Virgil stops as he steps back from me, finishing his warning with a question. And when you feel in tip-top shape, you need to take Law's light and advance. That is the only way you survive this. How long have you had the bloody palm for at this point? I answer the man who ignored all the parts about the fight that almost killed him and just focused on my well-being as truthfully as possible. I think for close to a week. Is that bad? He nods to my own question in response to his. Yes, terribly. Only one man I've ever heard of lasted a week while artificed. His name was Jasper Shield, the Silent. He was known for his strong will for a very long time, able to shake off and continue even after those near him died and left him alone. He was a powerful fifth sigil, but eventually he was captured by demons and experimented on. Virgil's eyes sink to the floor as he retells the story of such an anguished man. I can't help but bite my lip at the imagined visuals. Jasper was a quiet man known for being able to endure any hardship without being fazed, so instead of torturing him needlessly, the demon that caught him sought to make him join the demon. The demon attached a finger to him from a sixth sigil, just one sigil higher than him. Jasper held on for one single week, and by the end of the week, the artifact had grown from its simple place as a single finger into a whole hand, slowly converting the man's body. The only way anyone knows what happened to him is because the demon who did it to him kept a log of everything. The man's hand waves sadly as if opening a phantom book's pages to read the contents. The log was left free for anyone to grab after the artifact drew Jasper mad because, after a week, both had grown so in tune with each other that their ether complemented each other perfectly and was much more effective than just two people together. The Silent's increased capability allowed him to kill the demon, a sixth sigil, and break his way out of the lair. Then, in artificed madness or frenzied agony, no one sure which, the artificed man went on a hell path through the wilds, killing anything he came across. His voice could paralyze someone, and the snap of his fingers could explode their heads. The man was feared for an entire year until a pillar, Naomi, the steel talon, the former pillar of Kyun, put him down. I heard from someone that she cut off the entire arm, and it was still helping Jasper, or what was left of the man, fight. He stops again, looking into my eyes. However, I've seen you in action, and I believe you can overcome this. This is the first time I've ever seen you struggle against its control. For others, it's the opposite, a constant, unending battle of wills until the man or woman loses to the artifact. Your skill set and sigil are uniquely suited to fending off artifacts, whether on purpose or not. It is excellent at keeping your mind unfettered. If you are ready now, Take the sigil from the shadowy Amok. I planned on taking it the second I saw its abilities because it likely has a night owl sigil or something similar. But knowing how close you just came to the edge, you should take it if you are ready. My friend also adds a final piece of knowledge, a scrap that gives me some confidence. Now, while I know of no one who has resisted artifiction, that does not mean it is impossible. It is said the Hollows, an old extinguished tribe from the wilds, used to do it all the time. Some are even rumored to still be alive. Perhaps you can find one, and they can help show you the way. Virgil offers me to take the sigil he had planned to take, and I am forced to refuse. I have not yet found the answer to my metaphor. I attempt to recall what it was for the first time, and the image of the words lodged into the book burns itself once more into my mind's eye. If dreams and hopes are not real, then what is to be done with them? I'm no philosopher, and these words only make me incredibly lost. Hopes and dreams are why we fight for a better life. No? So how are they not real? Don't I effectively make my dreams real with daydream? Just so confused. I answer and try to tell the metaphor to Virgil with a shake of the head while I ponder this. No, I have not yet answered my metaphor. The man cuts me off, unwilling to let me finish. Don't tell me what it is. I don't want to affect your answer to it. In my experience, it's better to come up with it through trials and tribulations. It's much better that way, and more likely to keep the sigil from going haywire. Rarely do they ever come through just thought or discussion. The only exceptions are the large families who all use the same sigils and have found good enough answers that work for all. Nodding to his response because it makes some sense to me, I ask another question to try and clarify as I see Vernon walk around the Amok, searching for anything interesting in the rest of the room that we had not finished exploring yet. What do you mean about the sigil going haywire? Virgil glances back at his brother real quick before turning back to me. Do you not know? Confused by what he means, I shake my head. No, what are you talking about? Virgil gives me a worried look but continues talking. Every sigil you take has a small chance of turning on you while in the cabin. No one knows why, how, or even exactly when, but we know that the sigil sometimes fractures or changes during the evolution or mutation, allowing for other forces to bleed into the mind. This fracture can cause many psychological issues that lead to insanity, but it can cause instant death. The common train of thought and accepted idea is that those with good or amazing answers to their metaphors who perform perfect proofs are less likely to meet this instant death. Not just that, but it keeps them from becoming monsters worse than demons. He finishes his piece of knowledge that no one has ever told me before. I guess it was something so obvious that none have ever even spoken about it. There is only one thing I say in response to the fact I've potentially committed suicide twice. Oh. Virgil nods sagely as he turns and walks toward the Amok with me. Every single step upwards is upon a rickety bridge with no bottom in sight. Every new sigil comes with a host of new problems and unending agony in some cases. If one doesn't attune to their sigil for long enough and increase their saturation limit, then the new sigil's influx of ether will simply melt them alive. If one doesn't dare to face what lies within themselves, the metaphors and their subsequent proofs will lead to an early demise internally. If one doesn't act carefully around just about anything else with a sigil, they will likely get murdered for another to advance. And even if someone dodges all of these, there is still a chance that once they enter the cabin, the person who comes out is no longer them. Damn, that's insane. Even if you do everything right, sometimes the world will just end you. Why didn't Edmund tell me about this? Indeed, that's a warning that I should know before taking a sigil. Or does it not happen on the first sigil? I ask this question along with another one I've always been curious about but likely know deep down. So, can even people who gain their first sigil get this instant death or madness phenomenon? And if there are so many risks, why do people still go for sigils? Why do people reach for their power? Virgil laughs a bit at my question, which makes me feel silly for asking it, as he kneels down to the Amok and searches through its scales for something he spotted. It's exceedingly rare for a new first sigil to meet the unknown horror, what it's called when something unknown happens within the transfer to the cabin. It's also rare for them to become mother-bound, taken by the mother below for advancing without preparation. I'm of the thought that whatever does it isn't interested in newly advanced humans. Their threat interest, or level of life is simply too dull or low. Virgil pauses, rolling scales across his palms and foraging. The part about power, however, you should know. We all have our reasons for grasping strength. It is what gives you the will to go on, to fight against unstoppable odds. Mine is to protect my family. I'm sure you have one, even if you don't know it yet. We all do. The former hunter rips out some bullets, moving them out of the way as he digs deeper, searching for the sigil in the massive creature. The man even finds a nugget of gold he shows me before slipping it into his pocket. Animals die for food, people for money, and the powerful die for even more power. It's just the way the world works. The rest of us do whatever we can to scrounge up enough to defend us and ours. Then, shaking his head, he prepares me for the future to come. Enough of all this, though. I really need to spend some time to figure out what you know and what you don't, because for a second sigil, to be honest, jack shit. And it's gonna get you killed. Now let me find this sigil and advance. I've been waiting for years and prepared for a long time. He also reflects on the battle before taking his sigil, helping me grow for what's next. Also, I didn't tell you to use Law's Light because I figured that the Amok could create walls or some kind of watery or crystalline structure based on how most Amok progress. But once you noticed that it couldn't make anything to stop the light or redirect it, you should have pulled out Law's Light. Hindsight's 20/20ths, though, and I didn't think of it at the time either, only before the fight. So, just remember it the next time you are fighting something. The artifact is quite powerful after all. I nod at what he says and agree. Many have told me that my ignorance will be the end of me. I then watch the experienced hunter, fighter, and explorer scavenge the corpse of the Amok for the sigil. Eventually, he finds it lodged in the Amok's back right leg. The locations of sigils are always really odd. Like, why is mine in the back of my skull? So far, I think that is the only one I've seen or heard of that's in the head. Quite odd, to be honest. Even Vernon, who was a scholar at first, a mentally oriented sigil, had his core within his spine. Right before Virgil takes the sigil, he looks at Vernon and me, then he closes his eyes and takes it, assumably being whisked away to the cabin. 66. Darkstalker. I've never seen anyone ever advance their sigil in front of me before. I mean, Earl technically did, but I was literally dying and couldn't see it at all. I expected something grand, something interesting to happen, but no, it's nothing of the sort. What occurs is so dull and mundane it overrides much of my excitement about Virgil's advancement. Virgil simply closes their eyes and reaches for where the sigil is located. Then less than a second later, without any fanfare, he opens his eyes and turns to us. Only after the advancement does anything cool happen. I notice that his back stands a bit straighter and that shadows lick at his heels like flickering flames. The man covered in clothes and wearing goggles now has completely black eyes that show only through the thin lenses of the goggles, making it almost impossible to even tell if it is a human beneath the thick wardrobe. He looks at us momentarily before lunging straight for Vernon, wrapping him in a hug while laughing. We did it. One of us is now wondrous. This calls for a party. But not now. We'll have to get back to town first. Vernon pushes his excited older brother off of him annoyingly. One of the rare times I've ever been able to notice Virgil be truly joyful, but it makes sense. He just advanced to the fourth sigil, after all. He's not the only one excited, though. Both Vernon and I are curious about his new sigil. What did you get? What's the new name and powers? Virgil turns and answers my question with a smile I can hear through his tone. I'm a flickering Darkstalker. It increases my speed and all other parts of me in the dark even further, which I can currently feel is quite the boost. My sleep per day has also been reduced, possibly down to just an hour or so a day. The main one, though, is that I can easily blend into shadows and mask my presence, effectively becoming invisible. I'm gonna call it mask. The tome also said something about stalking prey and being hard to track. Virgil finishes his explanation of his new powers by crouching next to a shadow rock, and before our very eyes, darkness wraps around him. Then, after being completely covered in shadows, he seems to disappear from our view. Not like he's invisible, but more like I'm inclined to ignore him. The effect is more mental than physical, but it's very effective. Even Vernon and I, who saw him use mask, have incredible difficulty realizing where he is. I can immediately see how practical the skill would be for an assassin or solo hunter. I see Virgil do some more testing with his new 4th sigil, but instead of staying to watch, I decide to rest as he recommended. Calling over Dakota, who hid in the corner as I asked the whole time earlier, I lay down and fall asleep, keeping the daydream on the bloody palm active. Several hours later, I wake up feeling largely rested but with a headache of ether lingering over me, the aftereffects of sleeping with daydream active. However, what I wake up to only makes the headache much worse. Vernon shakes me until I wake up and immediately starts rushing me to move. Still waking up, I ask why we are in such a hurry. Virgil let you sleep for almost a full 12 hours. Since then, he has gone out to test his new sigil and use the new skills to see how far away the break is. And he just got back. It's close. Way too close. We need to go now. At this very moment. So get up and let's fucking go. The news of the break already upon us shakes and sobers my drowsy mind. Adrenaline flows straight into my mind and gets the cogs inside, turning. We need to go, yes, but I haven't seen the break myself. Something tells me Johnny will know if I don't see it. But would he even care if I don't see its main body? As long as I return the information to him on the break, it's okay, right? That's all that really matters. He just needs information and time to prepare. Again, I still cannot understand why he sent me, a man he thought would die soon, on such a mission. It just feels like something idiotic or bound to fail. Or is my family's reputation so resounding that he actually believes I can pull this off? I'm unsure which I prefer. If he just sent me to die, then that means my returning successfully would impress him. On the other hand, if he sent me with confidence if I returned, it would all just be according to plan. Both things I hate, being sent to die and being a puppet. Maybe that's why I resonate so heavily with the Philosopher's Sigil. I spent my whole life cooped up in a small ranch, just wishing to leave, wanting to adventure. Ending that prematurely or being forced to do something against my will makes me furious. A kind of rage and burning will that would blaze until I turn to ashes comes whenever I am backed against the wall. Doesn't matter the kind of wall I'm put against, either. Whether it's my death or another's. Being left with no freedom to choose, do what I want, or go where I please is against my nature. The philosopher is one who merely acknowledges this lack of freedom, this suffering, and can spot it easily. The daydreamer dreams of a better world, one where this freedom exists, but there is no action yet to make it happen. I assume that the struggler is next. I think I truly understand now why I resonated with it when I completed my absolution. I'm all about action. Thinking and dreaming are not things I'm particularly good at, but struggling? Fighting with all I got? I think I'm pretty good at that. And if Johnny thinks he can keep me chained on a leash forever, he's got another thing coming. For by the time I reach him, I just may be a struggler, willing to rage against the chains. This post-sleep inner reflection took quite some time, and by the end, I exit the Amok burrow with Vernon. Outside the cave where we just recently fought, I see Virgil standing, looking westward at the clouds that have grown increasingly dark and closer to our eyes. The man looks at me and his brother before addressing us. Good, you're up. We need to leave now. I did a bit of reconnaissance with my new sigil. Flickering Darkstalker is quite the fitting name. It allows me to easily follow traces while at the same time covering mine. Using this ability without getting caught, I found a massive group of monsters sleeping in a clearing about 5 miles north of US. Unsure how this indicates the break, I question the newly advanced Darkstalker. How do you know it's the break? Could it not just be a group of wild monsters like the Amok or the short-horned serpents? Virgil nods at my question and answers it promptly as he shoulders his backpack and starts walking eastward. The monsters were of many different species altogether. I saw dozens of nightmares, monstrous horses that were twice the size of even the largest horse, a few dozen genu, a smaller cannibalistic creature similar to Urayuli, and a single Uctina guarding the group. Uctina are like the short-horned serpents we fought previously. Still, they are normally 4th sigil, much larger, and have small wings, possibly hinting at a future evolution into a Zyakol, a catastrophic type of monster that only pillars can deal with. Virgil continues a moment later after mentioning such a disastrous creature, pausing to gather his thoughts. Because of this, I'm fairly certain it's the break that is keeping them tame. The demon or demons in the lead must be taking their time to arrive, allowing the monsters time to rest. Many demons are known for their pride and looking down on humans. Nodding to this, I follow him and ask a few more questions. So, how far do you think this demon is? And do you think we can get a glance at it? Virgil looks at me like I'm insane and shakes his head with a chuckle. You're crazy, lad. No, we do not want to see it at all, even from miles away. I highly doubt my new mask and hiding in darkness would prevent it from seeing me, and you too would be surely dead. To answer your first question, though, I think it's at least a day or two westward, for we have only seen the first group of tamed monsters. I keep up the conversation as I keep up with his pace, skipping a bit to increase my pace. Okay, that makes sense. Then how do we get back without dying if this demon is so dangerous? Do we just run? Virgil shakes his head in negation as he tries to explain things to me. The situation isn't that bad. At most, we will have to fight some monsters here or there. We are unlikely to come across the demon if we are actively moving in the opposite direction. Still, for you to actually deliver useful intel to the gunfighter, we will need to move fast as possible. As Virgil says this, he breaks off into a sprint, leaving both Vernon and me to catch up to him. We both do so, but it is obviously much easier for the now wondrous Virgil to move at incredible speeds, even without actively using ether to augment himself. The powers of a third-sigiled are quite a leap from a second or third, and I haven't even seen him do all that much yet. Once I catch up to him, I ask him a few questions. We can't run the whole way back, after all. It took us days to reach this far. None of us can keep going for that long. So, what are we going to do to move so fast? We have days' worth of ground to cover. Running doesn't sound like a good idea, no matter how faster we are. If we get caught, we'll be exhausted and weak. Virgil, while running, nods to my suggestions and informs me of the plans he came up with. He has two possible ways for us to get out of this. I've thought up two different courses of action. Both are pretty risky, one much more so than the other, but it is much faster. The other is less risky but slower and more likely for us to either get caught up to by monsters or to not arrive in Rustbank fast enough to give any helpful reconnaissance. He stalls to gain our opinions from our faces, eyes darting back and forth before continuing. The first is the not-so-risky one. We make it back to Harmony Town as fast as we can on our feet. I remember seeing a wagon left in one of the stables. We can take turns pulling it at our max speeds with ether-infused bodies. This should get us to Rustbank in 2 or 3 days tops. The second is far riskier, but also involves the wagon. We go to where I saw the group of monsters and steal a few nightmares. The horses are powerful and unruly, but if we use the artifact from the Bakwa, I think we can control them, forcing them to carry the wagon back to Rustbank at full speed in a day. I stop Virgil in his explanation and ask him about the artifact. I never learned what it does. All I did was give it to them before falling asleep. Wait. What does the artifact do? Oh right, comes from the younger brother, Vernon, as he excitedly explains what the artifact does. I named it. We named it. Right, we named it Ghost Eye. I was fiddling with it and learned that the spirits within can be released and controlled. Then, the spirits that are sent out from the glassy, I can enter other things and control them. At first, I used one of them to make a rock jump up and down, but then I used more and more, eventually making the rock move at bullet-like speeds. Vernon's voice raises in speed as he starts to inform me about the artifact. After a few hours of testing, Virgil returned and stepped in the way of me, sending many spirits into the wall just to see what it'd do, and they all entered him. Then, I could control him just like a puppet for about 10 minutes until he broke out of it. It was probably the most fun I've had in months. In hindsight, though, this might have been how the Bakwa controlled and transformed people. Putting a small spirit or piece of themselves into another allows them to manipulate and change them. I take a few moments to let this new information sink in and settle. This means the spirits inside of it are likely just part of the progenitor Bakwa, not the souls of those it transformed. Relief flows through me with this discovery. I was so worried that I had only freed Lonnie to put his soul into another container. After I spend a minute or so thinking about this, Virgil chimes in again, wanting input on which plan to perform. So, which do you two think is the best move here? Vernon goes quiet, thinking at this prompt while I ask another question again. How far do you think that the break is from the town? If we make it there in 3 days, how far behind would the break be? And how much time do you think would be sufficient to help Rustbank survive? I don't want the people in there to die. Virgil answers quickly, his experience letting him estimate things like this fairly easily. I'd say the break is 4 to 5 days away. It could be 3 if the demon decides to hurry up out of nowhere, but at the same time, it could be more if they don't. Monsters are likely to be much faster than us on foot, so they'll probably catch up to us if we don't have some mode of transportation. His answer to my questions decides mine to his. I need to give Earl and them as much time as possible to prepare for the break. So, we need to go and control those nightmares to use as horses for the wagon. Then that settles it. We need to get those nightmares. Otherwise, we won't get to the town in time for our arrival to be of any help. Virgil nods at my choice and looks to Vernon. We only made a deal to go with you to the break. Vernon, do you want to go with him to Rustbank and help the town survive, or just go south and escape the break? Vernon takes only a single second to think before refusing to cut and run. What would our sisters think if they knew we left a friend to die, Virgil? Virgil nods at his brother's decision. Good. I'm happy to see my baby brother's got some balls on him in the end. We're with you, Wyatt. Just follow me, and I'll lead us to Monster's encampment. Having the two decide to stick with me despite not having to warms my heart. Most people so far on my journey have been murderous, rude, or flaky, but these two? I can already tell they're the type to die for their friends as well. We turn left from where we are currently heading and go north, toward where Virgil saw the group of nightmares. He gives us a short plan while we follow him. Wyatt, you know sneak, right? I nod, giving him even more than he's looking for. Yeah, and I learned how to do it my whole body when I first met you guys in the dunes trying to hide. Surprise comes from him as he congratulates me. Wonderful. You know stealth, this will make this much easier. You're on nightmare converting duty. You're going to stealth up close, just close enough to control 2 nightmares, the amount we need to move the wagon at full speed. Then, you will slowly control them and have them walk away from the group. Virgil grabs my attention as he works out his role in the heist. I will hide in wait nearby with mask, and if the Uctina attacks you or the nightmares, I will jump in and attack it from the dark. My new sigil, combined with flicker, should let me end it incredibly quickly. Now, the shadows elongate simply as I walk. While I was testing my new sigil, I came up with a new application for ether. It's a combination of wetting and increasing the quality of my shadowy ether with steel strand. It creates a blade of darkness running over whatever I put it on that leaves behind corrosion and cuts through stone efficiently. Vernon calls it necrosis, which is probably the most perfect name he ever created. So it stuck. But that's enough about me. Vernon will be waiting away in case either of us needs backup. He doesn't know any stealth-related skills, so he will just have to be our backup. After we get the nightmares, we will hop on them and head to Harmony Town, taking turns controlling them with our ether. The plan sounds solid, and we all agree on it. Virgil is good at commanding. I wonder if he's ever been a commander before. I'll have to ask him later. He gives me the ghost eye while we run, and after 10 more minutes, Virgil makes us all crouch and slowly fades into shadows in the middle of the day. Use your stealth since we are very close. Vernon, stay here with Dakota unless we holler for you. Hearing this, I create a meandering but focused stream of ether throughout my whole body, pushing more ether than usual for sneak throughout it, manifesting stealth. The ether within feels cloudy and nullifies all the sounds I make. Then, together with the almost imperceptible Darkstalker beside me, I approach the resting spot of the monsters. To steal ourselves a ride to town. 67. Heist beneath serpents. Slowly, I move forward while staying close to the ground, careful not to be heard, seen, or sensed by the monsters ahead. After just a dozen steps or so, Virgil completely fades from my vision and becomes impossible to notice. As I move forward, the man's new ability to disappear is both concerning and reassuring. On the one hand, it's nice to have someone watching over every step I take and who can help at any moment, but on another, it reminds me just how bizarre monsters, demons, and even people can be. Like his skill mask isn't invisibility, it's so much more. Even if you saw him before he used it, unless you stay incredibly close and constantly keep your eyes on him, he will fade from both your mind and eyes eventually. So, with this Darkstalker nearby watching my back, I approach the region where the monsters were last seen, the nightmares, Jinyu, and the single Uctina slowly coming into view. I stay as quiet as possible as my eyes take in the massive creatures. The nightmares are, as Virgil said, giant horses, much larger than average, probably twice the size. Their hair is pitch black and absorbs the light from the sun without fail. The nightmarish creatures chew on small critters that they catch, like mice and birds. It's pretty disturbing to see a meat-eating horse. Nightmare is quite a fitting name. I cannot lie. Near the nightmares are their companions, the hare humanoid monsters, the Jinyu. They are around 8 to 9 feet tall on average and absolutely covered in shaggy fur. But through that fur, one can still see the bulging muscles beneath. Each one also carries a giant club made of wood to put those muscles to work. As Virgil put it, these simple creatures just loaf around and smack things here or there with a chortle. The final species of monster within the area that I can see is the Uctina, a serpentine beast of enormous might and proportions that makes the short horned serpents look like children. Tiny wings that are incapable of granting flight, but instead point to something more significant in the future rest on the sides of this snake that must be at least 50 feet long and 6 or so tall. But its gargantuan stature is not what truly makes it dangerous. Unlike the short-horned serpent, Virgil told me that they have the mentalist sigil, increasing their intelligence while at the same time giving them another terrifying trait. Upon their head rests a gem, called the Ulansudi by the first to discover it many years ago, that draws in any whom the serpent lays its eyes upon with hypnotic power. That is why Virgil is here beside me, for he can disappear at a moment's notice and keep the Uctina's gaze away from his body. A large number of monsters, roughly 50 or so, are guarded by this massive serpent in a clearing of the dunes. Sadly, the clearing is missing any hills or drops like usual, making it riskier than it should be to approach. At a distance of about 1,000 feet away, I activate Chain Eyes, curious as to what I'm dealing with. And within my gaze, I see dozens of creatures with red chains, a dozen or so with orange ones, half a dozen with yellow, and a single serpent with a gem on its head with green manacles. A deep inhale enters my body in preparation to amp myself up. I don't need to fight this army of monsters. I just get close enough to control 1 or 2 nightmares with Ghost Eye. Slowly, I get close enough to use the artifact from the Bakwa that was slain by Virgil, Vernon, and me. While I do so, I very carefully shift myself forwards, doing everything I can to stay low to the ground. All the monsters are in an open clearing of the dunes that lacks any hills for me to use as cover, so I just do my best to keep myself out of any sight lines from the monsters. Here or there, I see a rock or stone hit a Jinyu or nightmare that turns to look in my direction, which distracts them and keeps them from spotting me. Instantly I recognize it as Virgil watching out for me. Sand shifts beneath me as I drop to my stomach from a low crouch and pull out the Ghost Eye, a glassy and crystalline eye that holds controlling spirits within. With the artifact out, I crawl forward about another 100 feet or so, constantly being saved in this game of stealth. Should Virgil have just done this himself? Would it not have been much easier? It feels dumb to have me be the one doing this, but the man hasn't done me wrong yet. So, I give him the benefit of the doubt and continue onward. Eventually, I reach within 100 feet of a nightmare. Near it are many Jinyu, and the Uctina is not far, but I take the risk. For Earl, Elizabeth, Leonard, Esther, and all the others in Rustbank who deserve to live. I hold the Ghost Eye out toward the nearest nightmare covered in red restraints and flow ether into it. Gradually, I feel a connection grow with the inner sanctum of the eye, where the spirits dwell. It gives me a rudimentary grasp of controlling the spirits within, and I follow these instincts. Pulling out a large number of spirits causes a spike of pain in my mind with the surge of ether drawn out from me. I send the spirits toward the dark horse that towers over me. Remarkably briefly, I hear whispers from the spirits assault me as they exit from the eye and fly toward the nightmare, but my daydream, more vital than ever, shakes them away without a moment of hesitance. The negative must be similar to the bloody palms. Mental fatigue, takeover, or something similar. Luckily for me, my mind is currently heavily guarded within a fortress of psychological might. And while that fortress will eventually run out of the ether that pays for its upkeep, that won't happen for quite a while. Based on prior experience, I can probably keep this daydream up against the bloody palm for another day or so. Just enough time to make it to Rustbank. With this empowered mind, I force the spirits into the nightmare, and the second that the spirits enter the dark horse, I see it flinch and shift its feet. The horse then turns and immediately looks at me with visible air that exits its unnaturally sized nostrils. My heart sinks instantly, but after a short moment, a heartbeat filled with adrenaline picks me back up, and I stare back at the horse, desperately pushing more spirits into the beast. I must not have used enough at first. This second surge causes an even more enormous headache, further decreasing the time I have left on the defense in my mind. But the wave shows a result because just as the horse lifts a hoof toward me, it sets it back down, full of confusion as if dazed. A sigh of relief comes out of me but is quickly suppressed. Making sound is not an option. For another 20 seconds or so, I continue pushing these ghostly apparitions from the ghost eye into the nightmare just before me. Eventually, I feel a measure of control over it enter my mind, along with very dull and quiet whispers of the spirits within it. Ignoring these whispers, I carefully turn myself and the glassy eye that is the ghost eye to point at another nightmare and convert it as well. This one goes much smoother as I push a much larger number of spirits out of the ghost eye at the start, and I quickly gain control over this one as well. Having control over both of the monsters with first sigils gives me a constant spike of pain within my brain. Not the worst I've ever had, but still really bad. Gritting my teeth, I command the two nightmares to slowly approach me without alerting the Octina. The nightmares obey my commands through the spirits as the whispers grow a bit louder from them, but still within manageable levels. I feel as though my time with the bloody palm has made me quite resilient to the touch of another on my psyche. The two dark horses, at least 10 feet tall, clomp toward me as I lay down with the ghost eye pointed at them, still using it just in case. After just a minute or so, they reach me, and I immediately follow the part of Virgil's plan for after I acquire the horses. The second the horses exit the Octina's domain, or where it deems the other creatures can go, the Octina will come after them. Full force. So, our best bet is to haul us out as fast as you can when you get them. Hop on one of the nightmares and head toward Vernon. I'll have your back, don't worry. I'm quite wondrous now. I can handle whatever comes at you. In one smooth motion, I stand from laying on the sand, reach up to the nightmare's side, and grab on while ordering both of them to break into a run. With one firm hand on a nightmare, I am pulled from standing still to instantly moving dozens of miles an hour. Using this momentum, I swing myself onto the back of the giant horse, careful not to fall or mess up my movement, but the precision from my short time as a philosopher keeps my hands steady. When I sit on the horse, I notice that we are moving incredibly fast, probably just as fast as my speed under Struggler's gasp. The second one that I didn't hop onto is just ahead of me and my ride. These nightmares are incredible. Their speed alone is insane. I bet their power isn't far off, either. I wonder what it would have been like had I taken a second sigil nightmare. After a few moments of moving at this incredible speed toward where Vernon was, drunk with exhilaration because I always love cruising fast and the cool winds that flow over me, I hear a loud rumbling behind me. Turning around toward the sound, what I see makes me sober up and awaken from my joyful moment. The massive Octina is moving toward me, much faster than the nightmares with the size of the supernatural serpent of the fourth sigil. Adrenaline instantly flows throughout my whole body as I rush the nightmares to move even faster, using the spirits to push them to their limits. They obey unwillingly, but nevertheless, they do heed my orders. The nightmares speed up toward Vernon, but after a few seconds, I realize it's not enough. The Octina with the gem encrusted into its head is gaining on me. Gradually the serpent nears me, and I feel a repeat of the time with the short-horned serpents, but this time it doesn't appear like anyone is here to help. Virgil is nowhere to be seen, possibly unable to catch up to the nightmares or Octina, and Vernon is waiting for me. I see the Uctina open its jaw, and a tremendous amount of sand enters it, but the massive serpent ignores the distraction and slithers toward me. At the same time, I feel its gaze lay upon me, and instantly, I feel an attraction toward the gem on its forehead. The feeling is entirely different from the bloody palm or ghost eye's abrupt and apparent attempts at mind control, but is more subtle. It feels like a gradual inclination of greed toward the gem on its forehead that grows every second the serpent lays its eye upon me. It makes me want to stop running and instead rush into its waiting maw. I'm also sure that if I wasn't daydreaming to strengthen my mind, it would be both much worse and grows much faster. A grim smile of knowing determination breaks across my face despite the pounding headache and grisly fate that lies for me, no matter what may occur within the next day or so. Only at this moment, staring, does it truly hit me. Whether I even make it out of the jaws of this monster or not, I am just as likely to die within the next day. And if not within the next day, then the following week. From Johnny to the bloody palm to the upcoming break and the demon that leads it, I feel like any one of them is just as likely to kill me as this Uctina. It almost seems as though I'm fated to die. Like everything is doing everything possible to push me up against a wall and see how far I can climb to escape the inevitable doom. That death herself puppets all that surrounds me in some cruel twist of fate. But I don't care. Death can't be that bad. After all, it's easy to die but hard to live. If I'm honest with myself, I don't much prefer the easy way out of anything. I know that sometimes I even make things harder for myself simply because I'd be bored if I did it any other way. All these thoughts fly through my mind in a single flash, a single split second, as the Uctina rapidly nears me with its massive maw that opens. The reflection of my internal self happens like a flash just before death as the teeth of the serpent grow increasingly more prominent before my very eyes. I can also feel the nightmare's struggle against the grasp of the ghost eye, its hold on this starting to crack and fizzle because of the life-threatening risk to the tall, dark horses. Desperately, I resist this crumbling and command them with another surge of ether that sends spirits to puppet their bodies further with even greater speed. It's still not enough, though. The Uctina gets within 10 feet of me, and the nightmares before lunging at us with an open jaw, aiming straight for the nightmare I am riding. I can see the inside of the giant serpent as it jumps at us with a rumble upon the dunes beneath. Understanding that there is no option in which both the nightmares and I survive, I flex my legs and prepare to jump off of the nightmare in an effort to use them as bait to distract the Uctina. But just before I jump off the horse, the impossible happens. Virgil, the Darkstalker, appears out of nowhere, from completely hidden in everyone's sight to flying at the Uctina from the side with a bowie knife wrapped in visible dark purple ether. In an instant, he goes from the ground to the giant serpent's head, the speed at which he moves unlike any I've ever seen. His newest additions to his arsenal of ether must have made a massive difference in his combat ability. Virgil did say he's been waiting years to advance, so he must have stagnated for quite a while, but now he's soaring. The man crashes into the Uctina from the unknown and unseen shadows of his mind. Right before the Uctina bites the nightmare or me, Virgil stabs his bowie knife covered in his newest skill, necrosis, into the serpent's eye. The moment the dagger slides into the eye and the dark purple ether enters, the eye and all surrounding the area begin to decompose and corrode. Within 5 seconds, a region of 10 feet or more on the serpent turns necrotic and unworking. It even almost reaches the other eye of the snake. Thankfully for me, because of this deadly strike from Virgil, the Uctina turns away from me and instead focuses on the more significant threat, the Flicker Darkstalker, which quickly proves the title of his sigil. The snake immediately flails and moves its body to crush the man, but in response, the man turns illusory and ethereal, flickering into another realm to phase through the snake. Then, he jumps off the snake with a burst of dark, shadowy ether that emerges from his feet like a propellant, sending him far enough and fast enough to land near me. Instantly understanding his intentions, I reach out for the flying man and see him reach out on his own, but instead of using his hands, he uses tendrils of shadows to pull himself to my nightmare. While doing so, He draws his lever action and fires multiple rounds that seem to be covered in the same dark purple ether at the Uctina that continues to bear down on us. Each round makes the serpent flinch and become a little bit more wounded. Virgil lands himself onto my nightmare and continues firing his lever action after a short pause. And then, after a full, well-placed volley and a bullet that blinds its other eye, the Uctina stops its chase of us and slows, allowing us to make a narrow escape. We ride the nightmares toward Vernon, barely saying a word, but we do share a look, one of complete trust. I never should have even felt worried about him showing up for a second. When we reach Vernon's hiding spot, the younger brother comes out to see if we need help, but for the first time ever, I escape a battle without any injuries, and so does Virgil. So, without taking even a second to rest, in case the rest of the army that the Uctina was watching decides to chase us down in revenge, or if something else more dangerous were to appear, we hop onto the nightmares and ride toward Harmony Town. I share a horse with Vernon, who has no clue how to ride one, and Virgil gets his own. As we ride away, I keep the control over the nightmares and look over the dunes that quickly fade and fly past our eyes with the speed of the horses. We don't have any saddles, but hopefully, Harmony Town has a few we can quickly find. It had a stable, after all. But keeping hold of the nightmares stresses my already exhausted mind, the headache of ether growing increasingly worrying. I'm nearing my limit once more, and soon, I'll need to rest. I hope I can hold on until we reach Harmony Town. Only a few hours at this pace. 68 in reverse. We ride the nightmares, the monstrous, oversized horses covered in pitch-black hair that reflects zero light, for around 3 to 4 hours before we reach Harmony Town. The deserted town that was overrun and destroyed by ghosts remains precisely how we left it. One burnt-down building, bullet holes in just about every structure, and debris thrown haphazardly from the struggle against the horde of Bakwas. Once we enter the town, I slide off the nightmare to reach the ground, but my exhaustion makes me miss a step and fall hard. The nightmare's back is close to 8 feet off the ground, so the height and subsequent long fall make a crack come from the ankle I fall on. Numb pain touches upon my mind as I force myself to get back up from falling. The headache of overusing ether prevents me from truly feeling much, however. One kind of pain can numb another. With a curse, I walk around Harmony Town to find the wagon, but Vernon quickly stops me and takes from me the ghost eye, the artifact that keeps the nightmares in line. The loss of my ether being sent into it to command the spirits that dwell within makes the nightmares shake and begin to break out of their control. Vernon looks at them momentarily with the ghost eye pointing toward them before they quickly calm down and stop moving. The man must have used it in my place to keep the nightmares tame. Shortly after, he looks at me from head to toe and hands me a piece of hard candy. Relax, Wyatt. I'll hold on to the nightmares for a little bit. We don't need to be in such a hurry anymore. We got the horses after all. We'll make it to Rustbank with time to spare. Virgil is searching for the wagon right now. Let's just chill. Everything will be fine. My irritability and pounding headache that sends waves through my vision and the newly damaged ankle makes me lash out at the man who's only trying to help. I instantly regret speaking the second the words leave my mouth. I hate the vulnerability and tone of my voice, but I can't stop talking until I finish my rant. You two have plenty of time. I'm on a countdown, a final one. The next time I drop this daydream is the last. I can feel it, and it's nearing. I can't keep it up much longer. I'm running out of steam, and there won't be another chance. The bloody palm will win. I don't have my metaphor answered, so I'm just as likely to die if I advance, which would be the only way to save me. So, don't talk to me like that. Not everything will be fine. I have friends who think I'm a monster, and likely, I'll never see them again to change their minds. Everything is a shit show. Just one tragedy after another without stopping. Vernon simply looks at me for a moment before his face turns downcast. It seems he has no answer or reply to what I had to say, so we just stand for several minutes in awkward silence. The man, who is only a few years older than me, merely fiddles with the glassy eye that is the ghost eye which is currently focused on the nightmares. I spend the moments of silence concentrating on my ankle, feeling the bloody palm heal the body that is soon to be its. I just wish I had more time. But from what I've heard, I have already held out against the bloody palm for an impossible amount of time despite the massive gap of power between the two of us. If only. My thoughts are interrupted by Vernon abruptly turning to me and asking me a question. You said that the issue is you releasing your daydream skill, right? Frustrated but still feeling bad for how I went off at him just a few minutes prior, I reply. Yeah. The man looks at the glassy eye in his hands before proposing a solution. One just as impossible as flying. What if you never release the skill? Would that fix it? I think about it for just a few moments. It is plausible. The bloody palm only reaches the inner parts of my mind when my daydream is not fighting against it, building that fortress within my mind. Only small indecipherable murmurs surpass me when the skill is active, and these I can completely ignore. But there is a massive, glaring problem, which I know best because this has been my exact strategy so far. Keeping the skill up forever is not a solution because it is impossible. Slowly I will run out of ether, and while daydream costs very little at a time, after many hours or days of it being active, I begin to feel like I'm about to die from exhaustion, and the saturation of ether in my body nears its limits. Still a bit annoyed but thankful for him wanting to help, I point out the issues to him. Wouldn't work. It's what I've been doing this whole time, but eventually, I run out of steam. Ether builds up slowly, and I die when it reaches its crescendo. Nothing can change that besides advancing, which should give me more resistance to ether. Vernon takes a moment to take in my words before opening his mouth and saying something just as insane as his first suggestion. That's not true. Remember when you took the concoction? That cleared out all of the ether in your body, domestic and foreign. Taking another would reset your timer, no? I look at the man as if he is mad, utterly mad. He has never been through that torture. I hate very few things in this world, but the concoction is definitely one of them. The pain of having magma flowing through your veins and boiling all the ether within you is unimaginable. Taking a concoction to live would always be my final choice. Only after every other avenue is crossed out would I do that again. I take a sigh as I realize this is the exact scenario. There are no other choices besides taking a concoction. I can't advance. I'm not ready yet. If I don't answer the metaphor, I will likely go insane and die anyway during my advance. At the very least, it's nice I don't have to worry about waiting for my resilience to ether to rise over time to meet the requirements for advancement. The Philosopher's Sigil just does that immediately for me. But still, too many factors keep me locked up on the execution block. Even this option with the concoction won't work, for we have none left. I already used the last one. That would theoretically work, Vernon. But the problem is that we don't have another concoction with us. So, there isn't another for me to take. Vernon nods at this, finally seeing my point that it's all fucked. The only thing I have left to do is struggle until I fall. There is always a chance that upon death's door, I will prove them all wrong and absolve myself again. But Virgil said that it will only ever get more challenging after every single absolution, and I don't think I'm currently capable of defying Mother Below. As I wallow and pray against a God's will, Vernon speaks up again. But we can get another in Rustbake. You just need to hold on until then. I shake my head at his newest suggestion. Even if I could hang on long enough for us to not only find one that someone is willing to sell but also buy it, how will we pay for it? Are they not incredibly expensive? Vernon nods, but tries to dissuade my worry about the cost. It doesn't matter how much it costs, Wyatt. Do you know how rare people who have absolved themselves are? 1 in 10,000, if not 100,000. Do you know how rare people who have absolved themselves and who did it before the third sigil are? As I know, none. Not a single one. And to make it even more special, you're a good man. I've seen it. I don't know why your friends think you're evil, but I'm sure you can change their minds. Even if not with words, your actions certainly will. The man pauses for a second, his eyes flickering toward his brother. Virgil told me this while you were resting within the Amok den, Wyatt. You are the most talented fighter he's ever seen. You have the grit to ignore any injury, trauma, or slight against you in favor of victory. You have unheard of fighting instincts despite never genuinely being trained. You fight like a wild animal set loose, but in such a way you don't lose your intelligence either. And your will, God, don't even get me started. Anyone else would have fallen into your situation days, If not a week ago when you first acquired that damned artifact. Vernon points at me, his finger tapping upon my chest to prove his words. These types of things are traits that only the most powerful have. Qualities that people like the unyielding wall have. He doesn't know why you have such fierce instincts, such immense talent in fighting, or such firm will to hold against artifiction for so long, but he did know one thing. That if you live long enough, you will most certainly become a legend. Vernon kicks some sand as he continues, his words leaving behind an impact. The vast majority of the most talented and ingenious humans die long before they can truly shine, Wyatt. If Virgil and I can prevent one such person from being snuffed out before they blaze, then we will do everything we can to make sure they live. It's our duty as humans. Too much inner strife and turmoil affect us, preventing us from genuinely standing together despite the threats that bear down upon us. The legendary men and women who bear the weight are the only things that keep humanity alive. The pillars bear the weight of millions together. The prime who carries the weight of us all, alone. We believe that one day, you may be able to match them. And even if you can't, you can certainly reach the renown of someone like Johnny. Vernon's eyes fall to his own hands, the calloused skin twisting under his movement. The man's voice is self-deprecative yet hopeful. I'm nowhere near as experienced as Virgil, where he's carried me basically my whole life up until now, but still, I can see how different you are, man. You're keeping up and outdoing people who are an entire sigil above you, killing monsters that should require full hunting parties like the Bakwa that was here in Harmony Town. So, don't worry about how much it costs, Wyatt. We got your back because as long as you survive, I'm sure we'll make the money back and so much more. You'd be a much better guardian than either Virgil or me. My brother is tough, but he's a stalker, hunter, and killer through and through. I know he hates watching over me instead of being alone in the wild, but he does it anyway. And me? I'm a supporter, not so much a fighter. But you? You'd make a perfect guardian for anyone. I know it. His words sink into me for a few minutes and lift my heart. His heartfelt and genuine words make me look at him in a new light. These two brothers, why are they so kind? Is it because they still have a family to fight for? I look at Vernon and nod my head. Thank you, Vernon. That means a lot. I hope I can live up to your and your brother's expectations of me. I don't think I'm all that special, to be honest. He looks at me and scoffs. I know you will. What second sigiled would be sent to investigate a break on their own and be expected to return? Johnny, the man who sent you, must have also seen your potential, even if you say he treated you incredibly harshly because of the artifact that is now upon you. When we get to Rustbank, Virgil and I will immediately do what we can to acquire you a concoction, or multiple if we can. Might have to sell the ghost eye or my mercy, but it'd be worth it. Allies who you can trust with your life are hard to find. Allies whom you can trust with your family's lives, even more so. After this, we spend a few minutes in silence once more, but this time it isn't awkward. I merely spend the time digesting the situation ahead of me as I feel the ever-growing pulsing headache enlarge and spike ever so often. The event that breaks the silence is Virgil walking toward us with a wagon behind him that he is pulling, sand and dirt shifting beneath his feet as he hauls the wagon behind him, obviously using ether to boost his strength. Virgil sets it down in front of the nightmares in the middle of the town's main road, then he hollers at us to put our stuff in the wagon and tie the horses up to pull it. Vernon and I share a look before taking our packs, weapons, and other variety of things and throwing them onto the wagon. Then, Virgil starts swiftly clearing the road using his shadow whips, the skill granted to him from his years as a night whip. While he does so, Vernon and I quickly go through the nearby houses for a final sweep for supplies, bullets, medicine, and even oil or highly flammable objects. Anything that can be helpful against a horde of monsters. After just 30 minutes or so, all three of us and Dakota, who spent the time sleeping on the wagon, set off. The nightmares pull the wagon forward with a jolt before rapidly accelerating to an impressive speed that they are able to hold for several hours without tiring. We travel this way for a few hours before reaching the boneyard full of giant invertebrates and other crawlies. Vernon continues to push the nightmares forward as Virgil defends the wagon while we move, his corrosive necrosis swiftly felling any creature under the fourth sigil and making other fourth sigils run. Thankfully, during our mad dash through the boneyard where the Goliaths last lived, we do not encounter any fifth-sigiled monsters and only engage one-fourth that Virgil forces away with my help. From there, we continue this bolt across the bone dunes with incredible haste. The cold winds of coming winter slap at our faces and make us shiver as we speed past the dunes. It rarely rains in the bone dunes, so the only sign of winter is the piercing cold and slicing winds that carry it. No snow or ice ever forms unless the temperature descends low enough to freeze the water in the air solid, which, from what I heard from Virgil, can happen. Rarely, but it can. As we trek, we pass by the area where we previously fought the short horn snakes and killed the largest one. At this point, the tiredness within me grows to be too much for me to handle. The headache of the approaching limit of ether saturation is too obvious and painful to ignore. So, I lay down to sleep. I retain the daydream as I do so, knowing that I will still feel tired when I wake, but at least I won't be a prisoner in my own body. I may only recover slightly, but that's better than nothing. I rest my head beside Dakota's tail in the wagon and use my backpack as a pillow. The bumpy wagon moving far too fast for its own construction that is sure to break makes it hard to sleep. And what makes it even harder is the exhausted pants of the nightmares, the monsters being forced to carry us east to Rust Bank. They reach my ears and make me feel bad. I know they are monsters, but we are forcing them against their will to do things they would never do. I can feel the hypocrisy, and I hate it, but I have no other choice at the moment. I just hope that they can hold on like me. Maybe I'll figure out something to do for them. Can nightmares be tamed? Maybe. I'll have to find out. My mind drifts to sleep with these thoughts of freeing and giving the horses a life without chains and, at the very least, being companions to people. What I awake to, however, is very different. I open my eyes to the sound of constant gunfire, explosions, and pained screams. Curses from Vernon and Virgil erupt from beside me as the wagon shifts quickly, and I push myself up to see what's happening despite the headache that still gnaws at me like a furious wolf out for blood. Before my eyes is Rust Bank, the town that we wanted to make it to. Apparently, I slept long enough to make it to our destination, but it's currently under attack. For a second, I worry that we are too late as bullets ring out constantly. I worry that the breakout paced us and the demon is leading its horde of monsters into the town and slaying the inhabitants, but my worries are dismissed quickly. It is the most common enemy of people, each other. 69. Hunters and rebels. Gunshots ring out constantly as we enter the town, dozens every second as muzzle flashes appear non-stop in my eyes. The center road of the city is littered with over a dozen bodies as most people rush into open buildings to hide from something. I think I recognize one of the bodies for a second, but the groups of people block my vision. I'm forced to try and look around them, and I do, but even then, I cannot find the body I was looking for. I turn my attention back to the bystanders as they do the same. My group is the only one that is entering the town at the current moment, so attention seems to fall on us. Virgil calls out to a bystander, asking what's happening. "Hey, you there. What's happening? Is the break here already?" The man looks up at Virgil on the wagon and yells back after a moment of hesitation from the nightmares that are pulling the wagon. "Hunters have come for Johnny's head. They sent a whole squad led by a colonel. Get the hell out while you can." Virgil curses in response to this and whispers to himself. I am close enough to hear him. Fuck. Are they that stupid? In fighting now? Fucking damn it. After cursing to himself, and I assume at the hunters, he turns to Vernon and me. Okay, so, what we're going to do is... Virgil is interrupted by a flying object moving at almost unseen speeds that slams into the left nightmare, goes through it like an arrow, and impacts the wagon, breaking the front of it and sending all aboard to the ground with a catastrophic tumble. I'm thrown forward, over where the object crashed into, and land amidst the nightmare, who has a human-sized hole in the side of their body. I roll out of the now-dead creature, confused and bewildered by what's happening. Then, still a bit disoriented, I turn back and see a bloodied man full of muscle with an obviously broken arm bent unnaturally in over 4 places slumped against the wagon caved in around him. I see his chest move rhythmically. He's still alive. What the hell? How? He just got sent into the wagon like a fucking bullet. The man shakes his head. I assume trying to shake out the deadly impact he just underwent, and looks at me. Surprise breaches his face before he wipes it away, and he cleans his mug of blood with his unbroken hand. Ah, isn't that convenient? The crazy kid is back.
See me what?
It's Levi. You heard of me, right? I look at him, confused for a second, until I remember a name that Johnny mentioned, one I had to listen to because they would have a controller for the detonator. I believe it was Levi. While nodding slowly at him, unsure of what to do, I stand from being tossed off of the wagon, trying not to be inside the guts of the dead nightmare. As I do so, he speaks to me while, at the same time, the other nightmare that he didn't kill runs away with the broken pieces of the wagon still attached to it. The dark horse must have escaped because Vernon lost his focus from the impact. Good. Eat this, and then follow me. Levi, a burly man, pulls out a small pellet from his pocket and hands it to me as he stands using one hand and his knee, blood dripping from him the whole time. I don't accept the object, though. First, I ask him what the hell he's trying to feed me. No, what the hell is that? Levi shakes his head, sighing. Then after he stands up fully, he bursts with incredible speed over to me and grabs me before I can even react, shoving the pellet in my mouth. Eat it. It's to dissolve the ether killer. If you're here now, you did your mission. You'll feel a bit of ether suffuse you over the next hour or so. You might want to be a bit careful using ether in just a second. Frustrated and angry at him for not telling me what the damn thing was, I yell at him, but I still swallow the pellet. After I do so, he adds the other part about the suffusing ether, and I choke partially, unwanting even more ether in my system. Why didn't you just tell me what it was? I would have just taken it. And what do you mean I'll have to be careful with ether in just a second? Levi laughs as he pulls his disfigured right arm into a straight one with his left, the feat of strength and pain tolerance surprising me. No time. He's coming. I look around, confused at what he's saying. Then I hear pounding footsteps that shake even my footing. Turning to where Levi was sent from, I see a mountain of a man, someone at least 7 feet tall, barreling down the street toward us both. Levi says one last thing before charging to meet the man in open street combat. Johnny needs help. Go. Town square, in the center. Do what you can. You will be massively outclassed, but graves are graves. After his words, I quickly start the flow for chain eyes as the two men make contact. I hope to glean an idea as to who has the upper hand. Levi is a large man, that is no doubt. He's over 6 foot and covered in muscle, but his opponent is over a foot taller than that and just as muscled. I see the colors of their manacles just a moment before impact and instantly predict what will happen. Levi is covered in green chains all over that wrap tightly around his muscles, while the mountain opposite him is covered in turquoise wrappings. Both of their manacles seem to converge on large muscle groups, which hints toward their strength even further. Levi is outclassed. Matching someone of a higher sigil in a contest of pure power is never a good idea, but I guess that is what Levi is good at, judging from his frame. Either way, he will lose this one-on-one. The other man is just as specialized for strength and endurance as Levi, and both of them probably primarily have soldier sigils. My prediction comes true as Johnny's left-hand man is sent flying again from a collision with the unknown giant, this time going through a building on the side, leaving a hole in the front of it spattered with his blood. The massive man turns to me after sending Levi into a building. As he does so, Virgil steps out of etherealness just behind him with a warning in his ear. Best leave the kid alone. He's not part of your quarrel with Johnny. I also hear the cocking of a revolver behind me as I turn just a bit and see Vernon behind a post with his Colt, Mercy. A short period of hesitation passes from the man as he looks at the three of us. Then he acts after some consideration. With a growl, he returns the warning. You wish to go against the hunters? I am Clyde Oxhide, a part of the Vengeance Squad. Colonel Frederick is here along with the full squad. Step away from the Wendigo and Levi the Scarred, or face the consequences. A flash of uncertainty passes in Virgil's eyes, and I notice it, but the man quickly dismisses it as he wipes his hands in dark, necrotic ether. Necrosis falls upon Virgil's hands and weapons. The man chooses to fight. I chose the opposite, Clyde. I've heard of your squad before. Even seen you in action a few times. You leave no survivors. I've always wanted to fight a man of such a powerful squad. How about that? Irritation instantly builds on Clyde's face before he turns back and swings a meaty fist backward at Virgil. He growls a response that is said to be more similar to an execution sentencing than a rebuttal. Die then. Virgil, the fighter he is and an expert in evading damage, steps back and flickers, Clyde's fist barely brushing against him. Unlike most times he flickers, though, Virgil does take damage. He steps back once more, wiping specks of blood from his nose. Virgil glances at Vernon and me before speaking to the giant man again. That's one hell of a punch. You hurt me just a tad. I understand the glance after a moment of consideration with what Virgil says. He wants Vernon and me to take advantage of the man's distraction and anger. I follow his lead, draw my serpentine daggers, and start a small flow of adrenaline surge, being extremely careful not to breach the final barrier. Don't want my ether to melt me from within. Clyde grows even angrier after being mocked for his weak punches, which in all honesty, would probably kill any one of us if we were actually hit with them. Well, except for Levi, he's already taken a few. Thinking about Levi getting hit with the punch makes me turn to look where the man went, and I see debris moving around within the building as a figure within stands. Virgil makes my attention snap back to him as he swiftly steps into Clyde's reach and baits out a punch as Vernon fires a bullet at the man from his Colt that he can only raise an arm and take as it sinks into his flesh. Then Virgil flickers through the punch, taking a bit of the damage before sliding his Bowie knife, covered in necrosis, into Clyde's arm. A hellish scream erupts from Clyde as he bursts with strength and throws Virgil away, slamming the flickering man into a nearby wall. I worry for a moment until I see both the building only shake a bit and Virgil phase through the wall like it's made of mud. I can see the necrosis build up over Clyde's arm, which still has the Bowie knife stabbed into it, so I sprint at him, eager to take advantage and get rid of this threat since he obviously seeks my life as well. He called me out, after all. Virgil also recovers fast enough to return to the fight. He charges at the man alongside me, and together we meet the mountain of a man simultaneously. With an arm covered in dark necrosis, he steps forward toward me with a deep, painful growl and swipes at me to grab my torso, his hand large enough to do so. On the balls of my feet, I push myself backward just before getting grabbed and twist to the side, feeling the strain on my ankles from the abrupt movement. The man seems to expect this, though, as he does a kind of leap toward me with his shoulder. I can feel the wind itself bend as he pushes through it toward me with unexpected strength. Before he can reach me through the short few in between us, though, three things happen in quick succession. I see a bullet land on his head, which surprisingly not only doesn't kill him but also doesn't pierce his skull. The ether-enhanced bullet from Vernon only breaks the skin, cracks the skull, and sends the man's head to the side with a burst of blood. It seems it gives Clyde whiplash, sending his eyes to the back of his skull. The second thing that happens is that Virgil deftly moves beside Clyde, pulling out the Bowie knife mid-movement, flipping his hands past Clyde, and stabbing the Bowie knife into the man's calf to slow him down. The blade is still covered in bits of necrosis that are now being spread into his legs, dealing even more damage over time. The third is Levi returning to the fight, and he does so with a bang. The man returns the favor to Clyde out of nowhere with a shoulder bash of his own that sends the massive man straight to the ground, tumbling for a few feet before stopping. I blink in surprise at how close I just came to getting turned to paste, but I quickly recover. It's not the first time, after all. The three of us, Virgil, Levi, and I, are all breathing heavily and already covered with sweat despite the short battle. Well, at least short for Virgil and me. Levi takes a single glance at Virgil and Vernon before addressing me. Seems like you got some new friends. But seriously, get to Johnny. I can take care of this man now that he's wounded. It'll be close, but I got it. He's not the first I've killed of these hunters today. And if you don't go help, I still got the trigger. I look at Virgil for help, and the man just shrugs his shoulders. As he does so, Levi rushes down Clyde, trying to take advantage of his wounds from Virgil. I don't know, Wyatt. Your call. You need a concoction as soon as possible, but it appears that if you don't help the gunfighter, you will die, either by the hunters if they win or Johnny if he does. I ponder on the situation for only a moment before making a decision. I don't want Virgil or Vernon to get caught up in this fight between Johnny and the hunters any more than they already are. So, I'll need to get them away from the fight somehow. Get them away from the town square. Taking a deep breath, I speak my plan. Okay, you and Vernon should go get me a concoction and then bring it to me. I'll go and help Johnny. Virgil looks at me intensely for several moments as I tell him this, as if he senses that something is off. Then, he sighs and looks over to Vernon before slowly nodding. Okay, that's what we'll do. Most alchemists live on the edge of town so that they can gather materials, so it will be a bit until we see you, Wyatt. Oh, and we'll take care of Dakota. I saw him doing something to a nearby corpse. The little guy might just be growing from the townsmen and Sigiled, who were killed. Just don't die. After agreeing to my shallowly thought-out plan, Virgil runs over to Vernon, then takes him off to the edge of town, searching for a place that may sell a concoction. As he leaves, though, we share one more bout of eye contact, and in that second of connection, I can feel that he disagrees with my idea but is following it anyway. Once the two brothers leave, I take a moment for a deep breath as I hear gunfire in my ears from the center of the town and see Levi beat the shit out of Clyde. The breath calms my mind and prepares me for what is to come. I don't see Primrose anyway, who is Johnny's other right hand, the lady either fighting the hunters with Johnny or already dead. So, while looking at all the bystanders who either are not sigiled or are unwilling to join the fight that are getting as far from the action as possible, I run toward the center of town, where the sounds of gunshots only grow louder. I'm forced to make multiple twists and turns to make it to the center. I run past many people who appear to be running from the fighting or preparing for it. After wasting almost a full minute trying to run through people, I curse and jump toward a building, using the structure as a way to get above the people below. It only takes me a few moments to climb to the top of the building, and from here, I can see the town square. The circumstances of the man within look incredibly perilous. A lone gunman stands against 8 hunters, 7 of which are constantly pressing onto him, one of which has another person placed beneath their boot. From this distance, I can't recognize who it is or even if it's a man or woman, but I can see through chain eyes that it's a first sigil. And amongst the group, there are 2 more people wrapped in turquoise and 5 in green. I also spot one man dressed in blue chains similar to Johnny, but instead of Johnny's manacles being focused on his hands, this man's are gathered around his legs. He must be Frederick. 5 fourth sigils, 2 fifth sigils, and a 6th sigil. That is quite the killing squad. The lone gunslinger, Johnny, constantly moves against the squad that attacks him relentlessly, firing bullets without stopping while dodging blades, shells, and dozens of insane ether skills. From streaks of lightning to actual shots of blood, he never ceases to reload for a moment. My suspicion when I first met him bears fruit. His gun has unlimited ammo. Here or there, I can even see him block one of the hunter's claymores with the butt of his pistol before twisting and kicking the man away from him alongside a quick bullet to the gut. But after this happens, one of the hunters in the back cuts his palm and draws a circle in the dirt, rapidly becoming bloody mud. Then, the ring glows as the bullet hole closes in on the wounded man. I watch for a few moments, just observing the squad's teamwork. While I do so, I catch a flash of movement in the corner of my eye underneath my building on the opposite side of where I climbed up. A cloud of green smoke emerges in an alley as a familiar woman stumbles out and slashes her pink scarf backward. The pink scarf catches the man around the neck, who emerges from the cloud that appears to be melting off his face, forcibly regenerating against the acidic cloud. Then, Primrose yanks the scarf to the side as drops of acid drip off the part of the scarf that is wrapped around the man's neck. The man is covered in turquoise, as is she. Somehow she increased her CGI since I was gone. The man yells in pain as he grabs the flesh-melting scarf and pulls Primrose toward him. He makes it so that either she loses her weapon or her life. Primrose obviously chooses the scarf as she lets go and backsteps just before getting close enough for the man to grab her. She somehow seems to be immune to the acid of the scar, but she is definitely not resistant to the axe that the man holds or the saw-off shotgun on his hip. After seeing her lose her weapon and back up from the man, I feel a sense of urgency and desire to help her. I glance at Johnny and see that he is still fighting with all he's got. No sign of him losing his life anytime soon. So, I run over to the edge of the building, draw my daggers, and jump off with a burst of ether for stealth that once more threatens my life. I can feel the ether within me teeter, barely able to exhale enough to not collapse. Primrose notices me just before I land on the man's back. Once I land, I place both serpentine daggers into his neck to break my fall, the silent movement through the air making him unable to react in time. We both fall forward into the dirt below us, and I quickly roll off of him, looking at Primrose with a smile. Saw you needed some help. The fifth-sigiled lady of poison and acid just sighs and walks over to the man I stabbed from above. He's not dead yet. Freaks and their evolutions are hard as shit to put down. You hear him breathing, right? Oh, see right there. He's trying to get back up. No, you don't. Primrose picks up her scarf as she schools me and wraps it around the man's neck. Then, as the man tries to stand, she tightens the scarf, causing even more acid to spill into the wounds on the man's neck. Additionally, she puts her heels into the man's back, pulling his neck up to meet him. The acid enters his body and quickly kills him alongside the crack that resounds from him because of her actions. Most of the time, you either get their brain or heart. Acid in the heart always works for me. Glad to see you're still alive, kid. And thanks for the help, but I gotta get to Johnny. He needs me. Levi, some others, and I only got about half of the vengeance squad. You coming? The fair lady, that acts utterly opposite to her looks, wipes off the bloody acidic flesh on her scarf before wearing it and holding her hand out to me. Already planning to help the man without much choice, I take her hand expecting just a confirmation or deal, but I get a vision of green as a cloud covers me. The vision of green quickly fades and turns into a view of the town square from the top of a nearby building. Somehow Primrose can use the cloud of green to transport us, but I don't speak up about it. Instead, something else catches my attention. Now that I am much closer to the town square, only a few hundred feet away, I recognize the person on the floor in the court. It's Earl, 70, bleeding out, from atop a building near the town square and the battle within the yard. I see Earl forced to the ground underneath the boot of some hunter. Instantly, I go to move toward him and jump off the building, but Primrose, the woman who transported me to the top of the building, stops me with her arm. Relax, Wyatt. We have priorities, and so do the hunters. They won't kill your friend, at least not yet. He's too valuable. Gamblers are rare, very rare. Even more so for those who get it as a first sigil. It's thought that only demons can have the sigil after all. They're likely to keep him alive until someone in their squad, or someone who can pay enough, is ready to advance. Rebels can be used in any way, and having them be a sigil storage is allowed. Primrose then points at Johnny, struggling to survive against the onslaught. Johnny, on the other hand, needs us right now. Despite how it might look to you, he's struggling. The man might be the greatest fighter I've ever met, but he's not invincible. No one is. To help him, we must kill the squad's occultist and mentalist. Those two are the most dangerous. The man with the serrated dagger below us is the occultist, or at least a variant, and the mentalist is the woman across the way with the wool hat. You get the occultist, I'll get the mentalist. Primrose points out the two targets as my mind continues to dwell on the bit about rare sigils. Hunters would keep humans like cattle until someone was ready to harvest them. It makes me sick. Not just that, why the hell is Earl here? I need some more answers right now. Why is Earl here? Do all hunters do that to people? The woman with the pink scarf and heavy makeup looks at me, annoyed, but quickly answers so that we can move on. Your friend caught the eye of Johnny as well. His sigil is exceedingly rare and valuable even for how weak it currently is. The coming break is also likely to present him opportunity to rise higher. No one would ever turn down someone who can affect chance. And no, only the highest or most insane people, and this squad is relatively high up there, or at least has many estate members within. The Vengeance Squad is like the hunter's rabid dogs that they control. Now focus. Are you ready? Johnny is running out of time. Runt? Hearing that Earl is so helpful makes me a bit happy, but my worry for him only grows. However, I push down that worry for now, for it will only make me fight worse. And when I'm this outgunned, I can't take another subtraction to my chances of survival. When it comes to the hunters, her knowledge makes my heart feel a little bit better that the people I looked up to my whole life aren't all monsters. But I need a little more knowledge of the plan. I don't want to jump into this without a way out. What happens after we kill our targets? I see Primrose snarl and bark an answer amidst gunshots from the gunfighter's Colt. We move on to the nearest and try not to die. There are only 2 fifth sigils, and one of them is the occultist below, which should be very vulnerable in close quarters. Not all who possess the sigil can fight with the bloodhound's kind of expertise, and I doubt we will have to fight a 6th sigil today either, so it should be fine. Because if enough die, Frederick, the present colonel, will likely just escape. The man is known for his speed, after all. Nodding to her answer, I prepare for combat, twirling my dagger into a comfortable grip as I approach the edge of the building and look down at the occultist, a man in a bloodied robe and hood with a serrated dagger who is about 15 feet or so away from the building. As I do so, I hear Primrose whirl with acidic clouds and disappear from my peripheral, leaving simple words. Don't die, kid. We're gonna need everyone we got for what's coming. I don't get the chance to ask her what's coming as I see her cloud swiftly travel over to the other side of the square and coalesce into her female form in the air, falling to the mentalist. Not wanting to fall behind or miss my chance, I jump off the building with a combined burst of stealth and adrenaline surge, bringing me terribly close to the edge. At this point, it's all but guaranteed. I'm going to need that concoction pronto, but I have been across the edge 2 times now. I can kind of feel it now, the small line between total system failure and survival. The edge. There truly is no way to explain it. Only those who have stepped over it, I feel, could understand me. And so, with tiptoes teetering over the abyss, I silently vault down into another one. With my increased strength, I leap off the top of the building, out about 15 feet toward the occultist, as he draws blood once more with a circle to heal his allies. Just before I land on him with my daggers, though, a yell comes from beside me from the man who has the boot on top of Earl. I have no clue how he noticed me, though. Andrew. Above. The occultist, who I assume is named Andrew, immediately stops his circle drawing and turns around while dodging to the side. He escapes most of my ambush with this timely warning and evasion, but not all of it. I tag him on the side with the serpentine dagger in my right hand and partially break my fall with him in the bloody dirt below. Because of how I fall onto him, the blade rips entirely through his torso, leaving heaps of blood falling to the ground. Blood that rapidly streams back to him over the land. The fall also hurts me quite a bit as I feel several bones in my feet, legs, and knees crack, but I ignore it as I immediately press onto the occultist, unwilling to lose my advantage. I know these people can use blood to fuel their ether or even as a medium to fight with it, like Edmund. So the more wounded they are, the more dangerous they are. As I charge at him, though, 2 more hunters come and join to protect him. One is the man who had a boot on top of Earl, who is now watching me with wide eyes, and the other is a woman with glowing fingers, both of whom are 4th sigils. Outgunned as usual, the woman with the glowing fingers tries to intercept me from Andrew, the occultist, but I go around her and still hit him with a flick of my boot, bringing the stiletto dagger I found up to my hand. Then, as the woman scratches at me with her fingers fueled with ether, I continue attacking my target with another flick, this time from my hand. The stiletto dagger flies straight at the heavily bleeding and slow-moving occultist, hitting him square in the back. The wound makes even more blood fall from the man, but I cannot finish him off as the woman scratches at me, and the ether from her nails expands for her hands and leaves massive gashes along my torso, enough to see my organs inside. I flinch in pain, but ever so slightly increase the flow of adrenaline surge to compensate, shifting the feet just a bit more over the edge. Unable to press forward, I retreat, but this is also a bad call as where I backstep toward is the other hunter.
I'm surrounded.
Looking back and forth rapidly as the 2 approach, the woman with deadly claws and the man whose abilities I have no idea of, I hesitate, unsure of what to do. Should I advance? Or should I run over to Primrose? I begin to consider going to the poisonous woman. Still, my decision is made for me, the distraction of both Primrose and me allowing Johnny to kill some hunters. In the corner of my eye, I see a man speeding around so fast that only his afterimage is seen. He can even dodge the bullets from Johnny's Colt by predicting the shots. This man, however, gets distracted by seeing his team getting attacked, the mentalist even getting killed by Primrose. And this time of distraction, just before I am flanked and attacked from the front and back, 6 rounds fire out from Johnny's revolver. 4 of them hit one of the men pressing Johnny the most with Frederick, the 6th sigil, and the other 2 hit the occultist in the head, killing him instantly. Cries ring out from the woman in front of me as she turns to check on Andrew's condition, and I take advantage, the instincts within me taking over despite my wound. Trusting that the bloody palm will keep me alive, I dash toward her. I reach right in front of her before she even reacts. The man who died must have been someone she cared for to be so surprised. I feel a bit of sorrow for her loss before hardening my resolve. They chose to come here, and I don't have much choice other than fight them. Even if I did, from what I've learned, I think I would fight them anyway. The woman sidesteps the first dagger that I send at her, pushing me to the side, but I counter with the other by simply throwing it directly at her mid-deflection. Unable to catch a flying dagger and too close to dodge, it lands square in her chest, near her heart. Blood sputters from her wound as she retaliates with a claw that runs from the back of my right shoulder to my ass, opening me up to my spine. The pain spikes even further, piercing through the haze of adrenaline surge. With a pained grunt, I fall to the ground expecting the bloody palm to heal me, but it doesn't. I feel tiny tendrils of ether reach out from it before reaching my body that teeters on the edge before retreating. It appears I'm too close to acute ether saturation for the bloody palm to heal me without pushing me over. Fuck. It won't heal me unless there is enough room for its ether, or if I already go over the edge, then it will do what it can to keep me together like usual. Fuck. I know that I was hoping to get the fight over with before Virgil or Vernon returned, but oh my, do I wish they were here with the concoction right now. With a curse and a pained grunt, I push myself to my feet as I hear 2 pairs of footsteps surround me. I take a quick glance at both people that press toward me. The woman's hands, which act more like razor-sharp claws, glow even more with dangerous ether, while the man's entire body glows with vibrant red ether. Careful of both, I step so that I am at least partially facing them. Easily visible ether is always dangerous, signs of either powerful braided strand ether or steel strand ether, both of which are beyond my knowledge. And seeing as both individuals possess 4th sigils, I bet they are using steel strand. At this point, I just have to hope that I can hold on until either the duo of brothers arrives to save me or that Johnny and Primrose can clear out the rest of them in time. Luckily for me, though, the dagger I planted into the woman's chest still leaks a large amount of blood, making her just as careful as me. The man, however, is the opposite, and he immediately rushes me once he gets close enough, ignoring the woman's warning with a grunt of an answer. He's tricky. Watch out, Oliver. I know. Only when he gets up close to me and rears back his fist for a deadly punch do I notice that the man has 2 brass knuckles on his fists, the left that says P-H-O-R-E in big letters, and the right that says S-I-G-H-T. The knuckles give me a small indication of his abilities, but not much truly gleams from them as they barrel toward me at a blistering pace. I retreat once more, even closer to the building that I jumped off of, nearing the structure's wall, before drawing my revolver and firing it at him. He strikes at me. As I raise the gun, however, the man sidesteps, reveals his strike to be a feint, and retaliates with a debilitating sweeping kick that allows him to entirely dodge the bullet from my gun. As I feel the bones in my calf shatter and I slam sideways into the ground from the mighty kick, I realize how the man, Oliver, noticed me. He must have a sigil related to foresight or extrasensory capabilities, like augur, or maybe even Comanche. The man predicted me pulling out my revolver and responded accordingly. However, I have to quickly break out of my thoughts because the man does not give up after just one strike. He bursts down and joins me on the ground with a downward punch that I barely roll past. The force of the strike, however, sends sand, dirt, and mud flying everywhere, not enough to cloud vision, but enough to disorient. Rolling away from the man some more, just trying to escape his deadly strikes, I fire the other 5 shots in my revolver at him. I don't honestly expect the bullets to kill him or even wound him seriously, but how he responds to the bullets demoralizes me. A quick shrug, body turn, arm contortion, and bent neck allow him to dodge all 5 bullets as if he knows exactly where they would land. Damn, predictors. I think I already found my new most hated sigil type. Previously it was illusionists, for obvious reasons, but this is so fucking frustrating. I kick backward even more with my good leg, but I quickly reach the wall of the building I jumped off of half a minute ago. The door is just a few feet to my right, and I stretch for it, pushing the unlocked door open. Inside what I thought was a house is what instead appears to be a brothel, only exempt of all the workers. The lack of people, however, is only helpful as I see a shotgun placed behind the counter on the wall, obviously to threaten unruly or unwanted visitors. As fast as I can, I crawl toward the gun, but before I even reach the counter, I feel a hand wrap around my ankle like an iron vice. Instantly, I'm pulled straight out of the house and back into the square as I meet a boot to the chest that sends me rolling several feet away. Blood sputters out of my mouth as I cough for air, and I hear the man who just dragged me out laugh. See, Rebecca? Isn't it nice to take your anger out on these rebels? I mean, look at just how insane this one is. It's just like beating a dog with rabies. You shouldn't feel bad, not at all. In fact, you should be happy doing it. I mean, did you see what he did to Andrew? The man hadn't even hurt anyone, and he was brutally murdered. Don't you want revenge? I turn to the voice and see the man, Oliver, smiling with open arms toward Rebecca, the woman with the dangerous claws who, I only now notice, has tears streaming down her face. Feeling a bit bad and trying to buy myself some time in conjunction, I try to speak, but all that comes out from my torn-up, crushed chest is spouts of bloody phlegm. The man notices my attempt, though, and walks over amidst the gunfire that streams out from Johnny and kneels down to look at me. I think he's trying to say something. What do you think, Becca? I see the woman standing behind the man, still bleeding, grimacing in disgust at his actions. Just kill the kid, Oliver. Don't torture him. We need to help the colonel. The gunfighter is no slouch. Oliver scoffs as he moves closer to me, close enough for me to attack. I choose not to even inhale to empower this attack. An unoxygenated me will have to do. Yeah, and neither is Frederick. Hey, kid. What? In the middle of his sentence, I strike out with the serpentine dagger like a viper, quick, clean, and emotionless. But the man predicts that I would slice across his chest with the blade, and he dodges. So, I immediately attempt to retreat, but the man responds by grabbing me by the throat and lifting me into the air, his strength much higher than it should be, presumably enhanced by ether. Ah, I recognize you now. You're that Wendigo kid that killed the bloodhound. The old man must have loved you quite a lot to die to you. I heard he always was a sucker for his students. It was probably easy to stab him in the back. Whatever. I'll go help Frederick now, I guess. You're too wounded to be any fun. Either finish him off, Rebecca, or tie him up. I don't care. After he discards me verbally, the man throws me to the woman, and I land roughly at her feet. She looks down with grief, anger, sadness, and 100 other emotions I can't decipher. But before I can manage to move my heavily wounded body, one whose healing I've taken for granted by the bloody palm, she breaks out of her hesitation and, with a burst of rage, slices open my throat using her hands clawed of ether. Then she walks away toward the other fight with Johnny to help her commander. This wound is the one that seals the deal. The 2 open gashes on my chest and back were only significant injuries, but they weren't life-threatening, and neither was the kick to the chest. The hits were all just stunning and drew out more strength from me than I had to give. But the throat slash? This one is a mortal wound. I can rapidly feel the focus in my mind fading, the air unable to reach my brain from my heart. But there is one thing that could reach my brain, ether. The woman tried to put me down with quick mercy, but she made one mistake. She didn't sever my windpipe. And so, sputtering blood from my mouth and carotid, I take one large gasp of ether and air. Ether all around within 100 feet or so swirls directly into me, filling my body that teetered on the edge of ether saturation and pushing it far, far beyond it. Hopefully, The brothers get here soon. 71. Invincible Summer. A deep gasp of ether fills my entire body with power, momentarily offsetting my throat, which is slit wide open, spitting blood into the air. I can immediately feel the ether within my body boil and revolt against me. The amount of ether in my body instantly going beyond my control limit. My entire frame shakes with both power and the inability to control said power as I shakily stand and walk toward the woman. I'm too stubborn to just give up here and die, and I'm way beyond any other time I've ever crossed the edge, but I need to last long enough against the acute ether saturation for the brothers to arrive with the concoction. The substance should save me. I vibrate with inner ether that rages against my control, and I do everything to keep the ether within me and not melt me down to a puddle of flesh. The chains that bind me loosen so much that the loss of my carotid artery doesn't matter as much, my vision stabilizing and the haze in my mind transforming to razor-sharp focus. The pure amount of ether momentarily offset the effects of lethal injuries. There is one good thing about my current situation, though, and that is that because my body is beyond the limit, the razor of death approaching, the bloody palm no longer has to be careful in healing me. The artifact no longer has to worry about pushing me over the edge because I'm already past it. So, my wounds immediately start mending together, slashes grafting into thin scars, broken bones building themselves back together, and ruptured organs reconstructing themselves all within just a dozen seconds or so. With this healing and empowered body, I turn the shambling walk toward the woman into a decisive run step by step as I push more and more ether into my body. I'm already past the brink. What's a bit more? As I do so, though, the headache peaks, the pain literally being the main obstacle in moving my body in ether. It prevents me from reaching my death-bound peak. The woman isn't the first to notice my movement, but instead, the man, Oliver, with the foresight ability that does. He turns on his heels the second the ether enters my lungs and sprints back at me, barking a warning to the woman. Watch out. Kid's not done yet. Oliver intercepts me and stops me from reaching the woman. He swings at me, and I sidestep the punch with such speed that even though he expected me to dodge it, he can't avoid my counter. I strike him right in the chest with my dagger, the blade sinking only a single inch into his torso. After the single inch, it feels as though I am stabbing into a block of steel. I can visibly see the ether around where I stabbed congealing, causing his chest muscles to tense greatly. He looks at me with surprise with the dagger in his chest before reaching behind his back and pulling out a new weapon. A sawed-off shotgun that glitters with pink specks around the barrel like muzzle smoke. Oliver brings the weapon to bear right in front of me, and I only get a split second to dodge to the side before he pulls the trigger of the obviously enhanced weapon. I feel a burst of pain erupts alongside a deafening boom from the shotgun that completely destroys the bottom left of my torso, taking a section of my hip with a flurry of smoke from the gun that clouds my eyesight. I stumble to the side from the blast that eviscerated me, and the man follows through the smoke from the gun using his foresight and strikes me in the head, instantly sending me back to the ground. The impact causes my brain to shake and my vision to blur. I cannot even spend a second to understand how my dagger didn't hurt him at all. Oliver laughs again through the blinding smoke released by his shotgun. Damn kid. The bounty was right. You're hard as shit to kill. Look at him, Rebecca. He's squirming. Who laughs at this kind of situation? How is this man a hunter? Some of these Vengeance Squad members are entirely insane. I now understand what Johnny was talking about. The gunfighter might be cruel and a hard ass, but he cares for others. That is obvious. Why else would he be fighting against the hunters if he didn't? I cough out pieces of my organs, but prevent ether from leaving me with a painful cramp amidst his laughs, and anger rises within me at his insanity. Anger that the bloody palm matches. I can feel the ether within me nearing the point of bursting, not from my lungs as usual from holding strugglers gasp for too long, but instead from everywhere. My own ether is rebelling because the cells of my body have become too suffused with ether, and the only thing I can do is increase the pressure, momentarily forcing the unruly ether under my control. And the bloody palm joins me in this endeavor, no longer tentatively helping me, but instead sending massive pulses of rejuvenating dark and slimy ether. With another painful cough, I roll onto all fours, blood dripping from my body in giant spurts, each of which is similar to a full hand's cup of liquid. Then, I shakily stand again and raise my unarmed fists toward him. Laughs continue from the man despite me getting back up. Look at this, Rebecca. It's incredible. I think he heals even faster than Andrew could heal us. I hear the woman to my side scoff with disgust at the man as she turns away from me. Stop torturing the kid, Oliver. It's not right. Who cares if it's right? He's wanted for the murder of a veteran hunter. He deserves so much more than what he's getting. Just kill him, please. I am going to Frederick. The poison bitch is helping Johnny now. Yeah. Go suck up to the colonel now that your boyfriend is dead. Shut up, you dick. Their toxic argument gives me time to recover, the bloody palm frantically doing all it can to reconstruct the 10 or so pound chunk of me blown off by the sawed-off surprise. Despite how much I need the healing, though, I never once for a single moment consider boosting the palm with Daydream. Never again. So, I raise my arms at the man who seems to see a half-second or so into the future. Then, just before I recuperate all the way, he rushes back at me with a smile. I return him a face of grim determination as I flow all the ether I can possibly control to boost my legs. Speed has always been my closest ally. Maybe if I move fast enough, I can keep him away long enough to immobilize him or his ally. Oliver takes the first attack with another sweeping attack toward my legs, and I respond with a leap backward, and I pull out the artifact I have left in my backpack ever since Dakota has grown too big for it. Law's Light. The female head that emits light like a lantern from its mouth that can bind targets within its radiance. I use the gap between us to rush ether into the artifact and make the light bear down onto Oliver, slowing him down considerably as I backpedal and flee from him. Then from there, I use the advantage of speed to keep him just far enough away from me for the light from the head lantern to affect him. After just 10 seconds or so of this, I hear him holler out to the group of people fighting near us, specifically at the woman Rebecca who just joined the fight against Primrose and Johnny. He is unlike Vernon and Virgil when they were first beset by the light. I assume the higher sigiled or resistance to ether makes him more resistant to the light of the artifact. Rebecca, help. The kid's got another artifact. Rebecca dodges back from a swipe of Primrose's deadly scarf as she turns around to look at the two of us. What? Another one? I stare at her while also keeping a focus on Oliver, just hoping that she will ignore the bastard. After all, she seems to hate him too, at least just a little. But unfortunately for me, they are still a team, and she turns away from Primrose to go and help him. I guess getting another ally to help fight Johnny and Primrose is a priority. Then, she gets low to the ground and uses her claws of ether to accelerate rapidly toward me, much faster than I ever could with Bloodhound's step, although it is pretty reminiscent of it. Either more people than I thought looked up to the old man, or that the stance is an efficient method of movement for a good number of sigils. With the distance she's at, and how she's rapidly closing in on me, I turn the light from Law's Light toward her, instantly making her slow down, and the chains that wrap around her from Law's Light only continue to grow as she nears, slowing her down the whole time. But there are two enemies, and with their current directions, I can only get one of them within the light at a time. So, realizing that I would be forced to fight one of them soon, I choose one. I choose the man I'd much rather kill, even if he will be much harder to put down. So, I swiftly set down Law's Light with a burst of ether to keep the artifact running while it faces Rebecca, the woman with deadly claws. Rapidly, she grows stiff and slows in her approach. Then, I turn to Oliver, the man who derives enjoyment from torturing would-be criminals. The man appears to be a bit slower than before as he moves toward me. I take this time to try something new because his combination of foresight and steel skin will be tough to break. I make a flat hand, similar to when one is going for a high five, and try to emulate a knife with my fingers as I move at him. Then, I use the pressurized and highly volatile ether that barely listens to me to rush into my hand, forcing it to twist, turn, and combine the whole way down. Remarkable resistance meets my attempt at braided strand ether, but to supplement my lacking skills in ether manipulation, I move my whole body in concert with my mind's eye. I twist my entire body forward in a striking motion toward Oliver, using my hand like a knife, seeking to pierce through his chest. I feel a measure of success when I see radiant, multicolored ether emerge from my forearm that runs down to the tip of my fingers, the manifestation of color being one sign of braided strand ether. The multicolor surprises only me as I strike out at him, for the man expects the strike, and he uses his forearm to deflect my right arm covered in ether to the right. Then, he brings his sawed-off up once more from his hip. His face lights up with satisfaction at deflecting my would-be final strike as I take another step from the deflection and twist my entire body in the other direction. Then I force my ether to enter my left arm similarly, but because of how it moves from my other arm, it is filled with much more tension. The tension forces my ether to braid itself and increase its strength as it leaves the inside of my body out onto my left hand's knife shape. I take the bet that the man's foresight is a strenuous ability, one that cannot be constantly used. The blade of my hand knife rapidly nears the man's left side as his eyes go wide in shock at my follow-up attack. He was too slow to attack me before I could follow up because of the residual effects of Law's light. He didn't use his foresight to notice the attack ahead of time. My bet was right because if he had noticed my follow-up attack, he would have backed up instead of drawing his sawed-off, effectively making my effort moot and my attack miss. But instead, his arrogance got him. Or maybe his want to save energy could be either that or his underestimating a dying enemy. I guess no one ever told him that even a drowning man deep in the ocean would struggle. So, this time, my face lights up with satisfaction as I feel my empowered hand covered with wetting and pushed with the power of struggler's gasp sink deep into the man's side. I hear him yell out in pain as I follow up the left hand's knife, strike with another twisting strike empowered by braided strand ether once more. But this one is an open palm that lands straight onto the dagger that still lays just barely embedded into his chest, the light armor that the man is wearing keeping it in place. Unfortunately for me, Oliver reacts in time to not be skewered through with the dagger. The man dodges back, which partially offsets the force of my fist, and instead of the blade going through him, the edge only goes in about a full finger's length. My left arm, however, does rip out of his side, causing heaps of blood to drop onto the ground below. He stumbles back to catch his breath and recover as I do the same. The ether that I used making the whole world shake around me in pain, disorientation, and the onsetting effects of acute ether saturation. I'm on a timer, and I'd rather be on a timer with no threats around me. He's wounded, but with the variety of ether I've seen today, I bet even missing half his body isn't necessarily lethal. So, I charge back at the man, this time ready to use the new skill I've learned more effectively and put him down once and for all. But as I do so, the man yells with a loud grunt, and the film of vibrant red ether that surrounds him spikes in density and looks more similar to a haze instead of a thin lens. At the same time, I see the muscles around the wound in his side twist and close the hand-sized hole, preventing most of the blood from exiting. I recognize what he's doing as a sigil skill, maybe even more than one, but one that I have no idea of the purpose of at first. After all, I have no clue what his sigils are besides a possible augur. My experience and knowledge aren't enough, but an idea does come to mind as he rushes me down with incredible speed, the ground shaking underneath each step. He could be an abbot-augur combination. Nothing else that I know of makes sense, but abbots are known for being able to use something called vigor. I don't know if that's a skill or a particular type of ether, but the man crashing down toward me seems to be quite vigorous. My thoughts fly at 1,000 miles a minute as the man moves seemingly just as quickly straight in front of me. The dirt beneath breaks like old mud as his fist slams into my chest. The fist that meets my chest makes all the bones within, and my lungs instantly shatter, and all the air within me exits with a small whirlwind that sends me flying alongside the force of the punch. My information was insufficient to matter, another sign of inexperience. I tumble for dozens of feet before rolling to a stop, hitting several objects along the way, one of them even being Law's light, my entire body screaming with intense pain and suffering. Every piece of me warns of imminent collapse. As blood begins to stream from every orifice from me, the pressure of struggler's gasp no longer keeping me together, I hear Oliver curse. Fucking hollow. I thought we got rid of all him. I saved up a month's meditation for that single punch. I wanted to use it on Johnny, not on some random kid who just won't die. Fuck. I wanted the reward for him. I guess yours will do. His voice makes anger rise within me even more, but the voice in the background quickly fades as every part of me does the same. The collapse of myself rapidly approaches. Virgil's warning of flesh melting and people turning to puddles of meat comes to my feeble mind. Whispers begin to eat at me now that I'm at my weakest, with all the ether in my lungs expelled and unable to hold me together, leaving only my body that is so severely suffused of ether that every piece of flesh is starting to slush and melt. These whispers are odd, though, because they are not only the whispers of the bloody palm. I hear other familiar tales, the kind that I would listen to every night before bed as a child. I focus on these whispers, curious about what they are as I die. While I do so, they grow even louder, slowly gaining substance as the rest of my senses fade into nothingness, leaving me in a dark emptiness. An emptiness not unlike that of when the bloody palm attacked my mind. But the void quickly fades into a memory that I vaguely remember, and that at first seems to follow what I recall. It's a memory of Ma reading a book with me, having me read most of it, her only helping with difficult words. At first, it seems like a completely normal thing for a parent to do for a child until the terms of the story hit me. Their oddness and grimness seem unfitting for an 8 or 9-year-old child. The cold is all-devouring. The winter is unending. I wished only to return to my family with the food I had acquired, but the blizzard arrived, and it was so much worse than any other I have ever experienced. The chill was piercing. The wind's cutting. The snow is insidious. It felt like the world was trying to kill me, a dark pressure weighing heavily on my shoulders. But I continued forward. My family needed me. No one else besides me would give them what they needed to survive through the winter. But oh God, was the cold so terrible? After just a few hours, I lost my toes, the chill clipping them off as I walked. The loss of my toes makes walking hard, even in boots. After several hours, I lost my fingers, the winds making them unresponsive and brittle. This made me unable to carry anything as I walked besides what was on my back. After half a day of my journey, I lost the ability to walk, the frozen air taking my legs, and within a few hours, I lost feeling in my arms. Like this, unfeeling except for the chill that slowly crept into my core and brain, I lay unmoving for almost a full day. Eventually, the cold reached my heart, my core, seeking to extinguish the flame within. But amid unending winter, a cold so wanting that my body could only last a mere day, I found there was, deep within me, an invincible summer. Deep within me lay a heat that could never be extinguished, for I was needed. My family required me, so I could not disappoint them. I could feel the warmth surge from deep within, my mind raging against the cold, a heat flowing from my denial. And so, I survived the cold until the next day and then the next. But eventually, my invincible summer died down in heat and was slowly turned into a small blaze once more. But that was not all that was dampened. So were my dreams of seeing my children and wife once more time. It was all siphoned from me by the cold. No, that's not right. The cold only made me doubt myself, that the summer was not enough, that I couldn't survive this winter. This lack of confidence quickly made my dreams freeze, turning into sculptures of ice deep within my mind. Only when all my dreams and motivations became inert did the summer within fade fully. The summer may have been inextinguishable, but my will was not. The loss of my internal strength caused me to quickly enter the embrace of death. As I was taken down by the grim hand of death, though, a man came across my body covered in snow. He rolled me over and sighed because I had just recently passed. If only I had lasted just a single moment longer. If only I believed in myself just a little bit more. The mind is a powerful thing, our most powerful tool, in fact. Why couldn't I just use it? 72. The struggle of life. The old memory of reading the grim books with Ma fades quickly, along with a still image of what young me imagined when reading through the story. A man sticking out from the snow in the middle of a never-ending winter, one whose chill is so piercing that none can escape it unless deep within a warm home and surrounded by fire. A man who slowly gave up on life simply because he did not believe. At the time, I thought the story was weird and odd, much like many of the other books Ma had me read, but only now do I realize something else deep within it. It was a lesson. Somehow, everything I've ever remembered from Ma has turned into a lesson that can be applied to life. This one is both obvious and redundant at the same time. Sometimes the difference between survival is merely a single moment, that it's always worth it to last just a moment longer before letting the cold grasp of death herself take you to the underworld. But after this memory fades with the still image, I return to the present. I return to the sure death situation I am in. I can feel the cold fingers of the old lady wrapped around my throat, but something is lacking. An absent presence that gives me the utmost confidence. The mother below is not here. Her will and presence are not bearing down on me to ensure my death. And maybe that just means that my death is guaranteed, but I'd beg to differ. I think it means that she's unwilling to leverage her power when she is unconfident. She's more careful than before, after my first denial, and the most potent God's doubt bestows me with the exact thing she's missing. I open my bloody eyes with eyelids I can vaguely see turning to sludge and melting off my face, blocking out a large portion of my vision. Without the profound presence of ether in my body, everything is collapsing. I am turning to a pile of flesh and putty made of the deadly substance. But through my blood-laced eyes, I can see something just before me. Law's light. The woman's head that is no longer chaining down Rebecca because I slammed into it while I was sent flying is less than a foot from my face. That's not all that is near me, though. Oliver, the man with foresight, seemingly unbreakable skin, and the power of vigor, is standing just before me. While he looks down at me, he speaks, but I cannot hear anything he says. The ears that could do so have already fallen like skin-colored mud. So instead of responding to whatever he has to say, I give him a gaze filled with hate as I move my arm toward Law's light, attempting to use the artifact to advance like Virgil advised me to. The memory of reading the book with Ma helped me answer my metaphor, allowing me to do so without certain death. Maybe I didn't answer it in the best way, I accept that, but I did so in a way that fits me. My right arm flails weakly toward Law's light, but it moves far more sluggish than it should because of my weakness. That is because the entire arm is being melted apart by itself, skin falling off, then muscles, tendons, nerves, then bones. At this point, even the bloody palm can't do anything to help. All I hear from the palm is tormented screams that make me think of the cries of the damned. But just as my arm is turned into the limb of a skeleton, the tip of my bony middle finger on my right hand touches Law's light, right on the nose of the woman's head that encompasses the artifact. Through incredibly blurred and red-tinted eyes, I see Oliver's face curl up in surprise before I force my mind straight into the artifact, abandoning all focus within my body and hauling everything I have toward the artifact. As fast as possible with my dying mind and body, I reach deep within the head and find the sigil that lies resonant within. I quickly find it for one simple reason. The sigil is in my exact location, the back of the skull. With the extreme swiftness one can only manage on the brink of death, the doors to the underworld opening for your soul, I push my mind straight into the sigil, ignoring all of its whispers, resistance, and feelings. Then, I rip the sigil straight out of the head, taking the whole triple-edged sigil with me, unknowing how to separate them, let alone quickly. The second I do, I open my eyes to meet the bottom of a boot to my skull. But just as I return to darkness, I see a figure appear behind Oliver, a man wrapped in many layers of dark clothes, standing like a reaper coming to claim a soul for their deity. I cannot do any more than just see the man's appearance as I quickly enter the deep darkness of my mind from the breakdown of my mind and body. I simply float in the dark for several moments, unable to think or move. But eventually, I regain my mental faculties and look around the dark. This time the void is different. The night isn't all-devouring and lonely. Deep within behind me, I hear sounds. Sounds that make me uncomfortable, but sounds nonetheless. They resemble someone getting beat with a cane, and I force myself to ignore them for now in favor of what's beyond me. Far in front of me, though, is silent with a shimmering object far, far away in the dark. It must be my sigil. For a moment, I hesitate with what to do. Not because I do not know what I should do, that's obvious. but I hesitate instead because of the period of peace I am given and where it is given. Virgil mentioned this place a while ago after the fight with the progenitor Bakwa. He called it the center of self, or something like that. It's supposed to represent who you are in your core, and it's where sigils go when you take them into your body but before they attach to your current sigil. A place made for reflection and choices, I believe, is what he said. He didn't tell me what it looked like, but I could get a sense that he was embarrassed about it for some reason. There is one thing that I know, though, that having a dark, cold void without any semblance of reality anywhere in sight is not a good center of self. While I stand here pondering why this is my center of self, the sounds of someone getting beat grow louder. So, I turn around to the sound and see a scenario of hazy colors, like an illusion created by emotions. Instantly I recognize both the scenario and the people inside of it. This is the memories and emotions of Law's light. The woman in the scenario looking identical to the disembodied head I've been lugging around for a while. I take a moment to look at the scene despite my disgust. Every man, woman, and child deserves someone to remember them, especially those who suffered as severely as the girl in the memories. Over time, my brief respect grows into genuine interest. Hazy flashes of scenes go by rapidly before my eyes of a terrible life. One of a woman who grew up within a slave colony, one that was owned by demons. And for the first time ever, I see an actual demon, not a lesser one, few in sigils, but instead, a full demon born hundreds of years ago. Only one demon is ever shown in the lady's memories, but the demon within it looks strikingly similar to a human, with only two noticeable differences. The first was that the back of its head had another face, one that moved, saw, and even spoke as well. The second was that its limbs were incredibly lanky and unnatural for the creature's height of about 6 feet. For what seems like the girl's entire life, which plays out before me from her early childhood all the way to her young adult life, I see her get tortured, maimed, and toyed with like all the other humans around her by the inhuman and monstrous things that followed the demon along with the lesser demons. Their lives were not worth living, and they could not die on their own terms. They were forced to fight as fodder or entertain the other creatures, but were never given a choice in their short lives. They were chained to walls almost constantly, and her whole life she spent in the darkness of a cave until a single moment changed it all. The two-faced demon found her fascinating. It took the malnourished young woman out of the cave and threw her into an arena with a man on the other side and many inhuman creatures that watched from the sides. She was forced to fight this man but wasn't unwilling to, for the demon offered a reward, a chance to be elevated from the other cattle and stand beside him as a sigiled. Her only trial was to take the sigil from the starved hunter before her, who came into the demon's lands. Unknowing what hunters even are, she attacked the man with feral madness, and after a lengthy, feeble, and drawn-out battle that looked more similar to two children fighting each other, the lady won. The hunter had probably the only sigil that grants 0 combat prowess at the first step, the philosopher, and so from there, the woman followed the demon, killing any whom it asked her to. Over many years of relative survival and doing everything the demon ever asked of her, she gained her 3rd sigil. It was at this time, though, that something occurred that made the demon that lorded over her incredibly temperamental. The man who kept him from invading the human lands was found to be gone and not just retired or taking a break from battle. This was discovered from a lesser demon being told of his wife dying without the man's presence on their ranch. Additionally, for some reason, the demon with 2 faces believed that his rival, the human that kept him from invading, had a child to continue his legacy. And the demon wants to kill the child, his hate for the man overflowing to the next of kin now that he cannot deliver it unto the man himself. I start putting the pieces together. This woman and the demon who controlled her are not some faraway things, but something very close. After this conclusion, I watch the following scenes with even greater interest. The woman does what she can to help the demon, even as it removes the face on the back of its head, selling it to another demon so that it can divine the child's location. And upon the failure of the augur, she goes out with the beasts, monsters, and lesser demons that don't truly have intelligence and spends time raising villages, killing all resistance, and looking for the demon's target. A target that may or may not even exist. A target that if she does not deliver, she will pay the price. She stalks the edges of the wilds without sleep for weeks until she comes across a town under attack with an old man defending it. One that she can just tell with her bestial intuition holds the key to finding her prey. The lady joins the attack against the town, a town with a sign over a tavern that says Elderfield's finest brew, while she goes about murdering dozens, if not hundreds, of people with her ether and finesse in combat. She comes across the man and engages him in battle. And now that the vision reaches an up-close image of the old man, I recognize him. He's a man I'd never forget so long as I live. Edmund Dudley meets the feral woman in combat, alone, bruised, and battered. The old man stands his ground against an entire army of monsters, led by a woman puppeted by a demon with hundreds of innocents behind him. Only now do I see just how powerful the old man is. All the other fights I had seen him in were when he was exhausted from many battles, constant threats, and days without sleep. But this Edmund? The bloodhound unfettered by exhaustion? He's a true monster, more so than any I've ever met. And I mean that as a compliment. I understand how he was seen as a legend despite only being a third sigil hunter. The old man tore through legions of monsters, most of which were at or just below his sigil, all the while dealing with the demonic woman trained by an actual demon and her ruthless life. I watch Edmund fight through the demonic woman's eye. I can feel her anxiety, doubt, and want to escape the bloody death that approaches her, but she cannot. The old man grayed by age and battle will only likely kill her, but the demon back home will certainly kill her, painfully. So, she fights. The woman lands several would-be fatal blows on Edmund throughout the long and drawn-out battle, using the monsters as distractions to create openings. Edmund, however, is a hard man to kill, using his control over blood to keep all his wounds sealed and pick up any blood he may lose and put it back within him. The old man fights against her and the horde for hours until he's the only human standing except for the woman, all the townsmen, and standby hunters dead in mangled heaps of flesh. Tired, bloody, and covered in wounds, the bloodhound looks around him, the horde that surrounds him but is unwilling to come close. For every man, woman, or child slain by the monsters and the woman, the inexhaustible legend killed 10 or more of the beasts or lesser demons, even those of comparable sigils. His actions blow my mind, showing me the prowess I thought impossible. The difference is so astronomical that even the woman is unwilling to attack, resorting to just watching the old man from amidst the horde. A legion of monsters that, if they all were to strike, would surely kill the old man. But they do not. For some reason unknown to me, the legion of monsters, at least 1,000 or so deep, does not attack. Edmund looks around at the beasts baring their teeth, lesser demons wielding their odd weapons, and the other countless types of monsters that are incomprehensible in their ways, and the old man simply spits out a mouthful of blood and walks. He calmly walks toward the horde, heading south, and the wall of death parts like a mundane patch of brush. The bloodhound makes an army, one that outnumbers him at least 1,000 to 1, cower. I see what makes Edmund the bloodhound as he bears his pearly whites covered in sanguine fluid at the horde and walks through them without hesitation toward his cabin south. His feat makes me further consolidate my answer to my metaphor. After he leaves, walking into a nearby forest, the woman freaks out with a colossal temper tantrum. It takes many minutes, but after breaking from her fear, she realizes the opportunity she lost and follows the man through the woods, hunting him down the whole while. Once a full day of tracking him passes, she comes across Edmund's tiny cabin and attempts to tear it apart, looking for him and her target, which I assume is me. But she cannot find anything. The house is too resilient to her endeavors, taking a beating and reconstructing itself after minutes. Even the vault is nowhere to be seen, as the trapdoor that leads downward, not being present. The absence of the vault throws me for a loop, but I suppose it makes sense. If it was quickly found, it would be easily broken into. She grows increasingly desperate and follows the tracks of 2 pairs of feet through the forest for multiple days, finding many dead monsters and men across her path. But eventually, she comes across a grave. A grave of a fallen man that within she can sense is the old man she was hunting for using her sigil skills. The woman becomes filled with rage and defile the grave, pulling out the corpse of the man that was peacefully buried and destroying the grave. I'm filled with just as much rage as she is while I watch this disrespect happening to the man I admire most, whose greatness grows every time I witness it. Tightening my hands to the point of drawing blood, I watch the scenes play out. After defiling the grave, the woman searches Edmund's corpse for any sign of where I might have gone. She finds nothing of the sort, but she does find something else. She finds an artifact, one made from the bloodhound himself. It was not made from his flesh, but instead from one of his vials of blood, the sigil flowing into and possessing the tempered glass of the container. The red blood within appears so bright red that it burns my eyes just through the vision. Full of anger and unwillingness to fail her demonic lord, but at the same time with no other option now that her only lead is gone, she pops open the vial and imbibes the contents, hoping that it will aid her in finding me. The idea is a solid one. I cannot lie. After all, the bloodhound was an expert in tracking, so it would make sense if his artifact aided in that field of expertise. But one should never dabble with artifacts so lightly. This I've learned. After she drinks the blood within and empties the vial, the woman falls to her knees and howls to the sky, blood streaming down her eyes. Then, with the vial still lodged in her clenched fists, she bursts through the forest on all fours toward the nearest presence of blood. Unfortunately for her, the nearest creature was the very demon she sought to please. Through the blood-tinted vision and haze of madness, I see the demon notice her insanity and create a bolt of lightning in his hands from a slight cloud of storm. Then with that bolt of electricity, he cuts off her head, instantly cauterizing the wound and preventing the woman's blood from touching the nicely dressed demon. From here on out, the vision continues from the ground using the decapitated head's point of view, slowly fading into darkness. The demon quickly orders a new human to come and take the woman's place. The new human who comes is a captured townsman in a suit, the man who was carrying her head. Then, just as the man, full of disgust but unable to express it, picks up the woman's decapitated head, my point of view changes. It changes as the head is lifted up, which lets me see the demon pick up Edmund's vial of blood. And then immediately afterward, the vision goes black and disappears along with the sounds. I take a deep breath after the vision ends, seeking to stabilize my emotions. That bitch defiled Edmund's grave. I need to get his artifact. Then, I will bury him, someplace that is safe and cannot be desecrated. This needs to happen as soon as possible, but to do so, I will likely have to kill the two-faced demon or help someone kill it. I guess Johnny is probably my best bet in killing a creature so powerful. With this motivation, I turn toward the sigil floating in the air. The object that has been waiting patiently this whole time. Walking over to the floating trio of sigils, I ruminate over the answer to my metaphor. If dreams and hopes are not real, then what is to be done with them? My answer is both evident and idiotic, but I know it's what I would do when confronted with the reality of my dream being impossible and fictional. After all, it has happened multiple times. And what did I do? What did Edmund do when an entire army of monsters bore down on him? He fought despite knowing he couldn't save a single person. That's just who we are. He may not have been my father, but I feel as though we are kin. When we are shown that our hopes and dreams are not real, we fight anyway, regardless of the result. Because just as that old story showed, there is always a chance for the situation to turn if you simply live long enough. And perhaps the bloody palm's hunger isn't all that bad. Sometimes survival is all that matters. 73 Greatest Weapon. With an answer to the question plaguing me for days, I reach forward to the floating object in the darkness before me. The floating three-sided sigil. Two sides that possess patterns similar to my sigil, pupils bound in chains, which means they are both philosophers. On the other hand, the third sigil looks like a balance that has been evenly set. What is odd, though, is that the sigil is constantly shifting, the balance moving back and forth but always meeting back in the middle for a brief moment. It distracts me for a while and stops me from touching the floating sigil, but eventually, I gather my focus and brush my fingers against the mysterious structure within myself. In a single second, I go from being within the void that is my center of self to standing within the cabin once more. Its weirdness and darkness even more uncomfortable than the void. I look around to see if anything has changed within the cabin, but everything appears to be the same. The same table stands before me, and so does the same book. The tome is closed, and I once more see the illegible words on the cover of it in a language I've never seen anywhere but here. I came here to advance, though, so after just a few moments of pondering and observing, I step up to the table. Then, I reach toward the tome that sits on the wooden table that appears to be made of purple wood. The instant my finger touches the book, it flips open to a new page, filled with 3 questions that are inputted to my mind through the tome's weird language. I assume that each of these sigils corresponds to a question, but oddly all the questions are different. Not even the 2 identical sigils have the same question. Why do people live? Why are rules so good at keeping people in line? What is man's most powerful weapon? All 3 of the questions on the page of the book throw me for a loop as I understand that it is a choice, but I am unsure of which to actually answer. I figure the one in the middle is for the lawman sigil, and I would instead continue my path as a philosopher for many reasons, like it's the most likely to keep me alive and that I resonate the most with it. But does it matter which of the other 2 I answer? Will it somehow change my sigil? Or is it merely another thing for me to choose? I have no idea, but I know I must choose one. The excellent part about being in the cabin is that I have all the time in the world. Every time I've ever entered this place, somewhere beyond reality, time had never moved by the time I returned to my body. So, I take my time to decide which of the 2 questions to answer between the first and third. The first seems to be incredibly vague, like how wide can someone's reasons to live be? I feel like that is a question much too hard to answer with confidence. The other question is also bizarre. How do I decide the most powerful weapon of man? It feels easier to answer, though, so I continue with this train of thought and explore some possibilities. Is it our intelligence? No, any creature can gain it with enough mentally focused sigils, and all demons are born with wisdom equal to or higher than most humans. Is it our cults and claymores? No, it's not that either, because the natural artifacts born of the dead or dying are more powerful than all but the most masterful artifacts of the same sigil. It's definitely not our unity either. I've seen wild animals from different species work together better than a group of people. Humans only work together when either their backs are against the wall, or if they have widespread interests and backgrounds. Our wills are too stubborn to accept more than that in most cases. Wait, maybe that's it. The human will. Even that story mentioned it. The dying man said it was the most critical tool of man. Are tools and weapons the same? I think they are. Few tools exist that do not somehow aid in our direct survival. Our will seems like a good fit. I have done some pretty crazy things just by forcing it with my mind. I held off the bloody palm from taking me over merely using some ether and my mind several times. The most prominent examples are the first time in the forest alone and the most recent takeover attempt. Virgil has also done incredible things by merely using his mind and unwillingness to fail. He fought against the Bakwas curse despite not having a single ounce of usable ether for long enough to kill the damn thing. Then, he held on long enough with my help to stabilize and force the curse to meld with his sigil. I'm sure in the coming days, I'll see many more examples of our will keeping us alive. The human will is a mighty weapon and might be our most potent. I think that's my answer. The indomitable spirit of humankind. I cement that as my answer with a firm look at the book, and the moment I decide it is my final answer, the words shift in an incomprehensible pattern until the information is thrown into my mind from the page. The reader of this page now plants their feet firmly onto their third step of the stair. You have answered oddly, but in such a way that resonates with you powerfully, and for that, I congratulate you. Your third sigil toward release, toward freedom, and toward limitlessness. One final leap remains until your release. You have completed a single act of absolution. As such, your sigil will be slightly shifted to fit and mold with your previous. The Mori-bound struggler. The struggler against the world that holds all down. Able to not only perceive what is but also act upon what could be. Able to bend yourself with your very will as the world contorts you in turn. Your mind now moves with the weight of ether behind it. Your limit of channeled ether has increased far beyond what it should be, your near-death experiences bolstering your capability with ether well beyond what is expected as you struggle toward release. You have met the sigil that you absolved with, and as such, the boon that was granted initially shall be evolved along with you. You can now handle the force of a struggler's defiance. No longer must the ether come from without your very will able to supplement the air that would strengthen you. If you wish, however, you may still breathe a gasp of defiance against whatever may send you mori-bound. Caution would be advised, however, for a mori-bound struggler's defiance is by no means weak. May your journey, while certainly filled with death, be glorious, long, and worthy of my aid. My focus returns after all the information enters my mind, and I process it, but I am overwhelmed even then. The amount of data this time was far beyond any other, but I was right. This third sigil was the struggler, but the prefix is a bit worrying. Mori-bound? That means dying, right? So I'm a dying struggler? I guess that sounds about right. Quickly my focus is turned away from my new title and instead to the unique abilities granted by the sigil. It seems as though this new sigil has three main traits, one of which being the usual, one being an enhancement, and the last being a new, unknown skill. The first is the standard ether saturation limit being enhanced. Whether this will save me now is unknown. I believe it did the last time I advanced, but back then, I only slightly went past the edge. This time I dove way past the treacherous edge into the abyss below. I doubt it will be enough to pull me back up, but it does say that my near-death experiences have increased it even further. I assume that means all my trips beyond the edge and back lately have increased my limit of ether, just like the first time I did, although, again, that time was me barely going over it. The second boon from the sigil is an enhancement to Struggler's Gasp. It seems as though the old statement about me not being ready for it so long ago in the cabin's book was right, and that now that I am capable of creating enough ether to loosen my chains, I can do it without breathing in ether to aid me. But it also seems as though I can still do the gasp of ether, only that it is more dangerous now. It's never seemed all that safe before, to be honest, though, so I don't know how to take that. For now, just to aid my thinking, I'll name the version without breathing Struggler's Defiance. The last and final boon that is entirely new and unknown to me is being able to bend yourself with your very will as the world contorts you in turn. I have no clue how that will work, but I suppose having ether behind the weight of my mind will aid, and that somehow is the next thing to be mentioned by the cabin. I'll have to test that new skill when I return to my body. Returning to my body is something I should do quickly, but first, I need to read my following metaphor. To do so, I turn my head to perceive the right side of the open tome and the runic, unknowable words that lie within. The second I do so, the knowledge upon the page bursts into my mind along with the image of my new sigil. The sigil has only slightly changed. From a bizarre eye of defiance wrapped in many chains, it is turned into the same thing, but now the eye has two pupils. The discovery and change are pretty confusing, but before I can linger on it, the tome's information forces its way into my attention. A struggler is able to struggle against the grim world before them, searching for a better one. But for a struggler to grow further and achieve their dreams, they must release themselves. And to be released, the struggler must prove themselves. A proof of a previous metaphor. You must prove your answer to one of the questions. If chains are the medium that restrains us, then how do they act upon the real world? If dreams and hopes are not real, then what is to be done with them? To continue, my mori-bound struggler, place your mind within the sigil and return to whence you came. I don't have a metaphor to answer. Instead, it's a proof. That is quite a surprise, but I think I remember seeing or hearing about that somewhere. And the fact that most find proving a metaphor 10 times harder than answering it. But I feel like it will be the opposite. Proving requires action, and I am much more confident in my actions than in my thoughts. So, after just a few moments of reflection, I shrug my shoulders and reach toward the sigil within the page with twin pupils. As I do so, I clench my jaw, fingers, and mind in preparation for what is to be on the other side. Now that I've had time to think, I think I may know who the man that I saw before grabbing the sigil is. The man who appeared behind Oliver may have been my friendly Darkstalker, Virgil Boone. When I left Wyatt, I knew he would do something stupid. Just the look in his eyes told me. He wants to keep me and my brother safe, but we only want the same for him. And teams do not abandon each other. So, I went over to Vernon when we were supposed to get the concoction, and I sent the man to find it alone. Risky, I know, but much less dangerous than letting Wyatt go alone to fight a group of people at least twice his sigil. The young man is powerful. I'll give him that, but he's not strong enough to do that. No one is. Not to mention that he's on the verge of acute ether saturation every time he moves his ether. While Vernon went to find and buy a concoction for the young man with his fox that devoured a man's brain matter on the side of the road to advance once more, I followed him silently and masked. My new sigil skill makes me almost undetectable, and I love it. I stalked him until he found the gunfighter's right-hand man, or I should say, right-hand woman. I waited in the dark in case he needed me, but Wyatt ambushed the wounded fifth sigil perfectly, allowing Primrose to finish the job. As long as the difference in sigils isn't more than 3, I believe that there is always at least a chance for the weaker to win. The only exception is if within that 3 sigil difference is a metamorphosis into the angelic realm, because the power each sigil gives increases almost exponentially upward, and by the time one earns their 7th sigil, they truly go beyond humanity and most of its physical weakness. Most pillars can shrug off lethal wounds. A few missing organs, or even a punctured heart isn't a big deal. They are simply no longer human. The unyielding wall is known for losing half his skull, heart, and right arm in a battle once. It took him a while to recover and the aid of many medics, including a long-deceased 7th sigil doctor, but he did. So, I could see even a 1st sigil killing me, a 4th sigil, if they were clever and prepared enough, but I could never see myself slaying a 7th sigil legend. Only 2 men in history are said to have accomplished that feat, the first, in the current prime, men beyond anything I could ever hope to be. And so, I merely watched the conversation between Wyatt and Primrose, the lady with the deadly pink scarf. She's quite a well-known woman. I was going to follow them both as they moved, but the woman who had advanced to the 5th sigil used some sigil skill and transported them rapidly with a cloud of disappearing smoke. Panicking and fearful for Wyatt's life, I immediately got out of my hiding place and searched for him. I went straight toward the center of town using roofs, alleys, and still carriages to rush forward, and by the time I arrived, I saw Wyatt on the verge of death. Rage instantly filled my soul as I saw my companion touch the door of the grim lady herself, but I kept it in check. Anger helps no one, especially not a Darkstalker. I must act as the cabin advised while explaining my newest advancement. Stalk the dark and those that within the light without emotion. The light is your weakness, while the dark gives you strength. Emotions are no different. Within the dark, the future is undecided. So, I push these dark emotions deep within me as I push mask to the limit of what I can reliably control, and I start the flow on necrosis, the dark ether from my sigil braiding around my bowie knife. Then, I rapidly flit toward the man threatening Wyatt's life, but I am too slow. Just as I remove my mask and strike the man from the dark, he kicks the dying Wyatt in the face, who is reaching for Law's light. It is not all failure, though. The man I noticed on my way here who had foresight abilities was vulnerable to the mask of the Darkstalker. I stabbed the necrosis-covered blade straight into his heart, instantly ending his life. Then, I kneel down to Wyatt, who just got kicked in the head, his entire body melting from ether oversaturation and the kick that sealed the deal by knocking the struggling kid unconscious. I can literally see his body destroying itself. Damn, kid. He's too tough for his own good. If only he were like Vernon, who passed out from the ether headaches and could not push through them. But I suppose if that was the case, Wyatt would have died a long time before we even met him. I can do nothing for the kid as I hold him in my arms. It appears he will be another to fall within my arms. Not the first, and certainly not the last. I ignore the gunfire nearby and the screams of both the hunters and the rebels who fight amongst each other. I merely focus on the young man who always seems just knocking on the grim lady's door. A young man whose candle is being extinguished long before it turns into a glorious pyre that gives the rest of us warmth and security. I cradle his head in my hands, taking in the loss of life. Looking at the young man whose eyelids have turned to liquid flesh, I share one last piece of eye contact before I look up at the group of people that forced him into this situation. Then, I set him down, careful not to make the situation any worse or any more painful for the lad as I mask myself once more, fading into obscurity. I may not have been able to save the kid, but by the devil himself, will I avenge him. Because it was not just the man I had already killed who pushed him to this point. It was everyone in this square, and as such, they shall all become my prey. Even the gunfighter will be my prey, for without his orders, the young man would never have fought here. The flickering Darkstalker has yet to fail in killing its prey. I don't seek to have it start now. Before my orders fell from tyrants, ordering me to slay any they sought. Now, I have my own targets, people I wish to see dead. And there are few more significant motivations than cold, heartless revenge. As I stalk away from Wyatt, I see another young man, similar in age to Wyatt, crawl over to him while dodging the odd stray bullet or burst of ether. Shaking my head in acceptance, I focus on the prey before me. I hope this battle will be difficult, for I have anger to expunge and darkness to deal with. 74. Greatest weakness.
Wyatt Graves.
I awake to someone slapping my face, the pain a stinging reminder I am still kicking. However, I don't have to open my eyelids like most people, as they have already melted away from the ether rampaging uncontrolled within my body. But the rampage isn't as destructive as just a few minutes ago. I can immediately feel a difference now compared to before I evolved my sigil. Before, I couldn't even feel the pain of my body dissolving. That is just how far gone I was from the edge. But now, I can actually sense the fiery pain that encompasses my whole body, the evolution into a struggler pulling me a bit closer to the edge from the abyss. However, it feels less like me getting pulled and more like the goalpost moving closer to me. The second thing I notice is a face that stares down at me with tears in his eyes. It is Earl. The man is screaming at me, but my ears no longer work, so I cannot hear him. I try to speak to him, but I cannot tell if anything even comes from my voice. The pain is so overwhelming I cannot focus on much. I think I prefer the numbness. While I lay here for a few moments, I feel several harsh vibrations beneath me, originating from the center of the square. This makes me look in the direction the vibrations come from, and what I see amazes me. No longer are there two merely sides fighting. Now there are three. A team of 6 versus a team of 2 versus a lone man. The group of 6 is led by a 6th sigil who is speeding around with incredible swiftness, shifting the sands with every step, unable to be locked down or hurt as he deals gradual damage and wears out his enemy. The duo consists of Primrose and Johnny, fighting almost back-to-back against the whole team of 6 and the solo. The two are heavily wounded yet fight as if they have never been hurt once. They move back and forth, covering each other as if they have combated hundreds of times together. It is a level of coordination I could only dream of. The lone man is a familiar face, or I should say a familiar silhouette, as, at this point, Virgil never shows his face during the day. The Darkstalker uses his unique abilities to flicker in and out of combat, disappearing and reappearing from the gaze of every to land a deadly strike here or there. I notice him go after Johnny a few times, but he is quickly repelled, the gunfighter's instincts too strong even for the Darkstalker's stealth. In just the single minute I spend watching, mesmerized by the battle before me, I see him trade blows with Primrose before landing a necrosis-covered strike on 2 of the hunters, who I don't know, and Rebecca. His stealth makes him uniquely suited for killing other people, something I don't think I've ever noticed. So far, he's even better at dropping the hunters than Johnny, but I guess he has been dealing with Frederick, the hunter's 6th sigiled, the whole time. I just don't understand why he's also attacking Primrose and Johnny. Did they do something to him? I don't know, but I would be so torn if they did. I push these thoughts to the side as I zone out and watch the battle with Earl yelling beside me, ears full of cotton and constantly ringing as if a gunshot went off beside me. After some time of watching the fight, I look back at my body as a sense of urgency fills me. I watch as Johnny, Primrose, and Virgil slow their attacks, the numerical advantage simply overpowering. I can see my body breaking down and melting into a pile of flesh, but it's much slower than before. I don't know what I can do to fix it, though. I figured advancing my sigil would fix the problem, but it only reduced the severity. I guess I indeed went far, far beyond the limit of a second sigil. I can't use ether to fix the problem because that started it. Virgil's here fighting, but Vernon is nowhere to be seen. So I assume the younger brother is still looking for a concoction to buy or steal. Earl is beside me, and he obviously has no idea what to do either, as he's just frantic and unintelligible. I can't imagine he'll be much help, especially considering he is also wounded, just not as bad as me. He has a bullet wound in his shoulder and a massive bruise on his collarbone. I imagine those came from the hunters. There is only one thing I can think of if I cannot use ether. Virgil has told me many times that the human spirit is capable of incredible things, and I agree. After all, I used it as an answer to a question from the cabin. But the cabin, in turn, gave my very will the weight of ether behind every action. Now, what that means exactly, I'm unsure, but I figure it means that my will is capable of affecting the world. That was another part of the explanation of my new sigil as well, but I figured that would require ether to do it, but maybe not. If my will is made of ether or powered by ether, why must I consume the substance to bend the world with my will? Without any other possible avenue of survival, I focus my mind on my body. The withered, melting, flesh-rotting thing that is still me. The only part that remains unchanged is the bloody palm, the hand outwardly unfazed by my condition despite the odd noises that come from it. There is another thing I also notice after my advancement. The murmurs from the bloody palm are hushed despite me not using daydream. The whispers aren't entirely gone, but their shallowness is a promising sign. I use this great sign as further motivation while I push my will weighted by ether onto my body, trying to force it to stay in one piece. I'm unsure how to get the new ability to work, or is it a skill? I don't know. Something as passive as this must exist in some other sigils. I'll have to figure it out somehow if I survive. No, when I survive. My dubious intent with the skill is quickly brushed away as I feel fast improvement in my falling apart body, pieces of skin and flesh holding onto my body instead of just rapidly falling off. After about a minute of intense focus, I feel better. Not good, but my body is no longer collapsing before my very eyes, the rate decreasing to a speed more similar to my first time going beyond the edge. The pain also reduces significantly, from a debilitating paralysis to a whole-body throb. While doing this, I feel the bloody palm's ether again. The artifact's core beats like a faux heart and sends dark, rejuvenating ether into my body, reconnecting the broken tissues and missing tendons. Then, the pieces of myself, like skin, flesh, and muscle that were just barely hanging on, begin to reconnect as I push even more of my will into keeping me whole. While my will compels my body together, the bloody palm reconnects the lost parts. As I do, so though, I feel the world's contortion. It is similar to when Mother below puts her bed against you, but without the knee-buckling pressure. I can just feel every part of me being twisted, pulled, and crushed just a little bit. It feels like the acts that I perform with my will are rebounded to my body. Like every action I take has a reaction. In order to reinforce my body, I am putting permanent strain on it. Any damage is worth living, however. The final piece of me that moves with the aid of the bloody palm is my heart, the organ beating rapidly, sending blood and energy all throughout my body. After another minute of this, I feel confident enough to move, and so I do. Glancing at Earl, who is looking at me filled with confusion, I roll over onto my stomach. Then, I push my arms beneath me. One arm is missing all the skin and most of the flesh, while the other is only bones and tendons. Even I can comprehend just how unnatural this all is. I almost gag at the sight of what I am, but I cannot. The internal parts of me that can gag are not yet repaired. No man should still be alive if they were in my place, but I'm no ordinary man, and neither is the thing attached to me. We both strive for survival with our whole beings, and as such, the world bends to our will. I stand slowly, shakily, and dripping bits of flesh that weren't appropriately reconnected via the bloody palm. Then I look at the battle occurring nearby. By this time, multiple people have already dropped. 3 of the hunters have either been killed or knocked down for the count, 2 by Johnny and 1 by Virgil. It is hard to tell who has died and who hasn't. I'm not one to assume, but I see that Rebecca is unmoving on the dirt, surrounded by a pool of blood. Primrose is speared onto a bulletin board nearby, the news on it stained by her blood. Frederick put her onto it, the man pulling out a javelin and skewering her in a trade for 2 of his companions, as his distraction cost their lives. From here, I cannot tell if the poisonous woman is alive. Not sure which I prefer, to be honest. But I do notice that her skirt is torn, and the things within are scattered all over the floor. I do not see the detonator that she should have. A short burst of worry goes through me, but I don't have time to focus on a detonator that might be under her or in the dirt. Threats yet remain. Only 5 people in the entire town square remain standing, 6 if you count me. Frederick and 2 of his hunters take a short pause from fighting to look at me as I shamble, all their faces contorting and eyebrows rising at the sight of me. The 3 of them range from moderately to severely wounded. Johnny moves with a cane of broken wood in one hand and a gun in the other. He stands opposite Frederick and his squad, only glancing at me briefly with a snort. The veteran is covered in wounds from head to toe and bleeding nonstop, but as they always say, never underestimate an old man in a game of bravery. I only catch a short glimpse of Virgil, the man disappearing and reappearing at random intervals, but when I see him this time, I see a badly injured man. Bloody holes are all over his outfit that protects him from the sun, and because of that, burns are etched all over his skin where they meet the open air. Virgil spends the lengthiest amount of time looking at me despite the short period in which I spot him. We lock eyes and I nod at him. After this short glimpse of Virgil, I start walking toward the group of 3 hunters, and I see one of them step back as I shamble toward them. Frederick, the man with inhuman speed, shakes his head and points at me before returning to Johnny. I hear the man with auburn hair and streaks of white that oddly matches his insane swiftness and speed at the gunslinger. His words inspire anger in me. So, this is how it's gonna be? You're teaming up with hollows? I mean, look at him, Johnny. The poor kid looks like a zombie. Is that really a way to fix the world? Where did you even find one? Never mind. I'm sure they will take you back if you surrender, even now. From his words, I start moving in his direction faster, shuffling my feet more quickly and quicker as the muscles on me heal. But before I can even get close, Johnny speaks up with a cough that ends with a wipe across his mouth and a palm covered in blood. He's not a hollow, just a tough kid. He'll make it through this. I'm confident of that. More confident than I am in even my own survival today. But yes, even if I had to ally with hollows, I would. The prime and the rot that festers is a dozen times worse than any hollow. How about you join me, Frederick? I know you don't want to lead this team half psychos and half estate children. The conversation between the 2 takes a turn as the whole area stops fighting for the first time to listen. Even Virgil doesn't strike and instead lets the 2 speak as he steps back with great heaves of air. I take the time to heal a little bit and learn how my new ability works from my sigil. I'm unsure what to name it yet, or if it even needs one, as it's just my will. But without knowing what it truly does, I use it to increase my heart rate. The ether-infused will seems to grant me delicate control over my body. This delicate and precise control that it gives me over my body makes me think that maybe that's where my sigil is evolving toward. It started with a slight increase in physical precision and the ability to see my target, the target being my chains. The second sigil allowed me to sacrifice parts of myself in favor of others, allowing me to be precise in what part of me is acting at its peak and what is not. The third gave me a will that can affect me significantly, allowing me to bolster, manipulate, or control parts of my body that are typically impossible. It's different from Daydream as that skill has a negative as well. This one doesn't seem to at all. I can only assume that they work in conjunction as well. I'm unsure where the absolution fits in with it all, however, but my thought process that seeks to figure it out is interrupted by frustrated words from Frederick that attempt to convince Johnny to join him once more. You know I can't join you, Johnny. Too many things tie me down. Family, friends, and laws. I leave, and everything I care for shatters. Not everyone is like you, willing to lose it all. Johnny, stop this farce. Please. We need everyone right now. The borderlands are simmering. War is coming, not just this single break, but more. The Chixica saw what was to come in the future. Your little rebellion will only hurt humanity more. I can plead for you to only be minorly punished. A year or so at the front lines. I have a supporter who will guarantee it. The gunfighter shakes his head as he slowly loads platinum-looking rounds into his revolver. His long and detailed response visibly shakes me and Frederick, who literally takes a step back from the silver-haired gunslinger by the end. You just do not have the guts required to do what needs to be done. None of you do. Only one other man I've ever met does, but he's long gone, and no one knows where he is. A few others have the potential, and I have seen fit to surround myself with them, preening them to aid me for what is to come. Johnny's eyes harden, his gaze rooting the others down as he tries to explain himself and end the fight without any more deaths. This world is rotten to the very core. The gods that live above and below in their divine kingdoms care either not at all or actively hate us, their own selves rotten and long forgetful of their gracious days. The demons beyond seek only our destruction, our presence an act of defiance to them and their creator. The monsters, ghosts, and other creatures that exist also seek our demise, either to sate their hunger or their pleasure. The gunfighter shakes his head in disgust as he continues, gaining a moment to breathe, at least if nothing else. Even our so-called keepers, protectors, the hunters exploit and take advantage of the common man. Gone are the days when any Tom, Dick, or Harry-born had a chance for greatness. The laws the first put into place before his fall are gone and forgotten. Johnny points at Frederick with an outstretched and bloody finger, directing his words directly to him. Humanity is divided to the very core. We fight each other constantly, Frederick. Even now, with a break and a powerful demon breathing down our necks, we are fighting. And I don't care if you came of your own volition or were forced. It matters not. What matters is that there is only one way to solve the problem. There is only one situation in which humans will be wholly united. A short pause hangs before Johnny finishes his own hypothetical. When our very species is on the brink of extinction. But, Frederick, that is not what I seek despite that being the solution. I do not attempt to reach for that scenario to make it happen. No, I merely prepare for it as it is destined. I can see it. I may not have the psychic foresight of Chixica, but I do have a mind that has seen much and weathered more. Johnny's eye glances at me for a second before converting its attention back to his threats. A storm is coming, Frederick, and there are no graves to bear the weight as we usually force them to. No noble estates remaining to fight for the weak, and not nearly enough pillars to keep the building upright. None of which usually maintains our land's stable exist. Even now, monsters, ghosts, and other beings creep around the fringes of humanity, eating towns just a bit too far away. Johnny coughs, spitting up a chunk of congealed blood as he begins his warning. This storm will overshadow any other. And I'm not talking about the break nearby. No, I can handle that just fine. The demon within will fall like all the others I've met. It might be the strongest I'll ever face, but I will prevail. But what I speak of is the inevitable realization the monsters, demons, and all the other creatures that exist within and without the wild have when they notice that not only is humanity not united, but instead we have never been more divided. They can crush and devour us at any time, leaving few of us alive. The Prime may still be alive, but it is obvious to any who reaches our heights that the man no longer cares about us. His old age has made him uncaring, apathetic, and narcissistic. His shadow no longer guards us. No, his shadow merely restrains us with a false sense of security. Sectioned off into hundreds of towns ruled by one or two strong sigiled, the only thing giving them the authority to rule is the title of hunter. So easily can one or two denizens of darkness take over a town with us none the wiser despite everyone thinking the Prime holds off the significant threats. At this point, I don't think he'd even raise a finger against either of the binary lords. The gunslinger's eyes fall in sadness as he emits the harsh truths of the world, each word sinking heavily into my mind. We might have the most sigiled compared to any other time in known history, but we certainly have the smallest number willing to die for one another. These years of relative happiness and peace have corrupted us, broken us into sharp but fragile pieces of glass scattered too far apart to be put back together without losing most of us. What is required for us to no longer stab each other in the back is for our backs to be against the wall. And when that happens, I and mine will be ready. Not because we caused it, but because we knew it was coming. Johnny pauses one last time, sucking in a deep gasp of air before asking his question while extending his hand for peace. So, I, the unalloyed Deadeye, ask you one final time, Frederick Alphonse. Do you wish to join me and my survivors, or would you prefer to die when the hunter becomes the hunted? 75. Hunter and the Hunted. A moment of deathly silence passes after Johnny finishes his long-winded proposition to Frederick, the opposing sixth sigiled hunter. Frederick takes a step back at the grandiosity of what Johnny had to say. I take this silence to think and recover a bit more, both the bloody palm and me doing everything we can to keep my corpse-like body intact. The silver-haired man's proposition and reasoning for rebelling against the hunters were far beyond what I expected. That and the final part of his speech. I'm unsure if he let it slip on purpose as a threat or on accident, but Johnny said the title of his sigil. A title that included a prefix. That means Johnny has also achieved an absolution. That means he could potentially reach the seventh sigil in the angelic realm. I thought that absolutions were supposed to be incredibly rare. So how come I've already met 2 people who have achieved them? Maybe they are still infrequent. I mean, Johnny is an old grizzled veteran, and Virgil has been in the game for a while, plus his situation was quite unique. I don't know everything Virgil has been through, but it made him incredible at fighting. His affinity for stealth is something that blows my mind every single time I witness it, especially now with his newest sigil. The combination of being able to flicker through walls and being able to mask your presence at the same time is uncomfortably effective. When it comes to Johnny's rebellion, though, I'm unsure how much I agree with his philosophy. People don't have to be pushed against the wall to work together, right? I teamed up with Edmund with only me being against a wall. And with Earl, Elizabeth, Leonard, and the others? Oh no, that one fits his reasoning. And so does when I met up with Vernon and Virgil, the 3 of us threatened by the man in the suit with the artifact version of the woman's head who fought with Edmund. Maybe he's not too far off. The part about backstabbing, I'm not too sure, but I've definitely noticed it is common for people to fight each other even if it's in everyone's best interest not to. Right now is a great example. The hunters could have at least waited until after the break to attack us. Instead, they are weakening everyone before a catastrophe. I stay deathly still as Frederick finally starts to move, several long moments passing between Johnny speaking and the man of speed replying. He takes slow, deliberate steps toward Johnny that contrast his usual dexterity. As he expresses his mind, he oddly looks at the back of his hand. You're delusional, Johnny. Those above will never let go of the strangleholds they have on us. Any who do not bend the knee are proclaimed outlaws and are sentenced to death. This will not change even if we are about to die. They will only become more ruthless and cruel as their reins fall. I wish I could join you, Johnny. One of the hunters besides Frederick interrupts him, but the colonel quickly shuts him up with a backhand to the face. You traitor, they? Shut up. Let me finish, Ezekiel. I wish I could join you, Johnny, but too many I care about will die if I do. Too tight is my leash. Too tight is too many's leashes. The strings that bind our collars are too complicated and hidden to sever. After all, Johnny, why would I lead a squad such as this if I were not so badly controlled? My eyebrows raise at Frederick admitting that he is being controlled by something, which also reminds me of Alexos being manipulated. What is happening? Where are the puppet masters? Who even are they? The estates? The demons? I notice that Johnny sighs after what Frederick says. Still, the silver-haired gunslinger tries to reconcile and solve the problem without further bloodshed now that the fighting has momentarily ceased. How do they got you? Which estate is it? I'll tear them down myself if it means we don't have to do this. Was it the Harveys? Or the Shaws? The Grimes? I don't want to kill you, Frederick. Frederick merely shakes his head and utters a reply that offers no more conversation as he brandishes his short spear, sparkling with blue lightning, that appears to get charged with static electricity alongside his movements. It doesn't matter. None are strong enough to tear them down. Not you. Not you and this group of ragtag survivors you have. Even if the unyielding wall himself, the only non-estate or estate-controlled pillar, joined your feudal rebellion, you would still be crushed. Every estate has a pillar or an artifact capable of fighting a pillar. Some have both. Cock your gun, Johnny. We fight until you die, or I am ordered to retreat. After Fredericks explains his grim situation and the reality of the estates, I see the two men beside him contort their faces into smiles. The two hunters enjoy what they are about to do, the reality of killing people who only want to better the world, not affecting them in the slightest. But just before the combat begins again, the bloodshed fated to return, Johnny says one final thing to Frederick amidst the calm ahead of the storm. That may be true as it is now, Frederick, but people grow. They might change, but they do grow. And that kid beside you? If you wish to bend the knee to your overlords forever, I recommend you prevent him from aging even a single minute longer. They're known to grow quite fast, after all. Johnny saying this immediately makes me feel hurt as I assume the man is just ratting out who I am, but he doesn't actually say my name. Instead, he uses the warning as a clever distraction for Frederick, who turns and looks at me curiously. As Frederick does so, Johnny deftly raises his Colt and fires his weapon at one of the hunters on Frederick's side of the square. A gunshot resounds in the air for the first time in over a minute. Blood blossoms and spurts out from the hole between the now-dead hunter's eyes. Silence returns as the body falls and hits the ground, dirt and sand flying into the air. The split second the body hits the sand, though, all hell breaks loose. Frederick bursts toward Johnny with a scream, raising his spear of lightning. Dust surges into the air from the man's extreme speed as deadly bullets fly past him nonstop. Only now do I notice that Johnny never misses, even against Frederick's insane speed. The bullets that seem to miss still scrape off some flesh, causing small blood streams to seep out from the other sixth sigiled. That, or Frederick blocks some of them with his speed that nears that of a bullet. After all, you don't need to be faster than an arrow to stop it. Only fast enough to move something in between. The precision fits a sigil with the title of unalloyed Deadeye matches up poorly against one such as Frederick. The two sixth sigiled resume their battle as the last remaining hunter beside Frederick turns his gaze to me. This man is the last fifth sigiled, which explains why he's the last standing despite all those that had fallen around him. After just a moment of looking at me, the hunter starts to run at me while his eyes dart around. It appears as though he is searching for something or someone. Virgil still lurks around us, the man's stealth nigh unbreakable as far as I've seen. Maybe Frederick or Johnny could find him if they tried, but this man and me? Nah. We've got no fucking clue where the Darkstalker is. As he runs at me, this man strikes his hands together, creating a spark of lightning from whatever sigil skill he used ignited by ether. The sight causes some surprise and caution to emerge in me, which is quickly wiped away. Do I need to be cautious of anything when I am so close to death?
No.
That is foolish. Now is the time to be brave. That is the opposite of what he'd expect. So, just like him, I run forward, but unlike him, I do not use ether. I merely use the will of ether that was granted to me. I strengthen my body and push the dying thing that is me forward. I save my ether, which is almost guaranteed to kill me the next time I use it later when I have no other choice. There is only one saving grace. The man must also be tired. He must also be nearing his limit of ether saturation. After all, he's been fighting for a while. Who knows how long I was out of the fight, but it was long enough to drop the majority of the combatants. I only need to make him run out of ether. Then I win. Then I only need to find Vernon and hope that the lovable bastard got the concoction. The man lunges toward me as he gets near, seeming like he wants to hit me with his arms of lightning. Not wanting to get electrocuted, I go to dodge to the side to get away from his shocking ether, but just before I do, the lightning from his fingers arcs from him all the way to me. I feel pain erupts throughout my body as I spasm for a moment and almost fall over. I barely stabilize my spasming body with my feet as the man takes advantage of the damage he caused to my nervous system. He rushes to me and puts a single index finger against my chest, right in front of where my heart is. Unable to honestly react with strength as I am still recovering from the first shock, I try to swing an arm to push him off, but I am too slow. I see arcs of lightning flicker behind his eyes as a small but dense bolt of lightning jumps from his finger into my chest. Instantly, I feel my heart, which is beating incredibly fast and nearing its biological limit from the enhancement of my will. Stop. The lightning makes the muscles within my heart contract and lose the ability to relax. I feel a painful but straightforward cramp in my chest as I fall to my knees in the dirt, grasping at my chest with feeble hands that quickly lose strength. While I struggle against my motionless heart, I see a small rock slam into the ground behind the man of lightning. Confusion rises in both of us as the man in front of me laughs and turns around. But there is nothing behind him, only the rock. Instead, a figure appears beside me, one cloaked in darkness but covered in burns. He places a hand on my shoulder and bursts forward with deadly alacrity. With a silent movement, Virgil swipes his dagger hidden in necrosis at the back of the man of lightning's neck. But just before it lands, I notice the man's ears twitch. And then, out of nowhere, lightning arcs in every direction as once from the man, sending Virgil and me rolling across the sands of Rustbank. Guess it's not that easy to kill a fifth sigil. Huh, Virgil? I don't think this is a battle we can win alone. We need help. Despite my thoughts about what must happen in this situation, Virgil scrambles to stand back up as the man wielding electricity rushes him. Bits of lightning arc off of the man's muscles while he moves. I instantly recognize it as a unique form of adrenaline surge that uses his particular ether type, similar to Virgil's necrosis, being an enhanced version of wetting. A brief thought emerges as I wonder what unique effects my ether would have on general skills. What boons would be granted if I twisted how I used them to fit myself? However, this daydream is quickly wiped away in favor of what is happening both to me and in front of me. My friend stands with a quick flip and faces the man of lightning without hesitation. Virgil rapidly meets the man in open combat as the Darkstalker no longer has anyone to hide behind and stalk from. The lightning has burnt many parts of his protective outfit, causing flames to flicker upon his skin. No longer does he possess the mantle of darkness to strengthen him. Virgil holds him on for a bit, trading blows here and there, but the situation rapidly worsens as I see him run low on ether and flicker less and less. It also doesn't help that the man's lighting seems to ignore the effects of flicker, hitting Virgil anyway. Luckily, the other man's lightning becomes less and less frequent as well, though. So, we are indeed making progress. All the while they fight, I scramble to put myself together. I can feel myself rapidly slow in thoughts and actions as the effects of a dead heart catch up with me. After just 10 seconds of watching the fight between the older Boon brother and the hunter before him, my vision oscillates in and out, from blackness to whiteness before small glimpses of the world. During these small glimpses, I try to marshal my will in an attempt to restart my heart. If it can keep my body from collapsing, surely it can resume my limp heart? Only at this time do I remember a warning from Primrose. The scene of her giving me the dead man's switch comes to mind. Good now, this thing here is a dead man's switch. If your heart stops beating for 30 seconds, it explodes. Imagine, like 100 pounds of dynamite at once. That's about roughly the same. I can feel a vibration from the dead man's switch like it is preparing to explode. A literal tick-tock reverberates through my skin. I am unsure how long my heart has been inert, but the vibration from the switch focuses my mind even further despite the lack of oxygen. As my mind fades in and out of consciousness from the lack of blood going to my mind and the dark whispers of the bloody palm reappear, I bear the whole might of my recently evolved will. I focus intensely on my heart and the surrounding arteries, doing everything I can to force it to beat again. All the while, I both ignore and keep the ticks constant in my mind. This time using my will, I feel a sensation. The last time, my whole body was numb and couldn't feel anything, but this time I do feel something different. Everywhere my will touches, I feel it shake like a hammer slammed into it alongside a brief, static shock. But after 2 attempts at restarting my heart, each attempt getting shorter and shorter bursts of time to attempt to force my heart into action, and just as the ticks become an almost constant sound in my mind, I succeed. With a shake and a shock that resounds throughout my whole body, I feel my heart restart. The organ hits me with a single beat that jolts me from my nigh unconsciousness and back into the world of the living. Rolling onto my stomach, I cough several times as my eyes water, and then I gasp in breaths of delicious air. I wait a single stressful moment as I hear the rapidly vibrating deadman switch calm and slow down before the vibrations eventually end. A sigh of relief escapes from my lungs. All the while, I keep my mind still focused on keeping my body in one piece and my heart contracting. And just as the cabin said, I do feel the world contort me in turn as I make it bend to my will. I feel great twisting pressure on every single one of my joints, muscles, and even my heart, a tension that threatens to break me. It's almost as if my will has been given a physical power, and what it does is push pressure on the joints, muscles, and heart to keep them working. The contortion of the world works against my stabilizing force, but I keep its effects at bay for now. This ability could have quite a wide array of uses, just like Daydream. It feels as though I started with a simple chain eyes, unable to be used for much, that eventually evolved into abilities with almost unlimited avenues of usefulness. But now that my will is holding my body together as it fails, I feel as though I now understand the purpose of the 3 skills given to me by my sigil. Chain eyes is for me to see what truly surrounds me, see what threats, deceptions, and falsities lie around me, so that I can prepare for what is to come. Daydream is to enhance myself using ether, making me best suited for specific situations. Need to run fast? Daydream that you are faster. Need a powerful punch? Solved. Need a defended mind? Solved. It's a multi-purpose tool that can help hone any edge. Like the evolution of simple thought to complex reasoning, the philosopher's single-use mind has become the struggler's armory. This new one, I believe, is similar to Daydream, but instead of making me more capable, it aids me in staying alive. To keep the struggler struggling, it allows me to shore up any hole or weakness I could have simply through the might of my will. And the precision that I have is extreme in the spot that I choose to plug. I still cannot find a name for this new trait, as no good idea come to mind. But what does come to mind is that I need to concentrate, stop allowing my newly awakened heart from dawdling any further, and help Virgil. So, with a grunt, as I glance down at the black scar of jagged lightning that remains on my chest from the recent heart stopping, I get up and move toward Virgil. I may be weak and almost powerless at this point, barely holding on to life, but all the Darkstalker needs is a distraction. A moment of time where the man next to him is entirely distracted, unable to defend himself. And from personal experience, that usually is when one is in the middle of an attack. I shamble toward the 2 men fighting with inhuman speeds, precision, and skills with this purpose in mind. My shamble slowly grows into a fast walk, and then into a slow run as my body gets more used to my movements from its recent awakenings from near death. After a few steps, everything moves in tune with my will. I quickly reach the man opposite Virgil from the side of the 2, and I go in for a tackle, planning to use my body as a distraction for the experienced Darkstalker. Just before I slam into the man who wields lightning, he turns to me and, with a grunt, lashes out at me with arcs of blue lightning from his hands as he turns to me. However, I am prepared for this as I expected him to defend himself with lightning, so I bolster myself with my own will against the paralyzing shock. It works but not wholly, for I am spread too thin. My will targets too many parts of myself to indeed be able to contend with the power of another who seeks to kill or paralyze me. But the defense of my will works enough so that I do not fall over altogether. Instead, I get out a single extra step as I get closer to the man of lighting. He sends even more lightning at me to stop me, keeping a potent stream of lighting between us for a full second before the electricity pauses. The man momentarily runs out of steam or focus. The pain of nearing ether saturation is always debilitating and precisely what I was waiting for. I take this opportunity to regain my bearings and ram into the man of lightning. We both fall into the sand together as I hear him grit his teeth in frustration. I do the same, but in an effort to prepare for the shock from him that is to come. On death's door, anyone who is capable will go beyond the edge in pursuit of a way to live. And he doesn't disappoint my preparation either as I see him spread his fingers with a web of electricity arcing them. Then because we are so close together, he presses the web directly against my neck. 76. Reconciliation. The claw of lightning wraps its web of electricity around my throat, but just as the shock begins to course through my body, seeking to stop my heart. The tip of a bloody Bowie knife emerges from the man's mouth. Blood, saliva, and necrotic ether drip onto my forehead from the Bowie knife. Surprise, both electrical and genuine, courses through me as Virgil pulls the man of lighting from me and into the air. The man, whose name I don't even know, is lifted up as he gurgles on his own blood and then is stabbed repeatedly until he stops bubbling. Virgil shows no mercy to the hunter and throws the limp body on the ground. He has often told me to make sure prey is dead before you move on to the next. Then, the older Boone brother falls to the ground, landing on one knee as I hear him take incredibly deep gasps of air. His exhaustion and wounds bring him down. The blood that drips from him makes me want to check on him. Even the burns that lace his body from the sun would be a reason to worry enough. Still a bit paralytic, I move over to him and check on him amidst the gunfire that still rings out from Johnny and Frederick's frantic battle. "You all right, Virgil?" The older man laughs deeply until it gradually becomes a cough that he beats out of himself by hitting his chest. Worry rises within me for him, but he quickly waves it off. "Am I all right? What about you, you madman? What were you thinking? Fighting an entire group of people who have gone through a metamorphosis? Maybe one-on-one or in ambush with a naive 4th or 5th sigiled, you'd have a chance, but attacking a full group of these veteran hunters? That and I would swear that I saw you die. What was that all about?" He shakes his head as he takes a breath to calm himself.
Infine, Wyatt.
"Just tired. You keep bringing exhausting situations to my feet. I used the last of my ether killing Milton there. That damn man you sought out to fight for no good reason is famous for his ether that can transform into lightning. Even his colonel, Frederick, relies on him to charge his claymore. Well, I guess not anymore." Virgil stops talking momentarily to look over at Frederick, who is fighting Johnny. The two men trading blows so quickly that we can barely even see what's happening. Bullets fly everywhere without pause as dust scatters, just as often from Frederick's movement. I briefly answer his questions despite my embarrassment for jumping into a death pit, but in my defense, I didn't have much choice. Primrose has the detonator to the dead man's switch that's on my arm. I used the sigil within Law's light to advance. It was trippy, but it gave me enough of a boost to ether so that I stopped turning into a puddle of flesh. The ability that it gave me is handy too. And sorry about that. I had no choice but to fight. They have the detonator to my switch, after all. Virgil sighs at my response before he comments on the battle with a warning to me. "See that? That right there is what we seek, Wyatt. Those two are near the pinnacle of humans. Their skills, experience, and power are unobtainable for all but the most persevering. Do not join the battle between the two. Just watch. If you try and join, I will stop you myself. A fight between average 6 sigileds, maybe we'd be able, but not these two. Especially not in our conditions. Frederick might be much younger than Johnny, but each has their own strengths. Frederick is just as fast as he is rash, while Johnny is just as planned as he is calm. A sea of calculated bullets versus a furious flooding river. That is what we watch, not a battle between men, but between two who stand near the top for mortals." He finishes his speech with a statement that makes me think. I thought there were sigils above 6th. So how are these two near the top for mortals? I don't understand. Unwilling to defy Virgil, I sit beside him in the sand near Milton's dead body. "What do you mean they are near the pinnacle of humans? That they are near the top? Are there not people above them in the angelic stage like the pillars?" Virgil takes a moment to rip off some dark cloth from Milton's body that he then uses to wrap his burns and cover them from future sun damage. Only after he's done does he answer. "There are, but I no longer see those people as mere men or women. Everything changes when you take the great leap into the 7th sigil and go through a second metamorphosis. The body becomes inhuman, dyed by the very ether that you use. People who reach that far are fundamentally changed to their core. But people like Johnny and Frederick, who are just before that great leap, are at the peak of what humans can be. People like the Prime are the peak of what we aspire to be. There is a fundamental difference. With enough effort, luck, perseverance, and strength of mind, anyone can reach the level of the two before us. It just requires time and hardship. But a man like the Prime? A man like any of the past Primes?
No.
Only an extraordinary kind of person can reach that far. All others would fall to what lies beyond, far, far before they even touch upon the door to the Prime's abode. After Virgil's explanation, we stay silent for a minute or so as we watch the battle between Johnny and Frederick evolve, the two sixth-sigiled fighting with everything they have. But after a minute of not really being able to understand what I'm seeing, I grow bored. I grow bored of just holding myself together and ask some more questions. How far away is Vernon? It's growing increasingly more difficult to hold myself together. My new skill from my sigil imbued my will with ether, and it allowed me to bolster my internals to keep me together, keep me struggling. And what's a metamorphosis do? I know it's the jump between third and fourth and sixth and seventh sigils, but I don't know what it does. Virgil glances at me, then looks me up and down. He laughs again with a shake of his head as he turns his attention back to the great battle in front of us. Often we have to slightly move in case of bullets that come nearby. At this point, Johnny has had to have fired at least 1,000 rounds throughout the whole battle, which has at most lasted 10 minutes. Haha. Even as injured and fucked up as you are, you still ask simple questions. Well, I guess the Vernon one isn't. But anyway, my brother should be here soon. I actually don't know why he's not here already. In fact, he must have gotten distracted. He'll be here soon. A metamorphosis, though, that's hard to describe. It occurs when you're inside the cabin. The 3 sigils you have gained will condense into a new one, no longer being a 3-sided sigil, but a single sigil with all 3 attributes. They do so under the pressure of the 4th, the newest sigil. And during this process of condensation or metamorphosis, all the previous sigil skills are enhanced, at least a little bit, and so is your person. During mine, my skill that enhances me in the dark, similar to adrenaline surge, but more restrictive in its usage, was empowered, taking both less ether to activate and putting less of a burden on me. The other skills weren't too affected except for flicker, which let me fade into another realm faster and further than before. The central part of the first metamorphosis, though, is becoming wondrous. Oh, get down. In the middle of his explanation, Virgil tackles me to the ground as a shower of bullets passes by us, and the boots of Frederick stomp near us. Sand, debris, and ricochet wash over us. I consider using adrenaline surge for a second, but I quickly wipe it away and follow Virgil's lead. And what I follow in doing is staying absolutely still, being as unthreatening as possible. Luckily, Frederick doesn't care for us and returns to Johnny's side with a spurt of sand that flies into the air. I look Virgil in the eyes, and I ask him a simple question that, in hindsight, I should have asked earlier. Do we leave the square? Virgil shakes his head no. We can't. This is where we said we'd meet up with Vernon, so we need to be here waiting for him. We can back up a bit to escape the fight, though. Together, both of us incredibly wounded, we scoot backward until our backs hit the wall of a building. A building covered in bullet holes, but a building nonetheless. The damage to it, however, does the opposite of reassuring me of our positioning. Virgil doesn't seem to care much, however, as he continues his explanation from earlier. So, as I was saying, the central part of the first metamorphosis, though, is becoming wondrous. This means imbuing a part of your body with ether, whether it's your eyes, hands, or legs. It always depends on the sigil someone possesses. Mine was my feet. The ether within them made every step of mine silent. Virgil points at Johnny as he continues his examples. Johnny's was likely his hands, given his sigil being unalloyed deadeye, and Frederick's is likely his legs, his speed pointing out the obvious. What surprises me is that your third sigil gave you this effect. It makes me wonder if it's because it's an unconfirmed sigil, because of your early absolution, or simply an odd boon. After all, it's not affecting a material thing but instead a metaphysical one. Because typically, it's said that each step through the wondrous stage just enhances the metamorphosed organ, limb, or part until you reach the 7th sigil in some way. So, maybe after you metamorphose eyes, you'll have 2 things imbued with ether, or you'll just have one. Either way, it's abnormal. But being abnormal is usually a good thing. Virgil ends his explanation as a figure approaches us, moving slowly and unsteadily. We both turn to look at who it is with alarm, but I quickly put down Virgil's caution with my arm as the man sits beside us. A disheveled young man with glasses, covered in blood, dirt, mud, and grime, plops beside me against the wall. He exhales a deep breath while Virgil and I just look at him. Several awkward moments of silence pass as all three of us just sit watching the battle before near its conclusion, both fighters slowing down in both speed and ferocity. I don't know what to say, nor does the young man, so instead, we just stay quiet, waiting for someone to break the ice. Neither of us does. However, both of us not being the best in social situations and unsure of what to do. But the other man with us does, Virgil getting annoyed at the awkwardness and speaking up to both of us. Say something, you nimwits. Don't just sit there awkwardly. We all know we'll be safe over here. Johnny is too good to fire strays. Hey there, kid. I'm Virgil. Seems like you know this guy here, but in case you don't, this is Wyatt. Another period of silence ensues as I peek at Earl, the young man beside me. I see that he has dried tears in his eyes, and he looks tired. Far too tired for a guy just a year or so older than me. But Earl surprises me by speaking up despite his tired looks and his typical unwillingness to speak. Not just that, but he says quite a lot, more than I think he ever has. Hey,
I'm Earl.
one of Wyatt's old companions. Helped him make it here. Where have you been, Wyatt? How have you been? I look at Earl after he asks me the question, and I can't help but feel anger rise. He's the one that left me. How dare he ask where I've been? Couldn't he say sorry or something? And why is he even here? I open my mouth to retort, but as I do, I catch a glance from Virgil, a side-eye glimpse that makes me pause my anger. I take a deep breath. Only then do I reply to Earl. As I respond to him, I focus on the battle, not wanting to meet his gaze. At this point, blood seeps from both combatants, and neither really seems to have an advantage. I've been places, fought a bunch of monsters, ghosts, and other crazy shit. Almost died multiple times, as usual. Even now, I'm on the verge, just waiting for a concoction to be delivered before my will runs out that's keeping me together. Oh, and I freed Lonnie. Virgil, his brother Vernon, and I killed all the Bakwas within Harmony Town. What about you? Earl coughs to clear his throat as he answers me. I was planning on leaving Rustbank as soon as possible, but my plans were forced to change. Elizabeth took too long to wake up, so we missed the last caravan out. The next won't be until after the break if we even survive. So, I went and found Johnny, hoping to gain favor with the man who runs the town. Earl's eyes lower as he speaks, his gaze unwilling to meet mine. And I did. He found my sigil interesting. He said that a gambler can be helpful in any situation. That luck is always beneficial. So, he wanted me to stay beside him and that he'll not only pay me but he'll also try and find me my second sigil during the break. So, I decided to stay. Another moment of silence passes as we all see Frederick get kicked to the ground by Johnny. The two are now fighting hand to hand, no longer using any kind of weapons. They also speak while fighting, but we are too far to hear what they say. A question comes to mind as I think about Earl, multiple in fact, but I only ask the one I find most pressing. How are Elizabeth, Leonard, and Esther? Are they fine? What happened to you? Why are you so bloody? I hear Earl gulp and straighten his back. His voice wavers as he speaks, which worries me greatly. Elizabeth is fine. So is Esther, but Leonard? He was killed by one of the hunters when they came into town. They entered and asked where the gunfighter was, full of bravado and confidence. Over 20 hunters entered Harmony Town, and Leonard was helping me buy food for Esther and Elizabeth, who just woke up yesterday. Earl doesn't look up, focusing on the sand below us as his tone trembles. When no one answered where Johnny was, the leading 3 hunters opened fire into the crowd, stating that all rebels must die. I used my skill to bend luck as they fired into the crowd that was unwilling to give up their leader. The young man sucks in a feeble gasp of air, his words rattling me. My skill saved me, but not Leonard, who was beside me. That's why I'm so covered in blood. I did all I could to save him, but he was just a normal man. Leonard died a pointless death, and that is the reason why I stuck by Johnny as he fought the hunters. In the short time I've spent with the man, he's opened my eyes to the cruelty of the hunters. Earl now looks up, his eyes meeting mine and his words gaining some form of stability. After the hunters showed that they meant business, what survived of the crowd split into random directions, panicking. Most of the Sigiled were killed in the initial spray of gunfire, and whatever was left was unwilling to fight against the vengeance squad for Johnny. The gambler doesn't speak much more, just ending with a quick recap of what happened to him as he falls silent. Only Levi, Primrose, and I stayed to help the gunfighter. Actually, there were a few others, but they were either quickly killed or left my sight fighting hunters. Levi and Primrose ambushed the squad as they approached Johnny in his office. Each of them took out 2 or 3 hunters before the vice leaders met them in a fight, distracting them. Then, the rest of the team made their way to Johnny. Uninteresting and weak, I was left alone as I ran to Johnny to help him. And eventually, you arrived with Primrose, which led us here. A melancholy calm falls over me while Earl tells the story of Leonard's death. The story is just as short and abrupt as the man's death was. Most of what Earl said focused on him and not Leonard, but I shouldn't hold that against him. He almost died too. I'm sure he's still under a monumental amount of stress and adrenaline and forced aside grief, keeping him from feeling the loss of his longtime friend. After all, they have known each other for years. Leonard used to help Earl scavenge herbs to practice being an alchemist. Memories that I had with Leonard passed through my brain in a rapid flash, something that seems to happen whenever someone I know dies. It happened with Ma, it happened with Butter, and it happened with Edmund. I see pieces where we laughed, cried, and even bled together. Although the one time we both bled, it was because he accidentally shot me with the shotgun. I see memories of us riding the carriage through plains, playing card games in Harmony Town before the ghosts arrived, and walking in the dunes to Rust Bank. Weeks pass in a flash, and the last memory that flits past is how we met. Him pointing his shotgun at me while I lay catatonic and dying from the effects of the bloody palm merely being in my presence. Elizabeth saw I was a person, but Leonard was careful anyway. The young man wanted to protect his friends and himself. A kind and protective man. That's who he was. That's who he should still be. Internally I curse as I remember the familiar body that I only saw for a glimpse when I entered Rustbank. It was undoubtedly Leonard. Angry at these monsters sent here to ruin this town just before a break, I ask Earl who killed Leonard. So, who did it? Which one of the hunters killed Leonard? Earl wipes a tear from his eyes as I notice he's been crying ever since he started recollecting Leonard's death. A pang of guilt for not being observant enough to see it runs through me. See, that's the thing. You guys already killed him. It was the man with foresight and the shotgun. He blew out Leonard's right side along with 4 other people. I just so happened to be behind the correct number of people to not die. Lucky, huh? Rage instantly reaches a crescendo within me at being unable to sate my vengeance for Leonard. But I guess we already did. The man's corpse sits not too far away, dead by Virgil's Bowie knife. Pensive melancholy fills me as I ask Earl one last question. Why are you talking to me? I thought you hated me? I thought I was a monster? Earl has a small but sad laugh as he flicks the sand beneath us, still watching the battle beyond us that is nearing its conclusion.
I overreacted.
You think?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
After I spent a few days with Johnny, bits and pieces slowly leak to me about who you are. That you might be a tough son of a bitch, but you wouldn't kill your teacher like that. That he believed the only way you do so is if you were taken over by the bloody palm, which was never attached to you until long after you met me. Earl keeps his eyes on me, even as he stammers in his apology. At first, I still didn't fully believe it, though. In the back of my mind, the authority of the hunters remained. Only after a slap from Elizabeth after she woke up and this attack from the hunters am I sure. Sure that you're not who they say you are. You're not the Wendigo. So, again, I'm sorry. Sorry for leaving you stranded. Sorry for taking your money. Sorry for betraying your trust. Earl's apology tugs on my heartstrings and makes me feel sorry for him. He was just trying to do what was right, but he spent his whole life surrounded by a retired hunter. Of course, he would be more willing to believe their bounty posters over some guy he met just a few weeks prior. I go to offer him an apology in turn, but just as I do so, an abrupt ending occurs in the fight between Frederick and Johnny. Frederick kicks up his spear from his ground, no longer charged by electricity because of his team member's death, and tries to trip Johnny with it. Johnny leans into the trip attack and fakes being knocked over, but he catches himself with his mighty left hand. Then, as he flips over on the one hand, Johnny flicks a bullet he had picked up into Frederick's kneecap from this odd and unexpected angle, the shot moving at speeds capable of shattering a kneecap from the boost of Johnny's ether. This disables the man's principal asset as the lead enters the man's knee with a loud crunch. His speed is now gone with only one good leg. Once he loses his mobility, Frederick seems to give up, crying out in pain. Johnny then appears to give him a glare that momentarily paralyzes him. Johnny takes advantage of this paralysis to get his gun back. He reaches over and grabs his Colt, which was knocked out of his hand earlier. The Colt was left in the dirt from a previous exchange. Then he saunters over to Frederick, limping the whole way, and positions the Colt against his forehead. 77. From the darkness. Everyone in the town square goes dead silent. Of which there are not many, only 5 total are still conscious, but all conversation stops. Even breathing becomes hard to detect as we watch Johnny put the gun against Frederick's skull. Johnny says a few words, his mouth moving at Frederick, but I cannot decipher what he says from all the way over here. But I do get the gist of what he's saying as I notice him pull back the hammer on his Colt, the barrel pressing against Frederick's forehead. The metal of the gun will definitely leave a mark. But just before Johnny squeezes the trigger to put an ounce of lead into the man's head, a bloodied Levi enters the square. Levi is stumbling, coughing, and struggling to speak, which is the opposite of when I last saw the tough man. I only see a split second of his entrance before tiredness falls over me, my eyelids drooping almost instantly. Johnny Caldwell. I pull back the hammer of downpour and look Frederick in the eyes, the man who is significantly younger than me despite possessing the same level of sigil. He is impressive, I cannot lie. His speed is a good counter for my marksmanship. Hard to hit something that can move faster than your trigger finger. Not that I ever thought that was possible. Not to toot my own horn, but I have always thought that my right eye and trigger finger were the 2 fastest things west of HHQ, Hunter Headquarters. As far as I know, only a few monstrous humans, and those who have gone beyond, are faster than my gun, all of whom are far from this spot near the border. Guess there is another to add to that short list. Frederick is a man to admire, that's for sure. My attention never leaves Frederick. However, I know the man is deadly, so I give him the respect a monster of his caliber deserves. Unwavering focus and zero mercy. I do, however, give him the consideration of a human as well, for I know he does not wish to fight. The powers above control him like a puppet, forcing him to dance to their whims. Throughout this entire tango with Frederick, I have barely even glanced away from him. He's always been the true threat, not the other hunters he brought with him. They were only distractions, tools to get him closer to me. And they worked. A litany of wounds run across my body, showing each injury in grim detail like an old prayer. From my cheek to my calf, holes exist all over me. Even old wounds begin to act up, and the scar left from a battle with a demon that stretches over my lungs makes it hard to breathe. Only my extreme control over ether in its many forms keeps my body running at tip-top shape, but that won't last forever. Even I, an old vet with a more remarkable adaptation to ether than most, eventually run out of steam. Despite all this, I never let up on my skills, keeping my own form of adrenaline surge the whole time, which I aptly named rapid fire. It focuses on my hands as opposed to the rest of my body. I also constantly flow an obscene amount of ether into downpour, forcing the Colt to never stop creating bullets for me to fire, just in case. At the same time, I imbue my will into each and every shot of mine with my ether. Only when the bullet and I are one can I never miss or be distracted when firing. I've learned never to drop my vigil against an enemy over the years. Too many friends, allies, and even enemies have fallen to foolishness. This experience is why I am so angry at what I let happen. I already asked Frederick what his last words were, and the man deigned to not reply. So I prepare to fire. Yet, just before I pull the trigger, Levi stumbles into the square before my eyes across the area from me. The man is bloodied.
So bloody.
And struggling to the point it looks like he's about to fall unconscious. For a man known for his scars, I've never even seen him this injured. The fifth sigil he was fighting must have done a number on him. Frankly, I didn't expect him to survive when Primrose told me he engaged with a vengeance squad major. But he both impresses me and makes me feel pride for the man. I've led him for over 5 years through just about every horror one can think of, and I'm happy to see that he's made it through another one. This happiness, however, is a mistake as my attention turns to him just slightly. And as it does, Levi tries to sputter something out from his mouth covered in his own blood. Yo, idel teaote. Timor. His attempt to say something to me despite his injuries sparks my vigilance as my eyes dart around, expecting another hunter somewhere lurking. But my caution is misplaced as a wrinkled hand emerges from the darkness behind Levi, covering his mouth. Then another hand appears, which uses its nails to slit Levi's throat. The second I see the hand, my heart drops. They didn't just send a single colonel. They sent her. The only woman who I've never been able to beat in foe combat. Darkstep, one of the most formidable forerunners alive. Among mortals, second only to diabolic Linen Hull. The dark hand of the estates. They sent her to do their dirty work, or those she enslaves. My fear and distraction allow Frederick to escape. The speedy man uses his hands to slap away the barrel of my gun from his forehead before I can even react as he jumps back. Then, he holds something up into the air. It looks like a handheld detonator. This revelation on top of the Darkstep's arrival makes me pause. I worry for myself and Wyatt, but I do not let my eyes fail me or reveal what the detonator belongs to. I keep my eyes strictly focused on the two hunters before me. Darkstep's booted feet stomp onto the ground as she walks into the center of the square. The whole while, her face is shrouded by darkness, disallowing any to see her countenance other than her dark-skinned and wrinkled body. She steps up to Frederick and pats him on the back as the man holds the detonator up, using the item as a ransom for his life. You've done good, little Freddy. Your only mistake was not taking care of your team. You know what that means, right? Frederick shudders under her words and touch. The way she speaks is the first time I've ever seen her be serious. Whenever I met her before, she was always playful and joking. I guess that was all a ruse. After terrifying Frederick, she turns to me. And you, Johnny? TSK, TSK. I had so much hope for you. And you've thrown it all away. You know how pointless this all is, don't you? The old hag's disregard for what I'm trying to accomplish builds rage within me so quickly that I almost let some of it out, but I'm not some rash teen. I take a moment before I retort to the woman who's been in this game of death even longer than I have. What can I do to get out of this situation? I don't want to reveal my ace. It's too early. Way too early. But they already have Wyatt's detonator, so should I give him up? Surely they'd be willing to trade a young, malleable Graves for me and this town. And at this point, I'm unsure if the dead man's switch will even kill the lad. I know they're said to be nigh unkillable, but by the devil below is he impossible to put down. Like an undying Wendigo, he stands no matter the injury or setback. He truly fits the title. I see why it was given to him. I'd prefer not to give up the kid, however. I have plans for him. He is the only person I've met ever since I left the hunters whom I am confident can make it to the angelic stage. Primrose is iffy, the woman talented, but I just don't think she has the raw grit needed. Levi never had a chance, at least I don't think so, but he was still one of mine. Bonfire also has potential, the fire within his jokester's heart unending. But he's not serious enough. For humanity to survive the times to come, the winters, the summers, and the wars in between, we will need influential leaders. They will need me. And they will need someone like Wyatt, unafraid and willing to stare down any threat regardless of what it is. So after a moment of thinking, I come up with the only thing I can think of to get Darkstep to leave. The only thing that will ever make one as old as her retreat. Invoke in her the fear of death. I stand tall and bluff my leftover strength. I feel weak, tired, and nearing empty on ether I can spare before I turn into a fading thing like the graves over there. I have a way to fix oversaturation, but every time one does it, their lifespans drop. I'd instead not lower my life any more than I already have. Despite all that plagues me, I spin my Colt cylinder and speak with the utmost confidence. And just in case things go awry, I flow ether into my eyes, my vision turning a tint of gold. None of this is pointless, hag. I've been waiting for you to show up. Kept some exorcism rounds just for your darkness. Once I kill you, they will finally take me seriously. Then these little attempts on my life will stop. Darkstep laughs from behind the veil of darkness, which shrouds her appearance. She takes a few steps closer to me as she pushes Frederick back. Freddy, put down the detonator. You don't need that to kill some kid already about to die over there. It's best to leave. Your bum leg won't help anyone. Frederick responds with a shaky voice as he retreats from the square. Unable to do anything to stop him without just immediately revealing my facade, I watch him leave and focus on the old woman in front of me. My mind sparks with a fearful thought. How does she know that the detonator goes to Wyatt? Yes, ma'am. After Frederick turns away, Darkstep takes a few more, light in sound but heavy in pressure, and steps toward me. So, you say you were waiting for me, Johnny, right? I stride toward her, meeting her movements, trying to ignore the thoughts brewing in my mind. I need to focus on how to get her away from here. That's right. The old woman taps her fingers on her arms while she watches me. If that's the case, why haven't you already attacked? Surely you wouldn't want to waste this opportunity? She moves closer, within just a few feet of me. Fuck. She's calling my bluff. I activate Deadeye's gaze as my eyes rapidly move around the area, searching for anything that may help. I don't want to reveal it. Not yet. Not right now. I see Earl, Wyatt, and another man who helped Wyatt fight against a wall. Earl is unconscious, and so is the other man. Darkstep's ether proves too powerful for either of them. The young Graves seems to be fighting to stay awake. His unbreakable will proving enough to counter Darkstep's ether that induces sleep. My eyes flit over to Primrose. It seems the woman is still unconscious, barely breathing, but still alive. The javelin that impaled her has not yet taken her life, but she is running out of time, that's for sure. My heart aches to know that she joined the battle while recovering from the recent hunt that let her leap to the 5th sigil. She did it for me. Inspiring such loyalty gives me the drive to accomplish my goals, but when that loyalty is severed by a blade, oh, does it sting. Levi's dead in the dirt, and none of my other men are anywhere to be seen. Primrose mentioned that most of those who were in town either died when the hunters arrived, or were killed as they made their way to me. The only ones still alive are the people I sent out to do essential missions before the break arrived, which, unluckily for the current situation, were some of my strongest. Or they were like Bonfire and fucked off to play some game outside of town. If only Otto, Marion, and Frank were here, I'd be significantly more confident. I'd have no problem dealing with this attack if Abraham were here. The bastard's nightmares make the perfect distraction for my bullets. But they're not. I sent the first 3 on the run to procure firearms and whatever Colt or claymores they could buy from nearby towns, and I sent Abraham to steal food. The hallucinations he can cause are perfect for stealing large amounts of goods. They should be back soon, but alas, they are not yet here. My only backup is a half-dead, half-asleep, half-insane 3rd sigil. Time for a gamble. And gambles are things I loathe to lean on unless favor is tilted toward me. Too bad my good luck charm is unconscious. With one hand, I reach into the pack on my waist and pull out a syringe. A concoction. Something I always carry with me in case one of my subordinates pushes themselves too far. They only marginally help those at my level, however. Darkstep tilts her head as I do so. What's that for, Johnny? Are you gonna recharge? I thought you were prepared for me? I laugh just at the insanity of what I'm about to do. I pull out a second concoction to meet the first. The young man needs more than one. I see just how far he's gone. My Deadeye's gaze can see ether and its density. The kid has more in his skin than someone his rank should have in their whole body. I have a serum as well that could help, the counterpart for higher sigils when they go too far, but I don't think Wyatt can handle that. Then as I speak to Darkstep, trying to get her to be afraid, I flush ether into my hands and activate Bullet Sling to help me deliver the concoctions. The skill is odd, rarely used, but perfect for the situation. The skill drastically increases my fingers' flexibility, strength, and speed, allowing me to usually send bullets flying just under supersonic speeds. I cannot use it too often, however, as it puts a tremendous strain on my tendons. but this time I use it twice in rapid succession on the syringes of concoction. This sends the needles straight into Wyatt's neck after barreling through the air, nearing a sonic boom. Using a long series of concoctions or a single serum might work against Darkstep if I can land one, but I'm worried she's too used to ether from her long years. The items are likely to not work against her very well. If only I had a solution, the substance used to clear out the ether of pillars and the prime alike. That would surely kill her. Sadly, that is not an option. Instead, I just try to distract her and fulfill my risky plan. No, it's not for me. It's for the graves behind you. Darkstep turns to look behind her, surprised at a member of the cursed family being here, maybe even unbelieving, and I take advantage of putting the liquid within the syringes within the boy's neck. I pick up 2 rocks and accurately throw them at the kid, who is panicking because of the needles in his neck. The rocks slam into the back of the syringe and instantly inject all of the fluid into the boy. I feel a bit of sympathy for the boy as I lift my revolver at Darkstep, but I am relatively confident that he will live. I never had to take a concoction until I was over 30 and a 4th sigil, but a Graves can handle it. Their curse, after all, is how hard they are to kill. While friends, loved ones, and allies fall, they stand even if they are bloodied, battered, or sometimes truly broken, even of mind. How else would a family of only one a generation live in this brutal world? It is both their most tremendous boon and their direst curse. I need an ally to help me fight. I work best with someone to divert attention from me. And while he might only be a 3rd sigil, I know he's so much more when he needs to be. Otherwise, he never would have returned from the wilds. That and I've seen him cross the edge. How one reacts when they pass beyond the edge tells me everything I need to know about their character and body. The young Graves has an unyielding temperament and an unnaturally gifted frame. The rate at which he collapses from ether, wounds, and exhaustion is far slower than any other I have ever met. So, he will rise from the concoctions. Even I don't know what's in those things, and truthfully, I don't want to know. The hallucinations they give almost aren't worth the second life they provide. But one thing is for sure, he will be more potent than ever with the liquid magma that will flow through him. The sheer interference the concoction gives to all ether will help protect him from Darkstep. He's just gonna hurt. Real bad.
Wyatt Graves.
I struggle to keep my eyes open as a woman walks into the square and speaks with Johnny. It's challenging to stay awake even with the enhanced will that reinforces my body. This sleepiness must be caused by the woman's ether, but I haven't seen her really do anything besides appearing from the dark like Virgil and killing Levi. Glancing to my left and right, I notice that both Virgil and Earl are unconscious. This discovery makes me immediately try to move. I don't want any of us to get stuck here because it seems like Johnny is about to get his ass kicked. The new woman is a 6th sigil as well. Not just that, but there is an oddness about her through my chain eyes. Nowhere on her body are the chains focused, all spread out incredibly evenly. Not just that, but they seem to be physical because I can't see through them while chain eyes is active. So, I attempt to get up, and as I reach for Earl and Virgil with tired eyes, something sharp enters my neck. No, 2 things do. I look down at this strange sensation, and I see a duo of syringes that lack any color within them. The only liquid that seems to absorb all light remains within the needles, the color reminding me of the darkness between the walls of the cabin. Despite never seeing them before, only experiencing their hell, I understand what they are, bits of my brain tingling in preparation. 2 concoctions were just stabbed into my neck, but they haven't been injected yet. I reach to grab one, as this is precisely what I'm seeking, just that one is plenty, but 2 will likely kill me. I don't know what happens when you are given 2, but I assume it's not pretty. Just as I wrap a sleepy hand around one syringe, 2 speeding rocks come in and break upon the injecting part of the syringe. This instantly injects all of the concoction from each needle into my system. My breath catches, and sleep immediately becomes fictional as I process this. I look up to see what or who did it as time slows, not because I'm nearing death at this moment, but instead, my whole body does everything it can to push the pain away, even if it's only by a few internal seconds. My brain sees Johnny with an arm outstretched toward me and another with a gun pointed at the shrouded woman in front of him. As the slowed time gradually meets up with the liquid that is entering me, there is nothing I can do but wait. Wait for the pain. Wait for the agony and the eventual freedom that is delivered. I only have to last long enough to reach it. My perception of time is so slow that I can see the gunpowder explosion within Johnny's gun. Blasts of air and fiery momentum force a small projectile from the barrel of his weapon that is sent toward the shrouded figure at supersonic speeds. Half of me prays for Johnny to die because of what he just did to me, and another half begs the opposite so that I can kick his ass myself. He must have never experienced what these things are like. I get one final glance at the battle as the man's bullet crashes into the shrouded woman and simply disappears. After that little piece of joyful sorrow, I see time reaches me, as it does with all. The feeling of the concoctions touches me like the first time, disregarding all other pain I've ever felt, even the first one. The black liquid burns a trail throughout my body, opening all my pores and forcefully expelling all the ether in my body by turning it into gaseous ether. The heat required to do this leaves me a screaming wreck as all sensory organs shut down. Vision is the first to disappear, turning black in an instant, as black as the concoction. Hearing is the second to go, fading into deafness, more silent than the void. Touch is the third to leave me, placing me in a void without actually being in one. Taste and smell disappear together, the tang of blood exiting my mind without me even noticing. The only thing that remains with me is the concoction that burns a warpath throughout my body. 78. Into the light. The burning concoction sears its presence once more into the depths of my mind, leaving its mark forever. I can feel the twice dosage of concoction scorching its way through my innards. From my neck, it splits, half going into my head and my brain, while the other half goes into my body. And then, from there, I notice half of what goes to my body siphoning toward the blood palm. Just the agony of the concoction entering my brain is enough to send me ballistic. Despite being unable to feel my body, I know I am having a seizure or something of the sort. The trail that the concoction leaves throughout the rest of my body as it performs its duty in clearing my ether, boiling it to reset my body, makes me dissociate. I calmly watch the fluid move throughout my body with my mind's eye. It appears like a black flood that washes out all the sparkles within my body. The ether boils upon contact with the liquid and burns its way out of me through my pores. I have no idea what is in the hell that is called a concoction, but I would swear that no god could create a nightmare worse than it. Even the inner sight of it clearing my body resembles the torture one might suffer within the Red Court deep in the underworld. But the worst part of the concoction hasn't even come yet, that I know. Something feels different this time. Like the dosage's quantity has changed its quality and how it affects me. While I observe the flood of cleansing darkness, voices emerge in my mind. Voices that I would never expect, as not a single one of them includes the murmurs from the bloody palm. Maybe the artifact knows who owns the body now? No, who am I kidding? The damn thing just focused on keeping its container alive. The voices slowly grow in number from quiet whispers that I can barely recognize to a choir of people that I know who are yelling at me. Yelling at me to give up, to roll over and die, to kill everything nearby to rid this pain. 1,000 different offers and bargains hit my mind from these voices in such a rhythm that I struggle to ignore even one. Earl tells me that he isn't sorry, that he was lying so that he didn't have to die alone. Even if I'm a monster, it's better to die with someone you know than alone in the middle of a massacre. This is the most effortless voice to shake off. Earl doesn't lie. The man just isn't capable of it. The voice of Elizabeth, whom I've not heard in a long time, tells me that she hates me, that she never wants to see me again. This one stings, but I know it's not true. After all, Earl said she slapped him for abandoning me. The gruff and old voice of Edmund reaches my mind. He tells me that he's disappointed in me, that it was a waste to die for me, that I'll never live up to his expectation, that he should have just killed me when I met him. This voice hurts the most and makes me almost give up, letting go of the only thing holding me together, my will infused with ether. But I grit my teeth, unwilling to give up. The man I knew would never think that, right? Several other people I've met whisper and eventually join the choir of screaming despair that torments me more than any physical pain ever. Another voice, or I guess a series of voices, that is hard to ignore is the screams of the people I have killed. They scratch at my insides, telling me I should be tossed in a ditch, forgotten on the dunes to die, or left in the middle of a road with holes in my neck. I'm unable to block these out. I've never been entirely comfortable with killing, but I've never had much of a choice. It's either me or them, and it won't be me. My care for others I do not know does not trump my respect for myself and those I care for. But even still, I can't ignore these voices. A small part of me loathes what I've done. I enter a tumbling psychological spiral that is only ended by another voice. It is a voice that recently has brought me grief and salvation whenever I hear it. The voice of my mother returns. A scratchy and Ilma tells me to go and dig her up from her grave. That she's okay. That she's a Graves, even if married, and indeed she wouldn't die from a measly illness. That is the hardest one to block out. The slim chance that my mother is still alive. And the hallucinations grasp onto that hope that I have. The cries of hate, derision, and belittlement from the depths of my mind transform into a scene. The scene is so lifelike that I regain all my senses as I stand before my mother's grave. A grave that I had to put back together after I killed the monster that invaded the ranch and attacked me. Our tussle ended with the original head post fallen and cracked because I knocked into it, which stunned the rat beak. I still don't know who sent that creature, but from the visions from Law's Light, I can assume that the demon did. I feel the autumn air pass over me as I lament the near winter. Putting a hand to the sky and catching a falling leaf, I realize all I have lost. The calm. The peace of growing up alone with Ma. Only weeks, no, I think it's been months at this point, as winter is just on the horizon, do I truly understand what she gave me. She gave me warmth, happiness, hope, and love in a land of death, suffering, madness, and neglect. No matter the visions or oddness that I have felt about her since she left, I will always be thankful for that which she gave me. It has left me with a solid anchor, something to return to and hide within when the world becomes too much for me to bear. My attention falls to the sky as the autumn sun rapidly begins to fall. It looks like the day-night cycle speed up 1,000 times as the sun quickly sets and is replaced by a dark, moonless night. Along with that darkness, my mother's voice returns, lapping at my ears. Dig me up, dig me up, dig me up. You must. You miss me, don't you? The sound is so loud that I fall to my knees, holding my ears as the temperature drops unnaturally, biting chill scraping my skin. The sound is so painful that I stare at the floor, just holding on with a shiver. The air goes from cool fall air to the freezing depths of winter in less than a minute while the voice of Ma reverberates through me. After a while of her voice being gone, I recover enough to look back at her grave. And what I don't see makes me stand as blood falls from my ears. The grave is gone. No, the headstone is along with all the dirt. It looks like something dug its way out of the ground while I was being attacked by the sound. I spin and look around, curious about what may be lurking in the dark night. It's far too dark to see anything. The moonless night disallows any human vision except for what's just in front. And the worst part is that I can't even listen for movement as the screams make my ears ring constantly. It's almost impossible to tell the difference between the wind and my own footsteps. Without any other option, simply by instinct at this point, I channel chain eyes, but nothing happens. No ether moves, no nothing. At this point, I truly get confused. What is happening to me? Where am I? I continue to turn frantically, looking for anything that might be stalking me in the shadows, just beyond my vision, but I cannot find anything. Whatever, or whoever left that grave, is nowhere to be seen. What I do find, though, as I search is my home. The ranch that I lived in my whole life until I was 16. From a babe to a naive young man ready to face the bleak world. I'm sure it's naive to even call a version of myself from less than a year ago naive, but that's how I feel. As I step onto the steps of the ranch where I killed my first monster, I recollect. The past 2 years were spent simply caring for Ma, the ranch, and Butter. They taught me how to take care of myself and others. How to cook, clean, and, most importantly, hunt. Not often, but I did go out and hunt small game with a bow and arrow now and then. Never got much, but what I did get saved us money. Meat is expensive, especially when where you live has almost zero monsters who can be killed and butchered for food, among many other supplies. That's all thanks to my father, I guess, who kept just about anything above first sigil clear of the entirety of the Tornridge territory, men and beasts alike. Only Edmund, one of my father's old friends, was allowed to stay despite being beyond the first sigil. That rule that was in place, I suspect, was the main reason so many died in Elderfield. Only first-sigiled hunters were there, and I know from experience that first sigils aren't that hard to kill. A single well-placed dagger or bullet ends the whole encounter. I missed the days before I left the ranch. Before Ma died, I was naive for wanting to go out, for being enchanted by the stories Ma told me of my father as a child. I was naive about many things. The biggest was thinking I could help Edmund in his battle against Alexos. All I did was lose the blooming spider lily and get the old man killed. I should have just run. But sadly, that's just not who I am. I face things head-on. As Alexos said while I was fighting the trio, I walk forward no matter the horror or the beast that might bare its teeth. Whether that's good or bad is only for me and life to decide. And so, I walk forward once more, possibly into the waiting jaws of another, as my feet make the floorboards of my once-home creak. All the candles, lanterns, and gaslights are off, so with the absent moon, it is pitch black in the home. Fortunately, this is my childhood home. I need no sight, sound, or even touch to roam through it. I take 2 steps forward and 3 to the left as I enter the kitchen, grabbing a cooking knife from one of the stands in the dark. No sight is needed. While doing so, though, I can see the sink. It's full of dishes, just like when I left. Then, after shaking away the odd feeling that the sight brings, I return to the opening hallway. I take a left back into it and head deeper into the home. After 7 steps, I walk in front of the washroom on the right. I pause just before it, waiting in case something seeks to appear. Despite the deafening ring in my ear, I also listen but don't hear anything within the washroom. Not a subtle breath or a slight bodily shake. Nothing. So, I move onward. After another step, on the left is my room. Once again, I repeat the process of sensing for anything, but nothing is in my room either. No point in entering it either. No weapons exist in that room that may help me. I continue onward, as usual, when I don't sense a threat. A few more steps lead me to the spare bedroom on my right. The place Ma said would have been for a sibling of mine had I ever had one. At this point, I believe that was a lie. From what I have heard from my travels so far, graves are meant to not only be single children, but to also not have any family with them by the time they mature. Having a sibling would break that dynamic? No? I just wish I knew why the dynamic even exists in the first place. Is it a biological thing? Maybe we're simply unable to have more than one child. Or is it a rule thing? I know some families have weird rules that are passed down. It might even just be that we are too busy. Both Graves, who were born into the family I've heard of, were mighty people, always on the move and doing a job or killing a monster for the hunters. I don't know the answer, though. Maybe if I find my father one day, he'll tell me. That is, if he's alive. I shake away these thoughts as I peek into the spare room, checking if there is anything inside. And while I don't hear or see any movement or anything that might suggest life, I notice the color on the walls. Amidst the pitch-black darkness, I see red. A crimson, blood-like red is on the wall nearest to the door. Quietly, careful to move only on the balls of my feet, not to alert what may be lurking, I look at what is on the walls. It's an old poem that was once sung to me, written tightly and close together in blood. Oh, the graves! What unholy soul! What unholy goal! What unholy blood! Forever stuck in mud, forced to wade through horrors. The last explorers, unable to take their last breath. For none can meet death. I only read part of it before I skip the words written on the wall in blood and look at what lies underneath the poem. I see another duo of phrases in big red letters, as opposed to the small and tight writing of the poetry. We are the true monster with the sharpest claws, forged from sin and born of decay and loss. The phrase sends a jolt through my body when I read it and step back. A step that is too harsh and makes a loud sound resounds throughout the dead silent house. I hold my breath, waiting for something to appear, but nothing does. The silence merely returns after a moment of echoing noise. However, during this silence, I feel a gaze touch my back. The tiny hairs on my back stand up, alerting me to another's presence nearby. Without giving the other creature time to react, I quickly turn and face the door. But what lies before my eyes is an empty doorway. As I look around, I only notice a tiny black speck left on the side of the door that was not there before. Slowly, I creep my head out of the room and look down both sides of the hallway. First, I look down the way that leads out, but it's too dark, and I don't see anything past 4 or 5 feet. After that, I turn right, looking down the hallway leading to Ma's room. As I do so, a crackle of thunder echoes throughout the house, along with a brief wave of light that overlaps with my gaze into the house. The thunder makes me jump slightly, glancing around for a foe, but my recent shock from the words on the wall keeps me steady. What I see, however, makes me go wide-eyed. The brief light wave lets me see a figure sitting on my mother's bed. Even with the light, it's hard to tell who or what it is. The only thing I can decipher is that the creature is facing away from me. This appearance of another living thing in my house brought forth by brutal hallucination makes me move, not away like most might in this situation, but instead forward. I need to know what is in here. This is my home, after all. If I can't keep it as a sanctuary, then what is the point? So, I move deeper into the house, as deep as I can go, because Ma's room is the final one in the house down the hallway. Slowly, I step into her room, all her things still in place nearby the door that I can see. And as my feet enter the room, another strike of thunder hits, bringing light with it at the same time, which lets me see the creature before me clearly. Just as the light touches the creature, it turns its head in a complete 180 unnaturally like an owl and meets my gaze. It is my mother, only a long-dead and decomposed version of her. Her hair is falling off and dry, with several patches of necrotic skin showing on her scalp. Her lips appear bulged and unnatural, with specks of dirt over them. Her fingers are nasty, covered in grime, bile, and mud. She must have been the one to leave the mark on the door. She was the one watching me. I freeze as I look at her, unable to speak from pure confusion and shock. The undead version Ma, however, shares none of my condition. Her voice reaches me as thunderous as the lightning that lets me see her. At this point, I can only see her silhouette as the undead head she wears on her shoulders twists and turns after every sentence. I don't feel safe in these halls, Wyatt. Have you hurt anyone? There are bruises in the walls, Wyatt. Did you leave them? There are bodies in the floors, and they breathe so loudly. You killed them, didn't you, Wyatt? Why didn't you come and get me, Wyatt? Ma's always here to help you. You know that, right? I'm always here with you. You know that, right? As she finishes, my decomposed mother stands from her bed, twisting her head to fit her right ways before contorting her body to stand on all fours except with her stomach to the sky. Then she moves toward me unnaturally, limbs abrupt and bizarre. Why don't you come to Ma? She'll show you how to care for the bodies so they don't talk anymore. As she steps toward me, I back up, taking a step out of the room, realizing what I'm looking at is not at all my mother. After a moment of indecisiveness, I turn and I run. I sprint straight out of the house, using everything I've ever learned as a sigiled except for my ether, which eludes me to move faster. I tighten the muscles in my legs perfectly to increase my speed and use the terrain to my advantage as I exit the shadowy house into the slightly less dark night. After about 10 seconds of mad dashing it away and not hearing anything behind me, I turn to see if the creature that uses my mother as a facade is behind me, and she is, moving with complete silence like an owl. She chases me down like a bloodhound, limbs shifting and twisting in ways that make me not want to see what she'll do when she reaches me. I turn back to face forward, and I run. I run, and I run, and I run. I run over roots, fences, shrubs, and even a ditch. I run until I see something in the distance. A speck of light far away exists just beyond the horizon, and I haul ass as fast as I can to it, not even turning around to see if it's still behind me. Just before I can reach the light, however, I trip on a branch invisible from the darkness, and as my head hits the ground, my vision goes white. 79. Promise of Death. A few minutes of blankness exist before I return to the world in an unbelievable way, the encompassing white from my fall transforming into the town square. Immediately I realize that I am not in control as I attempt to move. Internally, I still sense the concoction flowing through me, but all the ether within my body has been expelled despite about a quarter of a syringe's worth of concoction that remains within me. I realize how the bloody palm took control as I see the fluid of the concoction streaming toward my left hand as I hear it moan uncomfortably in its abnormal murmurs. The concoction must be empowering it somehow. So, struggling against the artifact bonded to me, I watch through a hazy and blurred vision as my body darts from a sitting position into a direction on all fours. I can't tell the destination of the bloody palm because of the filter over my perspective, but I do notice a figure that appears next to me in a flash. The blood palm twists my body in such a way that I would never have thought possible out of nowhere, and I feel the pain of the unnatural movement. But I am glad for the artifacts and human techniques as a crescent line of darkness crosses where we were and goes over us. Instead of splitting me in half, the sharp gloaming passes us by, goes deep within a nearby building, and makes the front of it collapse. The bloody palm recovers my body's movement quickly and continues its mad dash for wherever it is heading. The figure, however, interrupts my body's movement once more and attacks with more gloomy darkness. This time, the figure I now recognize as the lady talking to Johnny before he shot at her is much closer. So, the bloody palm is given minimal time to dodge, but the palm still manages it, twisting so erratically and unnaturally that amidst cracks and broken bones from the movement, I am somehow not miraculously cut in twain. I can hear the figure grunt through muffled ears as I rush further toward the bloody palm's destination, which I still have no idea of. However, the figure does not want me to reach wherever the artifact takes me and attacks again. But this seems to be a killing strike, as she moves incredibly close and swipes at me in melee with a hand cloaked in unseeable dusk. As it does so, I see a glimpse of strings and a phantasmal figure above Darkstep, but it quickly fades before I can truly grasp it. Frantically, much more so than ever before, the bloody palm attempts to dodge, but like the being it is of survival, it is willing to lose some things to live longer. So, similar to when it sacrificed my blood to gain more later against the Amok, the bloody palm twists and uses my right arm to deflect the hand of dusk. This reaction barely works and only slightly moves the deadly attack in exchange for losing my right arm from the elbow. However, the slight movement in the strike allows the bloody palm to twist my body even further, almost entirely turning my spine backward and dodging the rest of the swipe. I don't even truly feel the loss of my arm as I am wholly dissociated from my frame. It just looks like another person who lost their limb, but I try to force myself to think logically. I may have lost a limb, but surely the palm can regenerate it, right? If it can fix a broken spine, it can undoubtedly return a lost limb. After the arm is removed from my body, the bloody palm darts toward a corpse on the ground, stabbing my left arm covered in red ether, congealed like blood, deep into its chest. Then with a pop and a flash of pain originating from my arm, I am once more in control of my body. The first thing I genuinely see without a thick film blocking out my sight is my right palm, deep within the heart of the occultist that drenches me in the crimson blood of the deceased. And the second thing I notice is that the sigils within the man's corpse are missing despite him only dying a short while ago. This discovery makes me turn my attention to the bloody palm, worried that it somehow devoured the sigil within, and my speculation is proven correct. My chain eyes are still active despite me not being in control, and I see only upon the pale left hand of mine turquoise chains, a color further down the rainbow than previously. The bloody palm is now somehow a fifth sigiled artifact. Fuck. Now it will be even harder to resist. Just when I thought I was making progress in removing the artifact as a threat to my life. At least it's evolving its sigil right now, giving me control once more. A yell from Johnny wakes me out of my introspection. Move, boy. The tone and volume of his voice make me immediately move backward, turn to face where the danger last was, and throw up both of my arms, or my one whole arm and the other that ends at the elbow. When I spin around, I see another crescent of darkness flying at me sideways, seeking to decapitate me. The crescent of night is moving so fast that all I can do is bend backward as it comes into contact with my left arm, splitting the forearm off of me. The time it took to cut through the arm empowered by the bloody palm gave me just enough leeway to limbo backward. I bend far back enough that the deadly darkness only cuts off a portion of my scraggly hair and blows off my hat from Edmund. And I tilt rearward so quickly that I fall flat onto my ass, the woman staring down at me through a mask of gloom. Both relief and sadness fill me as I see the bloody palm leave my body and fly into the air from the momentum of being cut off. On the one hand, pun not intended, I don't have to worry about the artifact taking over my mind and body. But on the other, I am now without any hands and no way to regain them. Maybe I can reattach the arm that was just cut off, but something tells me by the way my skin is turning slightly necrotic where I was cut, that won't work. So bittersweet melancholy fills me as the bloody palm falls toward the ground beside me, but just before the artifact hits the ground, tendrils of gray flesh exit from the base of the hand. These tendrils shoot straight for my left arm, attaching to the newly amputated portion of my arm. As it does so with a piercing pain that spreads all along within me up to my brain like tendrils, the woman flits toward me to finish the job. But before she gets the chance, bullets land in her way, forcing her to step back and momentarily cease her attempted murder. The woman with a hood shrouded in darkness turns to look at Johnny, who fired the bullets. The gunfighter speaks up for me. "See, old hag? Should have believed me when I told you the first time. That's a real Graves right there. Takes a double dose like it's nothing, and recovers from artifiction in the same way. If you truly wish to kill either or even both of us, I advise doing it another day. My men are nearby, and when they arrive, it will be all of them, a nearly unkillable young man, and me, the sharpshooter who will relentlessly pursue you with lead as you chase them down." Johnny puffs his chin as he stares down the old lady. "So what's it gonna be? We gonna fight to the death today? Or will you be wise? Continuing to fight just hurts both of us. I'm sure you got other jobs to do. Is this truly the hill you wish to die on?" While Johnny bullshits the hag about having men nearby to back him up, I resist the return of the bloody palm. Or, more accurately, its conquering return. I use my ether-infused will to create a wall at my elbow, a point that I feel will be easier to defend than any part of my forearm. Then, I daydream of a blockade in my body that keeps out all mental powers at that same point. To further increase my defense against the newly advanced bloody palm, I braid the ether for daydream, twisting the streams of ether into tight ropes that enhance each other. Now that I have a third sigil, I understand what Virgil meant about each sigil innately being able to use a new form of ether. The braided strand way of using ether is 100 times easier now that I have advanced. It also helps that I now have greater control of ether, and the amount of ether I can manipulate has risen tremendously. It no longer requires an immense amount of pressure of ether that can only be achieved during a struggler's gasp. It now only requires my will to press down onto it, twist it, and pull the pieces tightly together. Fortifying my sigil skills will significantly increase my fighting strength and lower my chances of losing to the bloody palm. These skills all happen so quickly that the blockade is made at my elbow before the bloody palm fully reattaches. And the elbow is so tightly bound of ether that an effervescent and multicolored band of ether is tied around the joint like a tourniquet. When the bloody palm fully reattaches to me, I see tendrils of gray flesh burrow through my arm, seeking the rest of my body. Each inch of my arm they spread through makes me grunt in pain as they slowly approach the tourniquet of ether. I am distracted from the pain and the sight of my entire forearm being infiltrated by a foreign force by the woman whose face is shrouded in darkness speaking. I honestly was not expecting to meet Killian's son in the middle of the boonies, that's for sure. It is also surprising to see him artificed. I suppose if anyone would be resistant to becoming a true Wendigo, it would be one of them. That or one of the Giles. Some people are just born with advantages, aren't they, Johnny? I would much instead end the threat of both of you today, but sadly it seems the chance will not arrive. I have other things to do, and killing you both would take far too long for me to do them. That is what it means to be a forerunner, after all, always on the move. We are simply too important to not be. Her head twists as she counters Johnny with an offer. How about this? Johnny? I will come back with some other people to end your little rebellion. That is if Hura doesn't slay you all upon his arrival with his horde. I would much rather kill you myself, however, so I will give you a bit of a warning. Darkstep takes a step forward, her words eliciting her warning. There is a reason why he saw Killian as a rival long ago. Demons only respect power, authority, and their goddess. However, some do find specific humans as rivals and seek to kill them and them only. For a demon to see a man such as the Undying as a rival, he must not be too far off from the man's capabilities. Or at least his capabilities from his last time, fighting the demon before the Prime sent him on his final mission before his disappearance. Hura is much more powerful than you, Johnny. I might not have fought him before, but I have spoken to Killian many times. He spoke quite highly of the demon's innate talents. After a brief pause in her sentence, the woman looks around at the town in scorn. I gasp while she does so out of pain from the bloody palm meeting my tourniquet. This place is not enough to drive him off, let alone kill him. He will come in a thunderous tornado, leveling all that resides. After all, the demon is named after the god of weather, Hurakan. I hope you choose to run instead of fighting Hura, Johnny. I love nothing more than putting down foolish rebels. All you seek is hubris, and it will only lead to even more suffering. May you too have a merry struggle against death as you wait for me to deliver you unto her. A short pause ensues before I see the woman's feet become covered in shadows that slowly grow up to her head, covering her entirely. Once fully covered in tenebrous darkness, she disappears simply with a burst of wind that sends sand flying everywhere. My attention is forced back onto my arm as the pain only continues to grow from the bloody palm's attempt to reach its dark tendrils into me. Several abnormal gray veins reach up to my left elbow, making my arm look disgusting. There is only one thing I can do besides just putting more ether in to fix the problem. I look down at my clothes that have been completely torn apart and pull off a strand of cloth. Then, with one veiny and bizarre hand and my teeth, I tighten a physical tourniquet to aid my tourniquet of ether. With an additional point of focus, I place my newly empowered will onto the cloth tourniquet, further reinforcing the bastion against the encroaching madness. Only at this point does the pain lessen, but the bloody palm's attempts do not. The veins on my left forearm begin to squirm and move around like grayish worms beneath my skin as my forearm is slowly turned gray as well. The pigment of my skin gradually fades from my tan to a stone gray. Before my arm entirely turns gray, however, I hear a man hit the sand. I look over and see Johnny kneeling beside a limp Promos beneath where she was impaled. Curious and wanting to do anything to distract me from the pain in my elbow, I walk to them. As I stand, I feel the bloody palm send a wave of rejuvenation through me. I don't know, but the palm doesn't want me to die. Instantly, I feel myself heal much faster than usual as the flesh and muscle that had fallen off of me from going too far with ether begin to return to me. The bone grows from other bones, nerves from the bones, muscles from the nerves, and skin from the muscles. Halfway to the two of them, I find one of my serpentine daggers in the sand-covered ground. I bend over and pick it up, looping it on one of the few remaining pieces of my belt before continuing my stride to Johnny. By the time I reach Johnny and the unconscious and possibly dead Primrose, all my injuries have recovered except for my missing arm. That one is taking longer to recover. Only about half of my forearm has returned so far. I guess it's harder to fully recreate a limb than to reconstruct a limb that mainly exists already. I kneel to get a view of what Johnny is doing, and I see him furiously bandaging the woman's wounds while cursing. I notice he deigned to leave the javelin within her, so she doesn't bleed to death. And just as I go to ask him if he needs help, I hear a massive explosion behind me that has a blast of sand too fast to react to that follow it. It knocks Johnny and me over, and the man looks at me after we recover from the blast. She cut off your right arm, huh? Realizing the meaning of his words from the explosion and the lack of cool metal on my arm, because of the lack of the arm in the first place. The dead man's switch went off. That's one less thing that I have to worry about. I could just leave now. I no longer have anything holding a blade or bomb against my throat. I'm pretty happy that things turned out how they did, because if that bomb had gone off while attached to me, I'd turned to bloody mist. I see through the smoky square that the explosion woke up both Virgil and Earl. Whatever knocked them out and almost put me out, disappearing with the absence of the lady in black. While I could leave, I don't think I will. I like the idea of aiding Johnny in his rebellion. Plus, I got friends here. Earl also seems to want to stay here, or at least that's what I got from our short conversation. So, I think I'll stay. At least for the break, and to kill that damn demon, who I learned is named Hura. I want that vial that came from Edmund. No demon should have that man's legacy. To make my time here both less miserable, and to save one of the few people here who were kind to me, I ask what I can do to help. Yeah, that freak got my arm. The bloody palm is working on healing it for now, though. Is there anything I can do to help? She looks like she's about to die. Johnny looks at me for just a brief moment, and I notice just how tired he looks. The veteran is nowhere near as old as Edmund, but his eyes tell a different story. He looks exhausted, carried only by pure will and perseverance. He grits his teeth before answering. She is likely going to die. The hole in her stomach is fatal, and the battle lasted for far too long for immediate medical aid. The only thing we can really do at this point is try to keep her alive until Heath arrives. Do you know your blood type? I shake my head. I don't even know what a blood type is. Damn it. I can't donate to her. My blood isn't compatible. Wait. Earl, get over here. Earl comes springing over at the call for him. The unathletic man traversing the recent battlefield littered with bullets, bodies, and even bombs. Yeah, Johnny? Take this. Johnny hands Earl another concoction as my eyes go wide. This man has so many. We were struggling to even procure one, and he had 3. Speaking of, where the hell is Vernon? Virgil has the same thought as we meet Gazes and the Darkstalker masks, disappearing to look for his brother. You want me to take a concoction? Johnny nods at Earl's question. There is only one way that Primrose lives through this. If Wyatt's blood is compatible. If it isn't, she dies from blood loss. If it is, then he can keep providing her blood to sustain her until she heals because of his artifact. There is about a 50% chance that Wyatt's blood will work. This comes purely from experience in the field. So, Earl, do your work. Bend the chances. Do so until you're out of steam. Then if you're not confident in the chances, take the concoction to rest your ether and go again. Your sigil is made for times like these. Earl licks his lips at what Johnny says and agrees after a moment of hesitation. The man squats down next to us and places an arm on Primrose and me. I can feel ether touch upon me for a scarce second as he closes his eyes to focus. Then small sensations of waviness pass through me here and there. After a few stressful minutes that I am forced to wait with grim anxiety, Earl opens his eyes, drenched in sweat and panting. Johnny asks whether or not he needs to go again. Do you need to take the concoction? I still have one left if you need it. Or are we good to proceed? Primrose is running out of time. Her heart is barely beating. Earl wipes away his sweat as he nods at the two of us. We're good to go. I can feel it. Thankfully you didn't know your blood type, Wyatt. I can only bend the uncertain and undecided. Johnny and I take this as an affirmation as I hold out my right arm growing back. It is now up to the wrist after about 5 total minutes of healing. Johnny shakes his head and points at my leg. Bigger artery. We're cutting your leg for blood. She's gonna need a bunch. I nod, confused, but I believe him as I roll up my pant leg. Then, Johnny takes out a few empty bottles and makes the dizzy Earl find the 2 syringes he used on me. After Earl goes off to find the syringes so that we can put the blood into Primrose, I take one of my daggers and sink it into the flesh of my leg. Blood seeps out into my hand and down to the bottles below me. 80. What comes next? Several hours after the many near-death experiences in the town square, I sit in a room with a doctor named Heath, Johnny, and the unconscious Primrose. She was able to hold on long enough for the doctor that Johnny employs to come and save her. He connected a tube that directly constantly delivers blood from me to her, preventing any chance of her dying from blood loss. But that doesn't mean she's out of the woods yet. The doc is still lecturing to Johnny. I told you not to let her fight Johnny. She got hurt getting her 5th sigil, and I warned you not to aggravate her injuries. She has multiple ruptured organs, is missing half of her intestines, and her previously collapsed lung has only worsened. The extra blood may keep her heart beating, but eventually, her body will give out. Blood only goes so far when you are missing organs. At this rate, I'd give her a week to live with my constant attention, maybe less. Not to mention, we need to bury Levi. Johnny's head hangs low, a level of emotion from him that surprises me. The almost certain loss of such a close subordinate and the loss of another was too much, even for one such as him. He looks up at the doc and questions him. Is there anything we can do? Anyway, to save her? Surely there is something we can do. I'll go personally if it requires something to be retrieved, and I'll dig the grave for him, as I always do. Dr. Heath only grows angrier at Johnny's proposition to personally go help her, though he does seem to cool slightly at the mention of Levi. You're no hardy buck either, Johnny. Remember when I put your lungs back together after Tamkin slit you side to side with its nails? You may be more powerful than ever, Johnny, because of your age and experience, but with that age comes frailty. Not everyone is Marshall Travis. Heath shakes his head, focusing his sight on Primrose. Now, all that being said, there is a way to help her. And no, it's not a concoction as you so love to use. I can make a bomb to help her body recover and seal all her wounds, but I require an ingredient as what I have currently is insufficient to treat all of this. About a day or two west of here grows a plant, called the mandamin. Looks like stalks of corn that emerge from the sand. The core has medicinal properties that I can enhance with other things. With just a few of these plants, I should be able to shove away the pale lady. Johnny immediately retorts Dr. Heath because of how close the break is, but I take a moment to use chain eyes, curious to see if the doctor has a sigil or not. And to my surprise, the spectacled man of medicine possesses one just as powerful as mine, in fact. As Johnny speaks, I look at the doctor in surprise. Thin yellow manacles rotate upon the man's skull. West of here? Cura is likely almost here. There's no way we can do it. There has to be another way. The doctor shakes his head and looks at me. The sensation of his eyes turning to me makes my surprise fade and my focus return. That's not necessarily true. I heard you went off to scout the break. Tell me, young man, how far away are they? A day? 2? Maybe even 3? I rearrange the way I am sitting before I answer him. Probably about 3 to 4 at the current time. The doctor turns to Johnny again as he detaches the tube, giving Primrose my blood. It's not impossible, Johnny. Just difficult, as all things are that truly matter. If you wish to save this lady, you must risk another you trust. Now, I have many other people to attend to. Dear Primrose was not the only one almost killed today. Yell for me if you require my aid. Your blood is no longer required, young man. Her wounds have all been properly sutured, so now you're free to go. The man in white clothes, speckled with blood, pushes his glasses and grabs his large duffel bag of medical equipment before walking out into the hallway. After he leaves, Johnny sits on one of the chairs beside the bed that Primrose is sleeping in and sighs while watching her labored breaths. The single lung makes it strenuous for her, a 5th sigiled, to keep herself alive. Silence lingers for several moments as I sit and watch her with him. I don't know why I do, but it just feels right. These two may have threatened my life and forced me to not only work but also risk my life for them. However, I just cannot grow to hate them. After over a week of being attached to this artifact, which even now is struggling against the barrier I have placed at my elbow, I've learned that people like me are hazardous. The sight of the bloody palm taking over my body and killing that Amok with a single attack, even if it took a while to actually bring it down, makes me understand just how powerful people taken over by artifacts are. The strength of a being with 2 sets of sigils is insane. I mean, for a brief moment, I could escape from the dark step, whom Johnny informed me of after the fight. The lady is a legend. She's almost 100 years old and a 6th sigiled forerunner. Both things that I was told I had to ask him to learn about. How is someone that age still fighting, and what is a forerunner? They were answered simply. Sigils give slight increases to lifespans. Not much for most sigils, only a few years per, on average from 3 to 5 years. Abbot being the only exception, each sigil of Abbot gives over 10 years of additional life. This means a 6th sigiled like Darkstep, whose actual name or face is said to be unknown, even to the pillars, would be more like a 40-60-ish year old woman depending on how much life was given to her. I also learned that this age increase changes with the species that takes it, with humans getting the most minuscule amount compared to any other creature. Most monsters gain a decade or more on average from each sigil, while creatures like demons can get up to 50 years from just a single advancement. Demons already live hundreds of years, though, so that's not too surprising, to be honest. Humans always seem to get the short end of every fucking stick, from lifespan to innate strength. We rank last in just about everything. Somehow, though, there are still more of us than demons. The other question makes me understand just how far I must climb before I am considered powerful by any accurate measure. Forerunners are the sixth sigils that are said to either have the most potential in taking the great leap forward or have incredible combat prowess. Commonly, a forerunner has both. Despite the ability to fight off a group of over 10 highly experienced hunters at once, Johnny is not a forerunner. Not even close. He said it would take at least 3 of him to kill a woman like Darkstep, with all 3 of him dying in the end as well. The distance to the angelic realm from the wondrous is so great that there are entire ranks within the 6th sigil to divide those within. And people like that woman, or the other insane hunters, those are the kind of people I hate. The ones who enjoy killing and who don't care that those they kill are not evil. Even someone like Frederick, who didn't want to fight but was forced to by the higher-ups, I struggle to not loathe. Where are his guts? Why couldn't he just say fuck it and betray them like Johnny? If the man truly believed in what the gunfighter was saying, he would have put down his arms. I may not love Johnny, Primrose, or any of his other goons, but I certainly have grown to hate the hunters. From what I've heard recently, the organization is rapidly deteriorating into a shell of its former self, rotting from within, and from what I just saw, I'd have to agree. The only hunter among that whole group that showed any genuine human kindness or empathy was the woman Rebecca. I'm unsure who killed her between Johnny, Primrose, and Virgil, but I hope it was quick. I know that the squad that arrived is a kill squad, so they're more likely to be a bit off the walls, but I find it hard to imagine that few are like them. Even the first group of hunters I saw had a rotten egg. The archer who ran away while his team was getting beat. I can't even remember his name. I found him so contemptible. Johnny speaks up to me while I'm pondering why I'm even sitting here. Are you here because you've decided to join my cause of your own volition? Or are you here just to help keep your friends safe because there is no safe way out of Rustbank until after the break? Or are you here because you still think I'll kill you if you try to leave? Well, you don't have to worry about that one. You've proven your mettle. I never thought I'd see a man hold off an artificitan of such a higher rank than him for so long, but I've learned for myself to not underestimate your damn family's inability to die. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were a refuge from the hollows with how you hold off that damned thing. The gunfighter meets my eyes as he raises a hand. So, I'd like to apologize. I treated you harshly, and while I thought it was necessary at the time, I now see it was not. If you choose to join me, you will have my full support, as well as that man who helped me earlier if he joins, although, at times, it did seem like he was coming for my neck along with Frederick's. I'll disregard all that, though. I need all I can get. If you trust them, I trust them. That is what I extend unto you. I smile at the mention of Virgil's haunting ability to stalk people from the dark, but I do take a moment to think a bit longer before replying to him. The apology is both appreciated and unexpected, although the barman, Roy, did say that Johnny is stubborn, not evil. I like the image of being supported by an entire town, especially with the coming demon. I need the artifact that it possesses, after all. The only way to do so is with both backup and resources. The choice is pretty obvious to me. I should stay with Johnny for the break to help kill Hura and possibly whatever might come after. I answer the man as I run my newly regenerated right arm over my left, which has been half taken over by the bloody palm. The skin beneath my elbow has all turned ashy gray, and the veins have all popped out with black tints. Everything underneath the thin and dehydrated skin of the part of my arm that the bloody palm now controls constantly squirms and moves like it's alive. I need to look into it later. Maybe the name of its newest sigil will give some indicator of how to best combat it. Yeah, I think I've decided to join you, but the answer is none of what you gave, to be honest. If I really wanted to, I think I could outrun the break with the Nightmare Eye and the Boone brothers have under our control. I'm staying to kill Hura, the demon. It has something I need. Johnny looks at me, stunned, before raising an eyebrow and seeking more information from me. Why do you need to kill the demon of storms? It's foolish for you to even attempt to be honest. What could it possibly have that you need? I take off the hat I have carried with me since Edmund's death, careful not to get it damaged. The demon has the artifact left behind by Edmund Dudley, my teacher. He left behind a crimson vial of blood. Johnny now only looks confused by my words, inquiring for more from me. What do you mean? How do you know? If you do know, why don't you already have it? I take a deep breath before answering him, the sights and sounds of the vision returning. I advanced during that fight by entering an artifact and stealing the sigils within it. During my trip to the cabin, I saw the memories of the one that the artifact once was. A woman who followed the Hura. To make a very long story short, the memories ended up with her digging up Edmund from his grave and finding his artifact. Then, she used it, eventually leading to her death at the hands of the demon. Imagining the frame of her stealing the vial from Edmund's corpse, I finish my story. She used the artifact in hopes of finding and hunting me down, but it only made her incredibly bestial and lose all her mental faculties. She gained incredible speed and senses, but that doesn't matter against a bolt of lightning. Johnny nods interest in what I'm saying and follows up with his words. Be careful when you do things like that. It's one thing to take the sigil from a recently deceased creature, but it's another to take it from an artifact. One is just the fleeting consciousness of the recent dead, while the other has the power of months, sometimes years, of built-up emotions. Shaking his head, Johnny laments at the fallen man. But that is awful news. Edmund may have only been a third sigil, but I'd bet his artifact is of the highest quality. Hura will likely sacrifice some subordinates to allow the artifact to grow, possibly even up to the fifth sigil. I doubt it'd go any higher than that. I don't know of any sixth sigil subordinates the demon has. This time, I ask him a question as I am curious how artifacts can still advance while at the same time already being dead. How do artifacts advance if they're already dead? Can they enter the cabin? The Bloody Palm took the opportunity to advance while I was being attacked by Darkstep, so I'd really like to know how to prevent that from happening again. Johnny nods as he stands from his chair and puts his hands on the medical bed. No one knows why, only how they do. Artifacts are unlike living things who can advance from any rank of sigil as long as they meet the requirements from the cabin. They can only advance with sigils they already possess, and the creature they take it from must be of a higher sigil than them. That's all we really know about it. Now, let's go out and speak to your friends. I have a proposition for you guys. After his explanation, he stands and walks toward the door, giving Primrose one last sad gaze before turning the corner into the hallway. I follow him and see the Boone brothers and Earl playing with Dakota, who has grown to the size of a medium dog. I knew the four were out here, but I've been unable to leave the room because I had to give Primrose blood, and the doc wouldn't let anyone else in. But my surprise in seeing them is massive. Vernon is missing an eye. A bloody bandage resides where his left eye used to be, and several gashes are all over his body. Virgil has a long dressing around his chest that seems to be from a whip. Dakota is over twice the size he used to be and is probably close to 30 pounds as he moves deftly, playing with the brothers. Earl is unchanged from the last time I saw him, but he seems pretty bitter as I hear him mutter under his breath before noticing me. The fox is a higher sigil than me now. What the fuck is happening? A suppressed laugh comes from him as I put my arm in front of Johnny, who was about to speak and yell at the brothers in concern. What the fuck happened to you two? Vernon, are you all right? Where did your eye go? And why is Dakota as big as a dog? They all turn to me as the other people in the wide hallway of the only medical building in town also look at me. Virgil speaks up for his brother, who still seems to be a bit out of it, moving slowly even while rolling a ball for Dakota. Vernon got caught in a fight with one of the hunters from the Vengeance Squad, who was attacked by multiple of Johnny's men. All the men were killed or severely injured when Vernon ran past looking for the alchemist's shop, and he found it, burning behind the man who laid out a dozen first and second sigils. The loyal idiot went into the burning building, using his adeptness in fire to keep himself from getting burned to find a concoction. He found one, but when he came out, the man was waiting for him. The man pulled out a whip and set out to not only kill Vernon, but to take his concoction as well, for they are prohibitively expensive. Vernon obliged to not let that happen and fought him with Dakota's help. The fox is genuinely quite fast now. By the time I arrived, they had only been fighting for a few minutes, and my arrival was enough to end the fight. But Vernon lost his left eye and took extensive injuries during my search for him. Oh, and Dakota ate some random dead man's brain matter that gave him another sigil. I'm pretty confused about how the fox took another one so quickly, but I think it's because he's still a juvenile. Young tend to snowball in every species. Humans are the only ones where children die almost every time they are given a new sigil. Their bodies just can't handle it. During Virgil's retelling of the fight, Dakota runs up to me and jumps on my leg excitedly. Within his eyes, I see an even greater spark of burgeoning intelligence, along with orange chains that wrap around him all over. I put the large fox and turn my attention back to the two men. Is there any way to get your eye back? A secret medicine or plant? At this point, Johnny cuts in with his proposal after waiting a few minutes for our conversation by the side. There are a few ways to regrow eyes, most coming from the tribes within the borderlands or deep in the wilds. Keith probably knows one or two of them. They do have side effects, but the treatments are certainly worth it. I'll ask him to treat you, Vernon, if you two, Wyatt and Virgil, go and retrieve a few mandamon plant cores for me. Vernon gets excited, but ends up too happy as he stands, and has to hold on to the wall to keep his balance. Both Virgil and I look to Johnny, and Virgil calls him out on the proposition. And where is this mandamon? For you to do such a favor, I assume they are in a hazardous location. Johnny nods before informing the Virgil of some more details of the retrieval. That'd be right. They are westward, just barely in front of where the break currently is. They are needed to save a close subordinate's life of mine. In return for doing this for me, I'll get your eye healed and acquire you some weapons. Levi has passed, and his machete, battered, is available if any can prove themselves to acquire it. I'll give you his claymore as well. It is a fifth flam, made by a master. I had it made for the man personally. So what do you two say? My decision is made quickly. I was already willing to do it just to heal Vernon and save Primrose, but hearing that he will give us a claymore sells me instantly. I turn to look at Virgil, who turns to look at his younger brother. Then he closes his eyes briefly and opens them after a deep sigh. Fuck. Yeah, I'm down. On one condition. Send $1,000 to the Boone family in Purview, Timberlands. Johnny instantly nods in agreement and holds his hand out to both of us. Deal. So this ends the second volume, Among Bombs and Bullets. I'd appreciate if any could leave a quick rating or maybe even a detailed review, just to help me gauge how I'm doing, what could be improved, or just what parts you guys like the most. I had planned on getting a new cover for the whole book commissioned for the end of the volume, but it will be a few more days before it's ready. Anyway, I hope you all enjoyed this second volume, and I've spent the past few days planning out the third, fourth, and fifth. I also finalized how long the story should end up being along with a rough ending, probably around 10 to 12 total volumes. That's enough of the end of volume spiel, though. The next will begin tomorrow, as per usual. The title of the third volume is Among Debts and Demons. See you all then.